We're waiting for some of our members to be here with us, and soon we are about to begin. Please take your seats.
Captain Basin. Captain Basin. Captain Basin. Right away.
India's maritime sector is witnessing a renaissance, with renewed focus on building a stronger Indian fleet, a globally competitive shipbuilding industry, and a modern maritime ecosystem. At the heart of this work is a larger national vision, Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. On 30th April 2025, the present National Shipping Board was constituted. The strength of the board also lies in its diversity, bringing together experience from across the maritime ecosystem, including Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, shipowners, shipyards, classification, ports, coastal operators, container operations, seafarers, and officers' unions. The Directorate General of Maritime Administration, Indian Navy, and Indian Coast Guard, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, academia, and gender diversity. Over the past year and a half, the board has worked to make its statutory advisory role more dynamic, consultative, and closely connected to the realities of the maritime sector. Under the guidance of Union Cabinet Minister Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, the board has taken its work beyond the meeting room. It has held meetings across major maritime centers from Mumbai and Kandla to Kochi, Kolkata, Vishakhapatnam, Goa, Tuticorin and Chennai, engaging directly with maritime fraternity. NSB provides a platform and a voice for a wide range of maritime stakeholders to share their views, concerns, challenges and suggestions directly through a structured national forum. Through the NSB, issues faced on the ground can be brought into policy discourse, identify practical solutions, and strengthen the quality of maritime policy and decision-making. The board has examined issues ranging from Indian shipping tonnage and shipbuilding, ship repair and ship recycling, to coastal shipping, inland waterways, seafarer welfare, maritime training, logistics, and container manufacturing. It has also looked ahead at green shipping, alternative fuels, autonomous navigation, emerging technologies, maritime emergency preparedness, and the development of future-ready skills. The board has constituted 15 specialized subcommittees tasked with developing roadmaps aligned with India's maritime ambitions, increasing Indian tonnage, taxation, strengthening shipbuilding and repair, developing ship recycling, expanding coastal and inland water transport, promoting cruise tourism, skilling, single maritime window, developing regional maritime hubs, and preparing for emerging technologies and alternative fuels as well as maritime heritage. The board has also brought specific industry concerns to the government's attention, including issues related to taxation, ship acquisition, MRO, coastal shipping, seafarer welfare, logistics, and the competitiveness of Indian shipping. This is the essence of the National Shipping Board's role: to listen, to bring together diverse voices, to examine, to advise, and to connect policy with the realities of the maritime sector. As India looks towards becoming a leading maritime nation, the National Shipping Board has an important role to play. Its strength lies in bringing together government, industry, professionals, and stakeholders, creating a forum where maritime experience can inform national policy and the concerns of the sector can become part of the national maritime discourse. From its origins in 1959 to its work today, the National Shipping Board remains an important part of India's maritime journey. The journey ahead is ambitious: a stronger Indian fleet, world-class shipbuilding and repair, a competitive maritime services ecosystem, safer and greener seas, empowered seafarers, and a maritime sector ready for the future. National Shipping Board, shaping policy, strengthening maritime capabilities, and building the maritime India of tomorrow.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. सभी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. A very warm welcome to Sagar Samvad 2026 and in interaction with maritime stakeholders organized by National Shipping Board and Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. India's maritime sector is not merely about ships and ports. It is also about trade, connectivity, livelihoods, national growth, and our collective vision for a stronger blue economy. Today brings together policymakers, maritime administrators, industry leaders, ship owners, seafarers, and other key stakeholders on one single platform to exchange perspectives, understand challenges, and explore opportunities for the future of Indian shipping. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, कहते हैं देश सर्वोपरि, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि. राष्ट्र गीत के साथ हम शुरू करेंगे. नेशनल सॉन्ग के साथ मैं निवेदन करना चाहूंगी एनएसपी के सभी बोर्ड मेंबर्स से कि कृपया प्लीज मंच पर पधारें और वंदे मातरम के सामूहिक गायन के साथ आइए इस कार्यक्रम की हम शुरुआत करें. NSP board members are requested to please join us on stage as we recite Vande Mataram together. Sabhi NSP board members, once again I take the opportunity of requesting all NSP board members to please join us on stage for the national song. Thank you very much. Kindly please take your seats, and ladies and gentlemen, we will now light the ceremonial lamp, for which I take the opportunity of requesting Chairman NSP along with Captain Azad, Shri Kili Mohan Rao, Shri Anil Devli and Shri Rakesh Singh to please light the lamp. वैदिक मंत्रों के साथ गुंजायमान है चारों तरफ का वातावरण। तो आइए इसी शुभ शुरुआत को आगे लेकर चलते हैं। दीप प्रज्वलन हमारी संस्कृति का एक बहुत ही गहन हिस्सा है। अंधकार से प्रकाश की ओर, अज्ञान से ज्ञान की ओर, प्राणी से परमात्मा की ओर अग्रसर होते हुए हम सभी लोग। Ladies and gentlemen, we are beginning with the first session, which is titled Augmentation of Indian Tonnage. This panel discussion focuses on opportunities and its challenges as well. The discussion will look at provisions under the new acts, the challenges faced by Indian flag ship owners, the role of IFSCA, container manufacturing and other key issues influencing the growth of Indian tonnage. To moderate this session, may I please invite on stage Shri Anil Devli, CEO, Chief Executive Officer of the Indian National Ship Owners Association and member NSP. जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं। He is an experienced maritime professional working extensively on shipping policy and the growth of Indian flag shipping. We welcome you, Shri Anil Devli, on stage as you get ready to moderate the session. And I also take the opportunity of now inviting the fellow panelists to please join us. I invite now Captain S.I. Abul Kalam Azad ji, Nautical Advisor to the Government of India, bringing extensive professional experience in maritime administration and regulation. Welcoming Captain Azad on stage. Shri Ashutosh Sharma, we welcome you on stage, sir, Chief General Manager, IFSCA, bringing valuable experience in the maritime and financial services ecosystem. बहुत-बहुत स्वागत. We invite Shri Atul Jadhav, Director, Indian Maritime Federation, bringing coastal and inland transport perspectives to the discussion. Please join hands for Shri Atul Jadhav. Inviting on stage Shri Rahul Modi, President CCTA and member NSP, a strong advocate of multimodal transport, coastal connectivity and a sustainable cargo ecosystem. तालियों के साथ सभी का स्वागत. And Captain Pankaj Kumar, Managing Director, Diamond Blue Shipping Solutions, a master mariner with nearly 34 years of combined sea and shore experience, with particular focus on container manufacturing and availability. We welcome Captain Pankaj Kumar on the stage. So with this, I request the moderator Shri Anil Devli ji, to kindly please begin the deliberations of the session from here, sir.
Chairman sir, with your permission, we will begin the first session. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you present here today, all my panelists here are fairly senior people from the industry. That makes my job much more easy as a moderator. I will be requesting each one of you to make your comments, and we will leave some time for interaction because that's usually the most important thing. So I think we will proceed on those lines. Each one of us will give ourselves 10 minutes to speak whatever we have to. Lesser, even if it's more is all right, but let's try and keep it this way so that we can do some interaction. Thank you. So we'll start with my presentation, which will set the tone of where we stand today.
दुनिया में हमारा कोई बड़ा दुश्मन नहीं है। सच्चे अर्थ में अगर हमारा कोई दुश्मन है तो वो है दूसरे देशों पर हमारी निर्भरता। जितनी ज्यादा विदेशी निर्भरता उतनी ज्यादा देश की विफलता।
Yeah. So we look to the Prime Minister for inspiration on what Indian National Ship Owners Association would like to point across. And he says that on dependence, we have no major adversary in this world. If we have an enemy, it is our dependence on foreign nations. On foreign exchange, in the current situation, we must place greater emphasis on saving foreign exchange. You will remember the Prime Minister recently exhorted all of us. It's also important that we look at what that a comment that was made by a recent owner, and I will spend 2 minutes to read this. We continue to have concerns. First, we operate in an environment where there is a less of an understanding of the nature of our business, and hence policies are set out that challenge our growth. This has, for the first time, led us to flag our newly acquired ships to overseas registration and flags. For the first time in 75 years, an INSA member has flagged ships outside India because we don't know where the policy is going to lead us. I believe that for a developing nation like India, where a major part of the trade moves by sea, shipping is not merely a transport service, but a critical clog in the supply chain that enables growth while maintaining competitiveness and, most importantly, national security. This will have to be better for the future people. This is all right. So the point is that we are the fifth largest economy. We generate so much of seaborne trade, and yet 95% of our cargo is carried by foreign flagships. We pay about $70 million as freight to foreign shipping lines, and all of this money goes outside India. This is the problem. The asymmetry is that operating an Indian ship costs 16 to 20% more than operating a similar ship of similar vintage on a similar voyage, and therefore the cost of operation of an Indian ship is anywhere between 16 to 20% more. So therefore, if a shipping corporation of India ship has to operate, and I take the name only for the purposes of illustration, has to operate a trade between AG and India, and you have a foreign flag ship operating exactly the same trade, if the cost of the foreign flag is 100 rupees, the cost of the Indian flag is anywhere between 116 to 120 rupees. And this is not because of operational deficiencies. This is solely related to taxes and duties. And I'm not going to waste the time of all of you here on elucidating the duties, but we have listed the duties that Indian ships face. IGST on ship imports, IGST on overseas MRO, TDS on our seafarers' wages, GST on freight, and higher cost of capital. When my colleague Ashutosh comes in and speak, he is going to talk about IFSC, and that has been an excellent solution that has been provided to ship owners who have now entered India and are flagging ships in India. But we still have legacy ship owners who are stuck with these problems, those of us in the DTA. So thanks to this asymmetry in operations, all that we are required to do is we have a right of first refusal. Indian ships have the right to match the rate given by the foreign shipping company. So you have a case where when you tender for a cargo, you have a foreign shipping company competing for your cargo, not paying any duties, having a cost of operation which is lesser than yours, and we are told that we should exercise a right of first refusal, which means that we have the right to match the lowest rate provided by a foreign shipping company. And that is where the trap is, because on the one hand, there is duties, taxes that we pay on our ships, which increase our cost of operation. And on the other hand, we are told that we have a right of first refusal. It is thanks to this right of so-called first right of refusal that we are unable to match rates, and that is going back to the slide where we said 95% of our cargo is carried by Indian flag vessels. By foreign ships. We carry just about 6 to 8% of Indian cargo. That does not mean that we do not do business. We have a healthy fleet of about 440 foreign going ships and about 1100 to 1200 coastal vessels. My colleague on the dais, Atul Jadhav, will talk about the problems relating to the coastal ships. So what I speak should be restricted on behalf of our foreign going international voyages. So what is the fix? The fix is to correct that fiscal asymmetry. And the potential is that we can easily add about 100 vessels in the next 5 years, given the fact that 95% of India's trade is up for grabs. That is the vision which serves as the first milestone in the MAKV in 2047. What are the reforms? The 5 pillars that we have listed out are the fiscal reforms, that is, level the tax playing field. Cargo partnerships, we have to ensure that we get into partnerships with cargo interests. Mr. Rahul Modi here, who's on our panel today and also member of the NSB, will also speak about the importance of cargo. But I am referring here to partnerships of the kind that is done in Japan, Korea, etc., where crude oil, coal, urea, all of these imports, the importers get into bed with ship owners, and then the ship owners are able to go to a bank, fund the acquisition, and have a long-term contract under which cargo can be carried. There is a need for these kind of cargo partnerships. But I must also, while I put this up, I must say here that just yesterday, the Secretary Shipping has announced that they are taking forward a proposal to enter into some kind of JVs for Indian cargo. Those of you who are present here, I thought I would also share this with you. If you are interested in participating in JVs of the recent Concor, SCI JV, and the other companies, the government is happy to look at expression of interest. I say this because this expression of interest should not be restricted only to INSA, but to Indians, so that more Indian entrepreneurs are able to participate in this. Financing, reducing the cost of capital is exceedingly important. Thanks to the efforts of Chairman NSB and the ministry, we have been able to obtain infrastructure status for shipping. We have also been told now by the infrastructure finance companies that funding will be provided on a long term, but we had expected that infrastructure funding will give us lower cost, which will help us match the cost of a foreign shipping company. Most foreign non-Indian shipping companies bear a cost of about 3 to 4% on loans that they get, whereas in India, even a good A-class company has to pay about 6 to 8% as interest cost on its borrowings. There is a need to abolish all rules that favor usage of foreign flagships. It is cheaper to import a foreign shipping service into India than it is to use a local shipping service. And we are unable to understand the logic of how that works and how that is justified by our policies. Bureaucracy needs to be simplified. Customs are a big sore point. The National Shipping Board is actively working on this, and we are hopeful that this term we should be able to get the customs reforms also into place. Finally, the geopolitical reality that we face today in respect of our crude oil imports, in respect of all our urea, gas, everything, and therefore, as I've said here, whoever is the lord of the sea will be the lord of the commerce of the world. And for us to be a Viksit Bharat, we cannot continue to depend on foreign shipping companies. We will have to secure our own trade routes, and we will have to own our own water line. Equivalent taxes on Indian and foreign shipping companies competing for the same cargoes is necessary. Long-term cargo partnerships between Indian PSUs, importers, and Indian shipping companies are necessary. We need to reaffirm the FOB imports and the CIF export policy. We need to strengthen the right of first refusal for Indian shipping companies. And we need to reverse the General Orders 1 to 3 of 2018 so that India can start having a container fleet of its own. Just for your information, we have almost a negligible container fleet, because of which today our traders are held to ransom on very high freight rates that Indian shipping companies pay on containers. Thanks brings me to an end of my presentation. I hope that within this allocated time, I've been able to convey to you the travails of Indian shipping companies, and we hope that we are assured that the ministry and the government is looking at this, and I'm quite certain that in the coming months, just like the ports have received attention, and so have the shipbuilding and the ship repair, it's time for shipping to receive its due attention from the government. Thank you very much. So may I now invite Captain Azad, sir, to say a few words. Either you can sit from there, or you can, whatever is comfortable for you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning to all. Namaskar. Respected Chairman, National Shipping Board, Samir Kare sir, Chairman, Indian Register of Shipping, Arun Sarma sir, Managing Director, Indian Port Association, Vikas Narwal sir, and various my fellow panelists here. Lot of ship owners are here, from Indian ship owners as well as the foreign shipping companies. And future of our Indian maritime sector, our dear cadets are here, and the members of the National Shipping Board. I welcome you all for this first session. We started with registration of ships and the importance of Indian tonnage. So we all know that the life cycle of any shipping activity starts with the shipbuilding. Then once the ship is built, the first thing is the registration and acquire the nationality for the ship, which is done by means of a flagging. If the ship is registered in India, it is an Indian flagship, it attains Indian nationality. It not only a title, it also gives more responsibility and more respect among the various ships operating in the world. The flag is not only just a registration, it gives much more meaning. Our Devli sir has rightly explained what are the constraints which Indian ship owners are facing in comparison to the foreign ship owners who are operating in the same region and same sector. I think most of us are aware of this issue. And the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways is fully cognizant of these facts and trying to address the anomalies and taking up all the taxation issues with the Ministry of Finance. At several forums, this is being taken up. I hope most of the issues will be resolved very soon with respect to the taxation anomalies. So that I think everybody is moving in this right direction, especially with the support of Chairman NSB sir is also taking up this issue very seriously. At the same time, the ministry has decided that okay, just because we have some anomalies, we need not restrict the other operators. So we have to facilitate the other operators, foreign owners, so that they prefer Indian flag as an attractive destination by their choice, despite uh, all these tax anomalies. For that purpose, the gift city has come as one of the best solution to resolve all the tax issues. Several foreign owners are lined up to register ships under Indian flag using the gift city route. So that's the one of the promising sign. Just to tell all the audience that there are several inquiries are being received to register ships under Indian flag. So be it a leading shipping lines, I think Captain Basin sir is there. We are anxiously waiting for some 14 ships to be registered very soon. So there is then Hapag-Lloyd has already assured several ships to be registered. NOK is already lined up. All the major foreign players are coming to register ships by their choice. There is no compulsion for them to register here. So we are trying to make our shipping ecosystem, our legislation, our procedure, our processes attractive, so that we are second to none in terms of services, in terms of operation, in terms of timeline to ensure ease of doing business. If some ship owner is saying I am doing registration in Singapore, we are promising I can give a better service, better than Singapore. You come here. And people have used it and they have already experienced it, so more and more people are coming. So that's the policy of the government. So while we're trying to remove the obstacles for the Indian ship owners, at the same time we should make others, foreign liners or foreign owners to also register here, to make that more attractive with the whatever legal system which has been created by the new Merchant Shipping Act 2025. I take this opportunity just to brief the seniors as well as the young cadets about the reforms brought by the Merchant Shipping Act 2025. The first time in the Indian merchant shipping, now we will be allowing a bareboat charter BBCD registration. Any vessel is taken on bareboat charter and demise can be registered under Indian flag. It is one of the major reform where several ship owners are willing to take this advantage. The rules are expected to notify any day, maybe either this week itself. It is already gone for notification. The BBCD is one of the major reform which we have introduced. And then we have introduced the registration process for ships coming for recycling. The first time, any ship coming to recycle in India can be registered under Indian flag and then directly taken to the ship recycling yard, and also they will get the credit note for shipbuilding also. This is another attractive proposition where several vessels which are going to come for recycling, they are just waiting for this notification. Already we are in touch with the several owners. We will be giving a registration for a period of 3 months to just come to the last voyage to the ship recycling yard, and they will get a benefit of shipbuilding credit note, and also they can recycle here. So this is another second important reform. Third, earlier there was a mandatory ownership like criteria. It should be a fully Indian owned company. Any Indian registered company can, though it's 100% FDI is allowed, any Indian registered company or Indian citizen can register. Now, the first time government has allowed overseas citizen of India also to participate in Indian tonnage. Overseas citizen of India can register ships here, so that we have a lot of Indian diaspora across the world, so that can be registered. This is the third important. The fourth important element what we brought here is about the joint venture. Earlier, your Indian ship has to be 100% owned by Indians. So the joint venture is allowed. Indian entity and a foreign entity can do a joint venture, and only a majority stake should be Indian entity, which was the case in most of the flags, like Marshall Islands, Cyprus. They register the joint venture registry, which was not the case earlier. Now that is one of the major reform which has been introduced by this act. The joint venture can be registered. You need not 100% ownership is not required. Majority ownership is a requirement now. And another important reform, the fifth most important reform we have given, the government of India has done through the Merchant Shipping Act is, if an Indian owner wants to register a ship in a foreign flag, for whatever reason, due to commercial, due to operational, due to taxation issue, that provision has been given in the act itself. So you may be thinking, one side we are telling to register under Indian flag, at the same time we are allowing them to register abroad also. So that means finally the competition of Indian flag should be competitive enough so that owners should come here. We don't want to force anybody to register here. As Devali sir said, it's recently Indian owner has registered under a foreign flag. We feel little not uncomfortable. We keep asking, why are you going there? But it is their choice. The choice given by the legislation which nobody can take away. We said, okay, at least equivalent tonnage, you keep it under Indian flag. So long as you keep the equivalent tonnage, no problem. You have a foreign flag. And the gift city, the specific relaxation has been given that they can register ships directly under a foreign flag. But I can assure you that whatever ships coming in a gift city, the double the amount will come under Indian flag, despite there is a relaxation. I am 100% confident, sir, in this. Though we have given relaxation, that gift city owner to register ships anywhere in India, I can tell you, if he is going to come and register in gift city, he will definitely register here, at least equivalent flag. That much of confidence we have. So these 5 major reforms, what has been done to promote the Indian shipping. See, ultimately, we have to promote Indian owned tonnage. So because like this is what the concept which is being talked about repeatedly. So whenever we say is Indian registered tonnage or Indian owned tonnage. So where we have an Indian registered tonnage, we have a flagging, and also Indian owned is where we have so-called Indian controlled vessel. That our act has facilitated. But despite whatever facilitation is there, the Indian controlled tonnage is only fraction. So we are trying to make our flag more attractive so that you try to come here. So there is a path. You can register in ICT for a few years, then you come to Indian flag. So these major reforms government has initiated. I am sure this will have a big impact in the future. In the last 1 year itself, I can just for information, 1.6 million tonnage was registered. See, our total flag is 14.4 million as on date Indian tonnage. Last financial year, 1.6 million tonnage registered, 92 ships registered, which is a historical record. Despite all this relaxation, nobody is running away from Indian flag. So, because they are hoping that whatever taxation issues will be resolved soon, and then the gift city tax is the only issue, the gift city is giving an option. So but for the domestic owner, they don't want to go to gift. So that's the reason we have to make both attractive. Again, we don't want to keep a gift as a more attractive than a domestic. Both should have a level playing field. Whoever wants to go wherever, they can go into the business. So this growth, 1.6 million GT, is not a small number. And I am sure this year also there will be huge increase, sir. So whatever we could not achieve in maybe last so many decades, I am sure it will be achieved in coming 3-4 years. And we have a target to become we have a target of top 10. We have to come under the top 10 ship registration by 2030. That's a target as per Maritime India Vision 2013, Amrit Kal Vision. So I'm sure that we will be moving in the right direction. And we already made recently launched e-Samudra portal. It's end-to-end registration process, totally online, no paperwork. Those who used, I think all the ship owners here, I know how much difficulty they have to go through earlier to have a manual process, but it is a digital process. We have already launched. The Honorable Minister has launched last week, and we are still improving, and the user feedback will be taken. We are still improving. You don't have to visit any offices anywhere. Digital process, certificate will be issued, digitally signed certificate will be issued, and then in the registry itself, the trading pattern is mentioned. I mean, your GTL has been dispensed with. There is no need to take any GTL. Yesterday, somebody has applied. We said no, GTL is not required because the registry itself will tell what are your trading area. So many reforms have been done. I am sure that Indian owner, more and more owners are coming up, and the change of command, so many things like legacy practices, the change of command, every time you have to keep on enter, that all has been dispensed with. Crew accommodation, every time the ship owner has to come and change the crew accommodation. We have removed the crew accommodation from the registry itself. So many of them you will come to know after some time. We are trying to arrange a stakeholder sensitization workshop maybe in another 1 or 2 weeks, so that because the system is yet to stabilize, already launched, already more than 24 ships have been registered through their portal. But other major, major ship owner, even we want to present it to IFSC also about whatever. And the mortgage registration, online process, digital process, same day, anything. We have guaranteed that same day registration. If a ship is presented for survey, registry will be done on the same day. Application is submitted, the time is being tracked. We will be presenting to the secretary every month how much is the average time taken for the application. So this is being implemented with a very advanced technology, and we can challenge it that either Singapore, nobody can do faster than Indian process. That much we can challenge it, and we are going to present it to the world also. What kind of technology we have adopted. So this is what I wanted to highlight to this audience, because this is the first session happening in New Delhi based on the registration. So that's my intention, sir. And we are open to any further comments subsequently. And I request all the cadets. There are some of the captains or ship owners, they are sitting here. They are all captains. They were once upon a time cadets 20 years back. They are ship owners, leading ship owners. So you please have your aim to become a ship owner, ship manager, ship operator, ship builder. So your ultimate goal should be that. So please aim high. And then we have India has got a huge maritime potential in another next 20 years. I can guarantee that. With this, I conclude my introductory remarks. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Captain Azad, for that crisp but very clear talk on the reforms that we are seeing in respect of registration. On behalf of the ship owners also, I can certify that the sea change where we were even 5 years ago. For the benefit of the audience, I can even let you know that our MMDs, where we go for our registration, extremely proactive, and in one case, our owner got a vessel registered on a Sunday. So that speaks volumes about this. Doesn't even happen in Cyprus or Malta, etc. So kudos to our DG Shipping for the steps taken, sir. Thank you very much. I will now request Mr. Ashutosh Sharma of IFSCA to say a few words, describe what IFSCA is about. Of course, by now everybody knows IFSCA Gift City, but nevertheless, it's always a good idea, sir, to refresh all of us so that the new ship owners, as he is referring to, know that they have an option which is duty-free, which is tax-free, and which is competitive with the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Devji. Very, very good morning, everyone. I think I'm already seeing the yawns. It's first session. Let's bring some energy in the room. So thanks a lot, Khare sir. Thanks a lot, National Shipping Board, for organizing this. It's not often that we describe what GIFT FS is doing in front of the youth of the nation. And as Azad ji has mentioned, that you will be the future ship owners probably. So let me begin with what GIFT FSC is doing very briefly. And what problem are we solving for the nation? And I think while for maritime, this is the best time. And congratulations to all of you to be in this industry at this point in time. But what Gift FSC is doing is also very timely for the nation. And that's in the first clip that Devliji had shown. Prime Minister has mentioned that foreign exchange is something that we need to bring into the country. We are short of it, and that's something that can be disabling for the country as we grow in the future. But let's take a pause and stand back around 5-10 years back. When Indian companies need a foreign currency loan, these loans were provided by Indian banks. But for that, Indian banks were setting up shops in Dubai, Singapore, Hong Kong. So there's a reason why Indian institutions, Indian government-owned institution, when they want to lend to Indian companies in foreign currency, they had to go out. Similarly, if you look today in the aviation space, you know which country has the largest aviation order book today? Usually people used to say US and China. Today it's India. The capital requirement to meet this capital requirement for this aviation book is $125 billion. But you'll be surprised to know that India as a nation is the India where we are taking all the aircrafts on lease, on rent from Ireland. If you connect this, and some pointers highlighted by Devliji is that 95% of our exports are happening on ships. And if you connect with 2 points, typically when we talk about the rupee and depreciation of rupee and the pressure on rupee, we think of our import bills. And import bills, usually we talk about fuel. Fuel runs in around $130-140 billion annually. And second that comes in our mind is usually bullion and gold. Gold bill is around $60-70 billion. But the figure quoted by Devliji just now is we are paying $70-85 billion annually on the ships that we are taking from other countries. This is hidden cost, invisible, where we have not focused so far. These are areas which we need to sort out. If we have to protect our currency, we have to get this self-independence in the true manners, self-sufficiency in the true manners. This foreign currency capability in the country is very, very important. Other centers, why Singapore is successful, why Dubai has been successful in DIFC, London. I think if you see imperialism has gone back long, but London still controls. In the London, there is a city called London City. London City, it's not controlled by London. It has a different system. And London City is a financial city that controls multiple financial centers globally, like BAVA and other centers. They're controlling the flow of money globally. If India needs to have its own control in which manner different businesses can grow into the country, we need to find a place, a space where we can design the regulation, we can design the taxation, we can design the flow of funds. India is a country where we are getting the highest number of remittances in the world. $130 billion is what we get into the country, but we are moving this money through other centers. So these are the problem statements, and a lot of you get it when you will go out. You will open your foreign currency account. You will send the money back home. You will use these accounts in Dubai and Hong Kong. But now we are solving all this in Gift City. And people can have foreign currency business in Gift City. So Gift City, while is it within the country, is one nation, but we can say to some extent it's a two system. Why two system? What differentiate Gift? In this Gift IFSC, this International Financial Center, there is a unified regulator called IFSCA. Unified regulator because if you go to Singapore, unified regulator is MAS, and they control the capital market, insurance, banking, etc. In IFSCA is meant for all those regulation, but we are going beyond that. We are trying to bring new industries, being aviation leasing, ship leasing, and various others within the grasp of IFSCA. So IFSCA is a unified regulator of Gift IFSC. What's the difference for you individual or for the corporates? In India, you cannot hold accounts in foreign currency. In Gift, you can hold the account in foreign currency only. You cannot hold account in rupee. So that's a big difference. The companies there, if shipping companies come there, they open two accounts. They open the account in foreign currency for the business. They open an account in rupee, SNR account, for defraying the normal operating expenses, rent, salaries, etc. They do it through that. So that is how it is solving for Indian companies which are actually going out, or for foreign companies which are doing foreign currency business into India. That is how it is stationed. But typically, any jurisdiction, it becomes successful only on three parameters in my view. One is how you design the frameworks, regulations. It has to be focused on the ease of doing business. Second is efficiencies in terms of cost, efficiencies in terms of taxation. And third, talent. You need to have the people. I think if we look at maritime, we look at finance, any center you go globally, any bank you will meet, I meet hundreds of banks globally, you will find Indians everywhere. When you look at maritime, you find Indians. Talent is in plenty with us. We did not have the taxation, we did not have the framework. So in IFSC, we are designing the frameworks, we are designing the regulation. How we design the regulation? We look at the best in the world, we look at those regulation, we think of India's priorities. So India at heart, benchmarking with the world, then we bring those regulation to GIFT IFSC, and then we enable this ecosystem. Many industries like ship leasing, these industries are not regulated anywhere else in the world. But I have to bring into GIFT IFSC because we think we can solve for it. We have to still regulate it. We do the light touch regulation there so that industry can come in because of a regulator, I have to give some license. With that structure, we bring the industry in. Third part, which most important for the businesses, and Devliji insisted upon it multiple times, GST and taxation efficiencies. If companies come into GIFT IFSC, they have a tax holiday for 20 years out of 25 years. So effectively 20 consecutive years. Initially, companies are in depreciation, they're seeing the losses. Effectively for 25 years, companies do not pay taxes. So it becomes very, very competitive. In shipping parlance, we talk about the tonnage tax. And companies do not need tonnage tax in GIFT IFSC, but they have option. After their tax period is over, they can opt for the tonnage tax as well. So they have best of the world. Then again, because it's a special economic zone, there is no GST applicable. So when companies in India, they buy a ship, 5% GST applies on them when they buy the ship. That becomes a very difficult problem to solve because the capex, it's restricting your capabilities of buying multiple ships in a quick hurry. In GIFT FSC, that challenge has been solved already. So these are the structure that we are trying to create in GIFT FSC. Taxation is good, efficient, competitive globally. You can do business in dollar. And shipping industry is such where effectively, apart from the coastal, if you're doing the EXIM, which is the larger piece, your revenue is in dollar. When your revenue is in dollar, and if you still have to pay out lot in dollars as well, but you are bringing the dollar in, you're sending the dollar out, you're doing the forex swap twice. In GIFT FSC, you can keep your dollar proceeds in dollar. What it means is that you save the FX cost as well. So effectively, whatever Singapore or DIFC, Dubai or London, they were providing in earlier days, all or the best of it, it's already enabled in GIFT FSC. But there's one advantage over them. The advantage is that one, you're closer to the market, you're closer to the government, you're speaking, ministry is listening to you, regulator is listening to you, shipping regulator is listening to you. So the frameworks are being designed in close discussion with the industry. And it's going to become competitive. And I can guarantee you on that. Some of the enablers that Captain Zad just highlighted, these are the enablers we have been pushing through for quite a while. And there is more to come. Because I strictly believe in one thing that, we have been making noises. I'm not a maritime industry player. I'm a financial, you can say, in a player here. But since I am working on this 2020, I've been hearing a lot of noise. We can do this and that on the shipping. But I always believe that if you want elephant to dance, you cannot chain its leg. You need to let it free. So you need to move out. Cannot be in protectionism to that extent. I think in GIFT FSC, what we are trying to do, some of those things, where we said that, okay, can we bring when we think of this shipping industry, we said that what is the problem when we are looking, the key statement that Captain just highlighted is we want to become top 10. What does top 10 means in numbers? It means that you need to become what maybe around top 10th largest must be around 2.3, 2.5% share in the market right now. When you think of 2.3, 2.5%, currently we're spending on one, we are talking about increasing our registration by 2.5 times. Since ever, where we stand, in next 4 years, we have to increase 2.5 times. Is it achievable with linear growth? We believe no. So it needs to be exponential, very different kind of thought process. We need to look at it very differently. One of the fundamental questions that we have raised in IFSC is that how should we look at tonnage? Which Captain has also highlighted, is that should we look at tonnage as India flag, or we should look at tonnage as beneficiary ownership as well? Now, some of these things need to be solved in discussion with the industry, in discussion with ministry. But if I look at some of the numbers, and some of the jurisdiction I look at, one of the industry jurisdiction you should look at is Singapore. Singapore is 1/7 or maybe smaller than us in the coastal. But it has, 6.5% of the market share. A country that size, having that kind of market share, and if you look it back and you say that this is a country which has done everything right because they are ranking fourth or fifth in two terms. They're ranking high, both in number of flag, also in number of beneficial ownership. So I think we are saying that first we need to look at it differently. We should look whether we can bring, define how we are defining the ownership and how we are defining the flagging in GIFT FSC. Second is, it's I think given that we have to make Indian flag very, very competitive. And what do we mean by making India flag competitive? Is that whatever is holding it back, be it cost, be it financing, we have to bring it to a level where it becomes organically competitive. And I think point highlighted by Captain Azan on mortgage, it might be easily overlooked, but it is the strongest enabler we will get for the Indian flag. The reason is, if you look globally, when you talk about tonnage, ownership, it is supported by financing by the banks, and foreign banks are not financing Indian flag. They're not comfortable. Why they're not comfortable? I've done some deep dive into this. One of the reason is enforcement, other is mortgage, and they are saying that these are two things that we need to solve for. And mortgage digitalization will solve a big piece of it. So once we have this digitalization of mortgage, it makes Indian flag competitive. What else? GST exemption in IFSC, tax holiday in IFSC. It literally puts Indian flag at a competitive level compared to any foreign flag. So now once you have done that parity, and that's why I think Captain rightly mentioned that if companies are coming into GIFT IFSC, they are going to choose and opt for Indian flag. Some numbers I leave for you is that in GIFT FSC, we now have 43 companies. It's a very young jurisdiction. We started with a regulation in 2022. So we're telling you a story that has unfolded in the last 4 years. And I think largely in the last 2.5 years, because after the regulation, people took some time to warm up. But we have 43 ships that have been leased from GIFT FSC. Out of these 43 ships, 24 are Indian flag ships. And this value of these ships is in north of 2.9, 1.9 million billion dollars, and the tonnage is 2.9 million deadweight tonnage. So when you, if you link it with whatever is India tonnage and what is the value and whatever addition is happening, you will realize that lot of incremental tonnage is coming into GIFT FSC. And not only this, we are also working on some broader ecosystem. We are looking at other parts of this ecosystem. One of the key part that I think we are looking at is now there are many, you can say, merchanters, who provide the ships. They don't own the ship, but they hire many ships. We are trying to bring that also within the GIFT FSC because we believe that once you bring both, I think then only the ecosystem will grow significantly. We had discussion today morning with some people because I think ecosystem will grow only once we have a cluster effect, and cluster effect usually comes when we have all the pieces of the ecosystem in the jurisdiction. So we are looking at, and if industry supports us with some kind of a documentation, can we lease the containers so that India can also become self-sufficient in the container leasing. These ecosystem we are going to grow. For the cadets, I tell you, I don't know whether you know, and sometime you will be NRI. And for NRIs, I can tell you today is the best time in the world because government has right now launched some scheme called FCNR scheme. Under this FCNR scheme, NRIs globally, they are sending money back home. The quantum money they have sent back home is around $72 billion. This is a big amount which RBI has initiated. And out of this, I can tell you almost $30 billion has come from GIFT FSC. So this is how GIFT FSC is linking things, linking individual, linking industries, but shipping is just one part of it. But we are ready to work with the industry and look forward to hear back the feedbacks and whatever more need to be done to take this forward. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ashutosh ji. That was excellent. And you provided a lot of food for everybody to think. I will now request my colleague Atul Jadhav, represents the IMF, to speak about the issues relating to growth of coastal tonnage and coastal trade.
Good morning, everyone. And I thank NSB for hosting such a good function. And we have a lot of issues which we have always reported to the ministry. And see, I've been in the coastal shipping for last 21 years and in inland shipping for last 45 years. Now with the so much of regulation which were there, so Inland Vessel Act was in 1917 and Coasting Vessel Act which was in 1848, not much of thing has happened during this period. We are a different type of animal. Sorry to say, we are a different type of animal which we are operating in the rivers and in the water. That is, we'll say inland vessels or coastal vessels. However, the rules applied to us are mostly in case of coastal vessels or of the all MS vessels. The problems what we are facing today is when I entered the what you call this shipping industry, coastal shipping industry in 2005, we found out that a lot of provisions were mostly draconian as far as what coastal shipping industry is concerned. That time we had formed a committee for developing reverse sea vessel rules. And when we were doing that, Anil, myself, and Aditya Sukrikar, along with Captain Nafade, we had developed certain rules which changed the rules for reverse sea vessel. And because of that, what we have done is we have only been able to get down prescriptions required for the change the prescriptions for the from foreign going vessels to the coastal vessels. We are operating in hardly 12 nautical miles of India, and we require the cost of reduction. Just because you people are from, many of us are from shipping, nobody is going to transport his freight by ship because he will come to know that that is very, very costly. So he will not promote shipping. Everybody ultimately will come to a costing and how much will you charge to transport cargo from A point to B point. So that is the most important thing. Now let us come to the beyond the regulations. We have done things, but I feel that the DG shipping office has to have a look at the rules which are made for RSP. From 2008, which we manifested the rules. From 2010 and 2013, two more circulars. We have changed those rules again back all the MS rules applicable to the coastal vessel. Captain Azad, what we would request you is that go back to coastal RSP rules which we have framed in 2008 and let it be managed by the states or something else because DG shipping is too busy for bigger jobs. I think Minister has arrived and thanks to the organizers that I'm allowed to continue. I am privileged among the speakers. Otherwise, generally we find the same people talking the same things in seminars and organizations. And we talk like Alcoholic Anonymous and we decide that this is what we want and we listen and go home and nothing changes. Fortunately, we have the ears of Minister and I'm sure he will take home something. I think the appreciation was much because of it has come from their heart. So I'm sure Minister Ji and the credit definitely goes to the Chairman National Shipping Board who has made this happen, that the Minister is here to listen to us. Let me go back to my topic. Now, we had come with the rules and regulations where we had said that the wage cost of the reverse sea vessel should come down. There do not be foreign going crew on the Indian vessels. We have our own 140 crore people and we can't produce 100 shipping masters. For coastal industry is a shame on us, absolutely shame on us. We have to look at the rules. We have to give exemptions, make sure that the alternate people can come into this industry with lesser wages. Unless we come with the lesser, for example, I'll tell you, when we started the ship in 2005 and in 2008, we formed the RSV notification. Wage cost was just 5 lakhs of rupees. Can you imagine what is the cost today? it is almost 15 lakhs rupees plus food allowances, that comes to 16 lakh rupees. So we have tripled. What are our charter hires, sir? In 2005, we were being paid 80,000 rupees a day typically for a 2,000 to 2,500 vessel. Today, our per day charter hire is hardly 1 lakh a day. Now with just 20%, 25% earnings more, we cannot absorb the expenditure on the wages. Now, add to that, we have allowed the Indian crew to go abroad, the coastal vessel crew, which were not allowed. So, and you have such huge demand of coastal crew abroad that we are left with hardly any officers. Can you imagine? When I joined the industry, there were 72 coastal vessels. Then we came down to 27 with JSW and other people acquiring vessels. I'm telling Mr. Captain Raman sir that we have acute shortage of officers. Now the people who are MUI is representing here, the Minister, National Shipping Board, and DG, everybody is here. We require officers. Today, earlier when I used to pay him 80,000 rupees to a master, I don't say that people should not get paid more, but today that cost of that person is 4 lakhs a month or 4.5 lakhs a month. In almost 20 years, we cannot, even if you take into consideration the inflation which is required for cost of living, it doesn't justify that. And this is not because of the cost has gone up, it is because that there's a shortage of officers. So therefore, it is required that we require the shortage of officers to be fulfilled with alternate officers which are coming from IB trade who can work in the coastal trade, from the Navy or other such officers, or even fishermen. We don't mind getting those people because they are much more experienced than the people who are working with NWCO with 1 year experience. Second thing, most important, is the Section 31D of the SURFACE Act, which Captain Shashtosh Sharma said that we are not getting funded. We are not getting funded because our vessels cannot be attached under Section 31D. It has to be removed forthwith. For that, we require from National Shipping Board and other maritime fraternities to go to the Ministry of Shipping and tell them that please remove that Section 31D. If I can't afford to pay the installments, then let my vessel be attached tomorrow and sell it off. I have no issue with that. But don't tell us that if that vessel cannot be attached, do you think that any donkey will finance us? I don't think any finance people will finance us if they cannot attach the asset. Competition we are not doing with air, fortunately, but we are definitely doing with rail only. We are not competing with the road because first mile and last mile connectivity is, sir, with the road, we cannot do away with it. So we are in a sea type of environment where you travel this way, then take the cargo, then come down and again travel back to the land. Let us decide whether we want to promote coastal shipping or not. Otherwise, just say that forget the coastal shipping and we'll concentrate more on rail and road, road is really pumping in crores and crores of rupees without any funds coming to our industry. Just no money. There is no ports have been privatized. They will have to charge. They have to make their money. So they will have to get it. Second thing, most important for us is, sir, the fuel which is there. It has to be under GST. It has to come under GST because today the cost of fuel which was there was 55 rupees, 5 rupees additional cost for profits, 5 rupees distribution cost gets to 65 rupees, then 17 rupees excise by the central government, and then there is 21% VAT charged by the state government. I mean, it is time for us to look at the GST. When I came into the industry 20 years back, my cost of fuel was 75,000 rupees a day. Today it is 2,80,000 a day. Now, no way you sitting here, you can't do anything unless we go to the finance ministry and tell them that GST is the most important thing for us. So you let us form a team and do that. Regarding the FSI inspection, Captain Azad is already on our board, and when we repented him, he told us that let us revamp the system. I am thankful to you, sir, for the decision taken. Port charges should be there, should be reduced to such an extent that if you are carrying the cargo from one port to the other port in India, where railways are not paying port charges, road are not paying port charges. So either you charge railway the port charges or the road the port charges. Similarly, one major demand which ministry has agreed to us is on the immigration, that they are allowed the immigration to be dismantled for the coastal crew. However, the thing is that if you are giving this job to the port officer, the same charges should not be charged to the current this thing. So there should be a symmetry there. So these are the few points which, sir, we are ready to compete with the Royal and Road. This is our country only. But at the same time, we require such concessions which are not financial, but they are which are operational. And most important point, one more thing, sir, which are there is that we have no dry docks for the coastal shipping industry. We are paying the dry docking charges to the extent of what we pay to the foreign going vessels, which we just can't. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Atul.
Before we go any further, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister, as we know, Shri Shantanu Thakurji is here with us. Please join hands as we welcome, sir, Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways. His presence underscores the government's commitment to strengthening India's maritime and shipping sector. Soon we'll have the privilege of inviting him on stage, but I request the panelists to kindly please conclude the discussion because soon we will be beginning the next set of proceedings. Over to you.
So with your permission, sir, we'll continue. I'll ask now Captain Prashant Kumar. Container manufacturing is something that is exceedingly important for us. And though the subject of this session is augmenting Indian tonnage, what is a ship without cargo and what is a container ship without a container? And therefore, I thought it is extremely important that he also speaks. So please, we have very little time, but I would like you to highlight is what are the policy issues that bog manufacturing of containers in India. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, sir, NSB family, team colleague, sir, leader. Sir, I come from container manufacturing sector, and we have started our journey with Honorable Prime Minister, sir, Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. And that has given us some kind of a push to this particular sector. 2021, many of us and maximum container manufacturers as on date, all are MSMEs, sir. And always our Prime Minister, sir, has encouraged us. And today with a lot of difficulties, sir, the China rate, with India rate, there is a huge difference because of the steel price and other raw materials. But still, sir, we have created 70 to 80,000 container capacity. MSME, this is a very wonderful job all of us has invested, in spite of knowing that there is a lot of challenges ahead. There is a tide against us, but still we have whatever we could put money, we have. Now, thank you very much for Ministry of Shipping, who has come up with some kind of incentive for this particular sector. They call it container manufacturing assistant scheme. But only our request is, sir, and that particular draft policy, we don't know yet the final. But what we understand so far from the draft policy is that they are only trying to encourage greenfield project. So why the brownfield is left out, sir? I mean, why the brownfield is? So we are not getting the level playing field, So in fact, whosoever has started first, they should be, they should be getting award to start this journey when there was absolutely nothing. I'm very fortunate that Mr. Sir is here, and I'm conveying my, trustee who's with you. So there is a two kind of incentive which Government of India has announced. Budget also 10,000 crore was allocated, and the final policy still we don't know. But in that particular policy, there is a capex and one is opex, sir. So OPEX also, of course, I'm just referring to the draft policy. We don't know the final policy, sir. In draft policy, it is saying about the, for existing manufacturer, only we will get on incremental, which is not fair, sir. It is not fair. It should be from zero base for everyone. And the second one is, sir, OPEX, where Government of India is encouraging to get bigger player in this particular field, which is very welcome move. We are also welcoming that particular. But they are getting 25% of capex subsidy. However, for us, we are very small. as on date, 70,000 containers capacity, all together, sir. 10, 12 players are there, and all are MSMEs. my only humble request to you, sir, that, we are organic grow if we get this kind of a capex and opex. And I am assuring you on behalf of association, sir, within 1 or 2 years, our capacity will go up to maybe, lakh containers, existing manufacture. But if we don't get the level playing field, sir, trust me, we will close down. All the existing manufacturers will literally close down. I don't know about the future, the big player, when they will come, they will start, because that will also take some time. Thank you very much, sir. I'm very fortunate that able to convey my message to. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Captain sir. I think your struggle is going to be strong, but I'm sure that the ministry is going to look at all the issues that you have raised. I will now ask my friend, colleague, Mr. Rahul Modi, who is also a member of the National Shipping Board. And as I said earlier, what is a ship without a cargo? What is a cargo without a ship? So we are married to each other regardless. Therefore, on behalf of the cargo industry, he represents the Coastal Container Transport Association. He's the president. And not just containers, but even otherwise, how do we ensure that more cargo is brought to the sea, and how is it, whether it is coastal or whether it is the larger foreign going vessels, we are able to carry more cargo on our ships? I hand it over to you, Rahul.
Thank you, sir. Namaste, Santanu sir. Namaste, Chairman sir. As Atul sir has discussed a lot on the coastal shipping, and Anil Devli sir has also discussed on the coastal shipping. So I will not discuss on the shipping side, but I am here representing the multi-modal transport operators. We are the one bridge between the coastal ship operators and the cargo owners. So indirectly, we are the face of the cargo owners also. And Secretary sir, namaste. So we are the multi-modal transport operator. We are the bridge between the ship owners and the cargo owners. Nowadays, we are discussing about the promotion of the coastal cargo, and coastal cargo is there. Now the government is coming with the scheme, coastal cargo promotion scheme. This is a very good news for developing the coastal cargo. Cargo is there, ample cargo is there. Because I am the one of the freight forwarders who has started coastal container in 2002. Started with 2 containers. Nowadays, the containers in thousands. So cargo is there. But why the cargo is not coming, and what is the issue? In this session, we have to discuss the Indian tonnage. We have to increase the Indian tonnage. So cargo and tonnage should increase jointly. From last 10-15 years, we are discussing to support the PSUs, but I think that PSU support is not coming too much, which is also a blockage to increase the Indian tonnage. If the PSUs comes with their open hand, the Indian tonnage will increase. Second thing, our association and our members feel that Indian ships and Indian cargo should be with the Indian ships. We are working too much to develop Indian tonnage, but we have to safeguard the Indian ships also, because we are closely working with the Indian ship owners. They have some issues. So we have to develop this, but we have to safeguard both these things. Coastal cargo tonnage, coastal cargo promotion scheme is a very, very good initiatives from the government. And now this also we had to discuss a lot of things through NSB with the ministry, and the ministry is are doing so many stakeholders, and we had given the suggestion. Every suggestion is they are taking markup, and they are taking this, that they will go with this. Second thing, that I think that should be some mandate to ports. If we have to increase the coastal cargo, that should be some mandate to ports for the priority berthings, because these are the policies. Which are the policies is there on the papers, but no monitoring is there. So coastal cargo is like a truck. So if you keep a good turnaround, the vessels will go good. Second thing, I think that PSU participant in the coastal cargo should be there. We are asking some PSUs to give there some cargo, but here also, as of our PSU, we have to increase our fleets. So 100% cargo will be this. I'm so much sure of my 23, 24 years experience. This cargo is there, but we have to make some policies to attract the Indian tonnage. That should go with the Indian coastal cargo only. And the cargo is not a big subject. So I will not take much time, because our chief guest is here, our guest of honor is here. So Thank you all for this. And as an NSB member, I would like thank all of you to come and attend this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We had exchange of different perspectives, ideas, thoughts that we just heard from our illustrious panel seated here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know that we are joined by our distinguished dignitaries here, may I take the opportunity of requesting on stage the presence of Shri Shantanu Thakurji, the Honorable Minister of State for Ports, Shipping and Waterways. And may I please request NSP Chair to please escort sir to the stage, please. And also, I request Secretary Shri Vijay Kumar ji to please join us on stage. जोरदार तालियों के साथ दोनों का अभिनंदन. बहुत बहुत स्वागत. सचिव महोदय भी हमारे साथ हैं और साथ साथ माननीय केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री श्री शांतनु ठाकुर जी भी अब पहुंच चुके हैं हमारे बीच. हम स्वागत करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं. हमारी परंपरा है, हम सदा से कहते आए हैं और निभाते आए हैं अतिथि देवो भव. आई टेक द अपॉर्चुनिटी ऑफ नाउ extending the warmest welcome to our distinguished dignitaries seated here. Ladies and gentlemen, as we begin these felicitations, may I first and foremost request NSB Chair Shri Samir Kumar Khare sir to please welcome the Honorable Minister. आइए हम निवेदन करना चाहेंगे हमारी टीम से कि आप स्वागत सामग्री लाएं और सर्वप्रथम हम स्वागत करेंगे सर का. His presence underscores the government's commitment to strengthening India's maritime and shipping sector. एक ऐसे जन प्रतिनिधि हैं आप, आपका नेतृत्व भारत के समुद्री क्षेत्र को नई गति, नई दिशा और नई संभावनाओं से जोड़ने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहा है. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. Requesting Samir sir to please extend the warmest welcome to the Honorable Minister sir. सर सम्मान, अभिनंदन, स्वागत, वंदन और इसके पश्चात हम सुनेंगे भी हमारे गणमान्य अतिथियों को, उनके विचारों से अवगत होंगे. अब मैं निवेदन करना चाहूंगी IRS चेयरपर्सन श्री अरुण शर्मा जी से कि सचिव महोदय का आप प्लीज स्वागत करें. निवेदन है अरुण जी से कि आइए अब अभिनंदन करते हैं, वंदन करते हैं. श्री विजय कुमार जी हमारे मध्य उपस्थित हैं. बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन. Please join hands, ladies and gentlemen, as we welcome our distinguished dignitaries joining us here today. बहुत ही सुंदर, अभिनंदन. Sir, a very warm welcome to you today to Sagar Samvad. Now requesting Shri Rakesh Singh ji to welcome Captain Azad. These are also moments of saying thank you, gratitude for each of the panelists as well. Captain Azad. Special mementos. May I please request Shri Sabio Ramos to present a token for Shri Ashutosh Ji. Shri Ashutosh Sharma. May I please request ladies and gentlemen, all of us to please join our hands. Ms. Sanjam Gupta to please present a token to Shri Rahul Modi. May I please request Captain Vikas to please welcome and present a token to Shri Atul Jadhav. बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन, आभार. May I request Shri Milind to please present a token of gratitude to Captain Pankaj. बहुत बहुत स्वागत, तालियों के साथ अभिनंदन. Thank you very much. Once again, a very warm welcome to our August gathering present here, and especially our dignitaries who have just joined us here. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have the opportunity of listening to Shri Vijay Kumarji, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, who's also our guest of honor today. His leadership and experience in public administration contribute significantly to policy and institutional development in India's maritime sector. Please join hands, ladies and gentlemen.
Honorable Minister of State, Shri Shantanu Thakur ji, Chairman, National Shipping Board, Shri Samir Khare ji, the distinguished dignitaries on the dais, our stakeholders from the maritime sector, our dear seafarers, cadets, officers. So very, very good morning to all of you. First of all, let me compliment Chairman NSB and his team for organizing this very, very important event, Sagar Samvad. It gives us a great opportunity to interact, to discuss on issues which concern the maritime sector with all the stakeholders. And I'm very confident that today's discussion and interaction will give very valuable insights into the sector, what steps we are taking and what steps further we should take. NSB is a very, very important component of our maritime governance structure. It is a statutory body, but more than that, its strength lies in bringing together diverse stakeholders from the sector, including government, ministries, DGMA. So all aspects get captured here. The NSB is very, very well placed to give a comprehensive view, to give us appropriate recommendations as a body which can provide inputs to the ministry for policy formulation. So I hail today's event as a very, very important milestone. Coming to the topic of the discussion towards Maritime India vision and Maritime Amritkal vision, as you all know, the ministry has a very, very well-defined roadmap under the guidance of our Honorable Prime Minister, our Honorable Union Minister, our Honorable Minister of State. What should be our targets for 2030? Targets for 2047. The documents are very well defined and detailed and give very objective milestones and cover the entire sector. The sector is huge actually. We have ports where we have a target of increasing our capacity by 4 times by 2047. And we are very well on our way to achieve that. By 2030, we'll achieve the target of having 3,500 million tons per annum capacity. That target we will achieve in terms of efficiency, KPIs. Our ports already compare with the best. We have got now 7 ports in top 100 in terms of CPPI index. The parameters of JNPA, they compare, in fact, they are better than Singapore in the relevant sized, in the relevant parcel sized. We are moving on to increase the share of PPP, mechanization. This share was about 60% in 2014. Now we are going up to 85% and we will reach a figure of 100% by 2047. So, on various terms, for example, even deep draft ports, a requirement of modern shipping. We had one deep draft port in 2014. Today, the number is 7. By 30, the number will be 9. While we are making lot of improvements, lot of strides, I will also say what the challenge is. The challenge is basically in terms of integrate what is happening in major ports with the other than major ports. The ports which come up in the state sector, the port which come up in the central government sector, they have to integrate together. So for this, we are working on a national maritime perspective plan. Then we have to also increase the share of Indian cargo getting transshipped to Indian port itself. Right now, 75% of cargo which gets transshipped for India, the transshipment is happening in Singapore, Colombo, Malaysia. There's a second challenge we are addressing. Then we have targets defined for making India a power in shipbuilding, a power in ship repairing. Last year, we improved our ranking in global shipbuilding. We increased the shipbuilding output by 40%. And we are on our way to set up 5 shipbuilding clusters all over the country. In Gujarat, in Andhra Pradesh, in Tamil Nadu, in Maharashtra, and in Odisha. With this shipbuilding clusters, the goal is we become top 10 shipbuilding nation by 2030 and top 5 by 2047. We are also moving forward in ship recycling. Last year, despite a decline in the global ship recycling output, India increased its ship recycling output and we became number 1 as compared to Bangladesh. Our share both increased in terms of percentage as well as also actual output. In terms of shipping reforms, number of laws were passed. DGMA and this team, they have been working very hard in reforming the sector through new act, new rules. Recently, we passed Indian Coastal Shipping Act. We passed Merchant Shipping Act. Number of rules have been made, I think more than 30, 15 or more rules are in the offing, which bring in number of reforms. Now, just to mention a few, a ship doesn't have to enter Indian ports to be flagged in India. That is a major change. Further, in terms of flexibility in Indian flagging, an NRI, an overseas citizen of India, can also flag a ship in India. And ship ownership has been divided into more than 100 fractional shares. So number of reforms have been done there also. And the DGMA office recently launched e-Samudra, which digitizes the entire life cycle of a ship's process from its registration, survey, audit. It also includes several modules for our seafarers also. That's a major change. Here again, the challenge is how to increase Indian controlled tonnage, how to increase Indian ships, and how to improve the ranking of the registry all over the world. In terms of our seafarer employment, we were the 5th country in terms of number of seafarers that we supply in 2014-15. Now, we are the second biggest in the world. We supply about 12% of seafarers all over the world. That's a major improvement. DGMA is further working on how to further increase this number by improving the quality of training, by increasing acceptability of our seafarers, by changing their curriculum. So number of reforms in the offing. To summarize, I would say that this ministry, this sector is under profound transformation. Lot of achievements have been made. The roadmap is very, very clear and defined. With the support of all our stakeholders, we are confident that we'll be able to place India on the global maritime map in terms of our ports, in terms of our seafarers, in terms of the tonnage that we control. And I'm sure that today's meeting, today's workshop will actually be very useful in further providing inputs on how to take it further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for taking us through those important developments in the sector and also for sharing the future, roadmap with all of us. Thank you, sir, for joining us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, as our dignitaries had joined us, a session on augmentation of Indian tonnage was being conducted, wherein our illustrious panel was speaking to us, and you would like to thank the moderator before we go any further. Shri K.K. Dhawan is here with us, and Shri Anil Devli was conducting the session really well, and it ended just in time. Thank you, Shri Anil Devli ji. We whizzed out your name, and here's a token of gratitude for you as well. Before we request the Honorable Minister for his address, तो हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और श्री अनिल देवरी जी का धन्यवाद करने के साथ अब वो क्षण आ चुका है जिसकी प्रतीक्षा हम सब कर रहे हैं. आइए जल्दी से पहले धन्यवाद दें अनिल जी का और उसके पश्चात आगे बढ़ें. थैंक यू अनिल जी फॉर मॉडरेटिंग द सेशन एंड conducting it on a very, very important topic for the sector. Thank you. आज हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं एक ऐसे जनप्रतिनिधि जिनका नेतृत्व भारत के समुद्री क्षेत्र को नई गति, नई दिशा और नई संभावनाओं से जोड़ने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहा है. माननीय केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री श्री शांतनु ठाकुर जी उपस्थित हैं हमारे मध्य, जो देश के पोर्ट्स, शिपिंग और इनलैंड वाटरवेज जैसे रणनीतिक क्षेत्रों को अधिक सक्षम, आधुनिक और आत्मनिर्भर बनाने में पूरा प्रयास कर रहे हैं. इसी के साथ मैं निवेदन करना चाहूंगी श्री शांतनु ठाकुर जी से कि हम सभी को संबोधित करने की कृपा करें, हम सभी का मार्गदर्शन करें. जोरदार तालियों के साथ श्री शांतनु ठाकुर जी का स्वागत करते हैं. सर, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन.
Good morning to all of you. On the dais, Sri Vijay Kumar ji, Secretary MOPSW, Sri Shamir Kumar Kheri ji, Chairperson NSB, Captain A.K. Azad ji, Nautical Advisor, respected members of the National Shipping Board, distinguished members of the Maritime Fraternity, senior officers, leaders, and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to be here today at Sagar Samvad 2026 organized by National Shipping Board. I congratulate the National Shipping Board for bringing government and industry together to deliver it on subjects which are fundamental to India's maritime future. Augmentation of Indian tonnage and our maritime labor force. These two subjects are closely interconnected. Ships constitute the physical strength of maritime India. Our seafarers constitute its human strength. India is today the world's fifth largest economy and one of the world's major maritime trading nation. Over the last decade, we have made significant progress in ports, cargo handling, connectivity, waterways, and maritime efficiency. Our fleet and seafarers' base have also grown significantly. But the fundamental question before us is who carries India's trade? A major maritime trading nation must progressively develop the capacity to carry a larger share of its own trade. Therefore, augmentation of Indian tonnage is not merely an industry issue, it is an issue of economic resilience, strategic security, and national competitiveness. Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has given us the vision of Amrit Bharat. In the maritime sector, this vision must extend from ship to ship. We should increasingly have the capacity to build our ship, own our ship, finance our ships, operate our ships, and equally importantly, train, employ, and empower our seafarers. Under the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047, India has set the ambition of becoming among the top 10 countries in ship ownership and shipbuilding by 2030 and among the top 5 by 2047. This requires not merely more ships but a globally competitive maritime ecosystem. Our subject should not be permanent protection. Our subject should be competitiveness. The government has already taken important steps in this direction. The comprehensive shipbuilding package, including shipbuilding, financial assistance scheme, maritime development fund, is designed to address some of the key structural challenge of the sector. These measures must ultimately translate into actual investment, actual order, and actual ships. We must also stop looking at shipping and shipbuilding as present sector. More Indian ship owners should mean more orders for Indian shipyard. More orders should mean great capacity, technology, employment, and opportunities for Indian seafarers. This calls the stronger partnership among cargo owners, shipbuilders, financial institutions, and government. Cargo owners need reliable and competitive shipping. Ship owners needs predictable demands. Shipbuilding needs orders. Financial institution needs viable long-term project, and government must provide an enabling policy and regulatory framework. This is also a strategic dimension recent disruption to global shipping have shown how even on distance sea routes can affect energy, fertilizers, manufacturing, and inflation, and longer and more competitive India's merchant fleet will therefore strengthen the resilience of our supply chain. Maritime strength is economic strength, and increasingly it is also a element of nation security. This other subject before us is our maritime labor force. Ships do not sail by themselves. Indian seafarers are among our great maritime assets. Our seafarers base has grown substantially, and Indian seafarers continue to enjoy a strong reputation for competence and professionalism. But the ship of tomorrow will increasingly use alternative fuels, digital navigations, automations, advanced population, and artificial intelligence. Our workforce must therefore be future ready through continue training skills, upskilling, digital competence, and green shipping skills. The two themes of today, Sagar, Samvad, should therefore be seen together. More Indian ships means more opportunities for Indian seafarers. More skilled India seafarers makes Indian shipping more competitive. More Indian shipbuilding creates more employments and skills. The National Shipping Board has important role in journey. NSB provide a platform of government industry, ship owners, shippers, and other stakeholders in identity structural issues and develop practical solutions. More Indian seafarers and provide better welfare to its maritime workforce. This is how we will move from maritime infrastructure of maritime power, and this is how the maritime sector will contribute to Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji visions of Viksit Bharat by 2047. I congratulate the National Shipping Board for organizing Sagar Samvad 2026. I am confident that today deliberations will provide practical and actual recommendation of strengthening India's tonnage and our maritime labor force. Let us work together for more Indian ships, more Indian shipbuilding, more skilled Indian seafarers, more maritime jobs, and above all, a strong, more resilient, self-reliant, and globally competitive maritime India. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Working for a more globally competitive India. Thank you, sir, for enlightening us with your thoughts. Your presence here today underscores the government's commitment to strengthening India's maritime and shipping sector. Thank you very much. Before we invite the vote of thanks, may I please request a group picture with our esteemed dignitaries here on the dais with us to remember this moment. एक ग्रुप पिक्चर के लिए निवेदन है और कैमरा टीम से निवेदन है कि आइए इस क्षण को, इस समय को, इस लम्हे को कैद कर लेते हैं so that it is saved for posterity. Let us once again hear an applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is to feel this moment and be a part of it. Thank you very much. Thank you, dignitaries. May we please request you to take your respective seats. May I request now Ms. Sanjam Gupta to kindly propose the vote of thanks.
Honorable Chief Guest Sri Shantanu Thakurji, Minister of State for Port, Shipping and Waterways, Sri Vijay Kumar, Secretary, MOPSW, Chairman NSP, Sri Samir Khare, distinguished panelists. It is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this first panel discussion on augmentation of Indian tonnage, opportunities and challenges. Let me begin by expressing our sincere gratitude to our chief guest, Sri Shantanu Thakur, for joining us and bringing his perspective to a discussion that is fundamental to India's maritime ambitions. Today's discussion has highlighted a simple but important point. India's maritime ambition cannot stop at its people and ports. We also need to scale the ships that carry our trade. India is one of the world's largest trading nations, yet a significant portion of our trade continues to be carried by foreign vessels. This means a substantial freight values leaves the country, and for critical cargoes such as crude oil, gas, coal and fertilizers creates a strategic dependence that we need to address. But building the fleet is not simply about increasing vessel numbers. The real challenge is making Indian tonnage competitive. Indian ship owners need a policy and commercial environment that enables them to compete effectively with international operators. That means addressing cost disadvantages, improving access to competitive finance, providing appropriate cargo support, streamlining regulation, and making it easier to do business. And importantly, as we have just heard, the Indian government is taking significant steps to address some of these challenges. In the last years alone, the government has launched the Shipbuilding Financial Assistance Scheme, backed by over 24,000 crore outlay to provide direct support to domestic shipbuilders. The 25,000 crore Maritime Development Fund is designed to improve access to long-term capital and reduce financing costs. The government is also working to generate demand through measures such as the Shipbreaking Credit Note Scheme and the Fleet Acquisition Initiatives, while investment in greenfield shipbuilding clusters and supporting infrastructure is intended to create the scale that India needs to compete globally. These measures matter because they are interconnected rather than isolated. Together, they are helping to build a more competitive, end-to-end maritime ecosystem from finance to shipbuilding through ownership and operation to recycling, positioning India as a global maritime hub capable of meeting the diverse needs of the industry and capturing greater value across the entire maritime value chain. But this cannot be achieved by government and But ultimately, the ecosystem needs to create the conditions in which owning and operating Indian tonnage is commercially viable and globally competitive. And this cannot be achieved by government or ship owners alone. Cargo owners, ship owners, financial institutions, regulators, and government must work together to create the demand, investment, and confidence needed to grow the national fleet. This is therefore not a simply industry issue, it is a strategic issue for India. And as we work towards the ambitions of the Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047 and a Viksit Bharat, our maritime capability must match the scale of our economy and global ambitions. A special thank you to our moderator, Shri Anil Devli, for guiding this important conversation. And finally, once again, a heartfelt thank to our chief guest, Shri Shantanu Thakur for gracing the occasion and for his contribution to India's maritime development. For India to become Viksit Bharat by 2047, we cannot depend on others to secure our trade routes. We must therefore build the capacity to command our own waterline. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sanjamji, for presenting the vote of thanks. With this, we conclude this session. Thank you, the Honorable Minister. Thank you, Secretary Sir, the eminent panel sitting here, the NSP Chair. सभी का बहुत बहुत आभार और यहीं से एक छोटा सा हम ब्रेक लेंगे जहां पर 15 मिनट के लिए हमारे पास एक ब्रेक है and then we'll come back and resume the proceedings of the day. Thank you.
For thousands of years, India's relationship with the sea shaped its ship Seafarer well. maritime training, logistics, cleaner management. Look ahead at alternative emerging maritime readiness, especially developing roadmaps and Indian and repair, ship, expanding coastal and inland water transport, tourism, single maritime with regional, preparing for emerging alternative fuel, as well as the board specific government attention, being issued taxation, RO, welfare, and the competitiveness of essence of the shipping bring together the maritime. As India looks towards becoming national board role to hold, creating a forum against national policy can maritime from its origin in 1950 to its day. The board remains an important part of maritime journey. Journey ahead is ambitious. The Indian world-class shipbuilding, competitive powered maritime ready for national ship maritime tomorrow. For thousands of years, with sea, trade, independent India needs institutional maritime shipping act paved the way for establishment of National Shipping Board 9. It became independent India's earliest statutory institution. As the Indian under the vision stronger the global competitive shipbuilding modern at the heart maritime vision maritime on 30th present under the Durban identify and strengthen the quality of maritime policy. The board has examined from Indian ship tonnage, repair, ship, inland water, seafarer welfare, maritime logistics. It has also looked ahead at alternative fuels, emerging technology, maritime emergency. The board has constituted 15 specialized committees tasked with roadmaps aligned with maritime strengthening care, developing ship recycling, expanding coastal and inland, promoting tourism, skilling, single maritime window, developing regional maritime hubs, preparing for emerging technologies and alternative fuels, as well as the board has also brought specific industry concerns to government's attention, issues related to taxation, ship acquisition, shipping, logistics, and the competitiveness of Indian shipping. This is the essence of the National Shipping Board. Listen, to bring together diverse, examine, to advise, and to connect policy realities of the maritime sector. As India looks towards becoming a leading maritime nation, the National Shipping Board has an important role to play. Its strength lies in industry, professional, and the maritime on national policy and the concerns of the sector come from national maritime. From its origin, the National Shipping Board is part of India's maritime journey. The journey ahead is ambitious. Stronger Indian fleet, world-class building, competitive maritime services, safer and powered seafarers, and a maritime sector ready for national shipping board, shaping policy, strengthening maritime, building the maritime India of tomorrow. For thousands of years, India's relationship with the sea has shaped its trade, economy, and strategic interests. Independent India needed a strong institutional maritime framework. Merchant Act of 1950. National The National Shipping Board became one of independent India's earliest statutory maritime institutions, created to advise the government in shipping its development.
इस देश का समुद्री सामर्थ्य मजबूत, उसका आर्थिक और रणनीतिक प्रभाव भी उतना ही मजबूत है। भारत को और
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing a renaissance. Renewed focus on building a stronger India, a globally competitive shipbuilding industry, and a modern maritime ecosystem. At the heart of this work is a larger national vision, and Maritime Amrit Kaal 2000. On 30th April 2025, Ministry of Ports, Coastal Operations, Container Operations, and Officers. The Directorate General of It has held meetings across major maritime centers from Mumbai and Kandla to Kochi, Kolkata, Visakhapatnam, Goa, Tuticorin and Chennai, engaging directly with maritime fraternity. NSB provides a platform and a voice for a wide range of maritime stakeholders to share their views, concerns, challenges and suggestions directly through a structured national forum. Through the NSB, issues faced on the ground can be brought into policy discourse, identify practical solutions, and strengthen the quality of maritime policy and decision. The board has examined issues ranging from Indian shipping tonnage and shipbuilding, ship repair and ship recycling, to coastal shipping, inland waterways, seafarer welfare, maritime training, logistics, and container manufacturing. It has also looked ahead at green shipping, alternative fuels, autonomous navigation, emerging technologies, maritime emergency preparedness, and the development of future-ready skills. The board has constituted 15 specialized subcommittees tasked with developing roadmaps aligned with India's maritime ambitions, increasing Indian tonnage, taxation, strengthening shipbuilding and repair, developing ship recycling, expanding coastal and inland water transport, promoting cruise tourism, skilling, single maritime window, developing regional maritime hubs, and preparing for emerging technologies and alternative fuels, as well as maritime heritage. The board has also brought specific industry concerns to the government's attention, including issues related to taxation, ship acquisition, MRO, coastal shipping, seafarer welfare, logistics, and the competitiveness of Indian shipping. This is the essence of the National Shipping Board's role: to listen, to bring together diverse voices, to examine, to advise, and to connect policy with the realities of the maritime sector. As India looks towards becoming a leading maritime nation, the National Shipping Board has an important role to play. Its strength lies in bringing together government, industry, professionals, and stakeholders, creating a forum where maritime experience can inform national policy and the concerns of the sector can become part of the national maritime discourse. From its origins in 1959 to its work today, the National Shipping Board remains an important part of India's maritime journey. The journey ahead is ambitious: a stronger Indian fleet, world-class shipbuilding and repair, a competitive maritime services ecosystem, safer and greener seas, empowered seafarers, and a maritime sector ready for the future. National Shipping Board, shaping policy, strengthening maritime capabilities, and building the maritime India of tomorrow. For thousands of years, India's relationship with the sea has shaped its trade, economy, and strategic interests. Independent India needed a strong institutional maritime framework. Merchant Shipping Act of 1958 paved the way for establishment of the National Shipping Board in 1959. The National Shipping Board became one of independent India's earliest statutory maritime institutions, created to advise the government on Indian shipping and its development.
जिस देश का समुद्री सामर्थ्य मजबूत होगा, उसका आर्थिक और रणनीतिक प्रभाव भी उतना ही मजबूत होगा। भारत को दुनिया का सबसे शक्तिशाली बनाना होगा और शिपबिल्डिंग में हम 2027 तक दुनिया का 5 सबसे बेहतर शिपबिल्डिंग नेशन बनने के लिए
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing a renaissance, with renewed focus on building a stronger Indian fleet, a globally competitive shipbuilding industry, and a modern maritime ecosystem. At the heart of this work is a larger national vision, Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrit Kaal Vision 2047. 30th April 2025, the present National Shipping Board was constituted. The strength of the board also lies in its diversity, bringing together experience from across the maritime ecosystem, including Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, shipowners, shipyards, classification, ports, coastal operators, container operations.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin with the next session. May I please request everyone to take your seats now. सभी से रिक्वेस्ट है कि अपने अपने स्थान को ग्रहण करें। अब अपने अगले सेशन को हम यहां से शुरू करने जा रहे हैं। The session, as we know, is going to be an interaction with NSP board members and the audience, august participants who are present here will be asking questions to our NSP board members, and we'll have some time for this interaction. Requesting everyone to please take your seats as we get ready to begin with this interesting interaction with NSP board members. जितने लोग बाहर की तरफ खड़े हैं, अगर सुन पा रहे हैं, आवाज आप तक पहुंच रही है, निवेदन है आप सभी से कि सभागार में प्रवेश करें और अपने अपने स्थान पर प्लीज बैठ जाएं।
देख रहे हैं होगा तो लेकर आएंगे। तो देख रहे हैं होगा तो लेकर आएंगे।
Invite the board members. We also have to keep a check on time because the entire day is packed with interesting discussions. So, dear participants, सभी से request है कि please आप बैठ जाएं। हम यहाँ से अब session शुरू कर रहे हैं। So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after the refreshing tea break that all of us enjoyed. And now we are all set to move into an engaging interaction and a Q&A session with the members of the National Shipping Board, which will be moderated by Ms. Sanjam Gupta. This session provides an opportunity for the audience and media representatives to engage directly with the board members on matters concerning India's maritime sector. May I request all the NSP members to kindly please join us on stage. I will introduce each member very briefly as they join us. आइए शुरुआत करते हैं और सबसे पहले चेयरपर्सन NSP श्री समीर कुमार खरे जी से निवेदन मैं करूंगी कि सर प्लीज आप मंच पर पधारें। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है श्री समीर कुमार खरे जी, चेयरपर्सन NSP। जोरदार तालियों के साथ मंच पर स्वागत। A retired IAS officer with extensive experience in public administration, economic policy and international development. He has held several senior positions in the Government of India, including in the Department of Economic Affairs, and also served as Executive Director at the Asian Development Bank. With his wide-ranging experience in policy, governance and multilateral engagement, he brings valuable leadership and strategic perspective to India's maritime sector. आइए अब आमंत्रित करते हैं मंच पर श्री किली मोहन राव जी को। Ladies and gentlemen, please join hands as we welcome Shri Kili Mohan Rao on stage, Chief Surveyor in Charge, cum Additional Director General of Maritime Administration. A marine engineer by profession, he leads the engineering wing with the overall responsibility for ensuring safety, environmental compliance, and technical excellence in Indian merchant shipping. He provides strategic direction in regulatory matters, decarbonization, and global maritime alignment. Requesting Shri Kili Mohan Rao to join us on stage. I invite Shri Arun Sharma to please join us on stage. बहुत बहुत स्वागत। Shri Arun Sharma is Executive Chairperson of Indian Register of Shipping. He is a distinguished engineer and maritime professional with over 5 decades of experience in maritime domain and has served as chairperson of International Association of Classification Society. He is a recipient of Varuna Award as a recognition of his services to the maritime industry. तालियों के साथ श्री अरुण शर्मा जी का स्वागत करते हैं. I welcome Shri Anil Devli on stage. Shri Anil Lakshman Devli, as we have seen him in the previous session also, is the Chief Executive Officer of the Indian National Ship Owners Association, a trained lawyer and an experienced maritime industry professional. He has worked extensively on shipping policy, industry advocacy, and growth of Indian flag shipping. We welcome Captain Rakesh Singh on stage. सभी का बड़ी तालियों के साथ स्वागत होता रहे, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants. Captain Rakesh Singh is a ship owner and the president of the ICC Shipping Association, a representative body of Indian coastal ship owners. He is a master mariner with postgraduate degree in law. His long-standing engagement with the shipping sector and industry forums gives him valuable insight into development of shipping in India. I welcome DIG Girish Dutt Raturi on stage. Sir, please join us. जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत. A 1999 batch General Duty Officer, he currently serves as Principal Director Operations, Coastal Security and Sea Training at Coast Guard Headquarters, New Delhi. In a distinguished career spanning more than 27 years, he has held a wide range of afloat and ashore appointments and commanded 3 Coast Guard ships, including a special role pollution response vessel. He has participated in major operations including search and rescue, tsunami relief, anti-terror operations, and oil pollution response, etc. We welcome you, sir. I invite Shri Vikas Anand to please join us on stage. आइए स्वागत करें श्री विकास आनंद का जोरदार तालियां. It is our pleasure to welcome Captain Vikas Anand of the Indian Navy, presently appointed at Naval Headquarters. Commissioned into the Indian Navy in 2006, he has served in a wide range of afloat and ashore appointments and brings extensive operational experience. He holds an MSc degree in Nautical Science and Tactical Operations from CUSAT and an MSc degree in Defense Studies from Madras University. A very warm welcome to you, Captain Anand. Ladies and gentlemen, inviting Shri Rahul Modi on stage. Zordar taliyon ke saath swagat. We are honored to welcome Shri Rahul Modi, President of the Coastal Container Transporters Association and Managing Director of Pushpak Logistics Solutions LLP, now on stage. A distinguished leader he is in India's logistics and coastal shipping sector. He is a committed advocate of multimodal transport. He has consistently promoted the seamless integration of coastal shipping, inland waterways, road and rail to create cargo movement that is more efficient, sustainable and cost effective. He has also worked intensively to promote domestic container manufacturing in India, advancing the vision of a self-reliant container logistics ecosystem. बहुत-बहुत स्वागत. I invite Ms. Sanjam Sahi Gupta on stage. इस सेशन को मॉडरेट भी करेंगी. तालियों के साथ स्वागत करते हैं. We are pleased to welcome Ms. Sanjam, Director of Sitara Shipping, a former board member of the World Maritime University. She is a respected voice in the maritime industry and has been a strong advocate for diversity, inclusion and leadership in the sector. She is a founding member of Vista India and the founder of Maritime CEO and has contributed to several national and international initiatives focused on empowering women and building a more inclusive maritime industry. I invite on stage Shri Milind Kandalgaonkar to please join us on stage. जोरदार तालियों के साथ श्री मिलिंद का स्वागत करते हैं. General Secretary cum Treasurer of the National Union of Seafarers of India. With decades of experience in the maritime and trade union movement, Shri Milind has consistently brought the voice and concerns of seafarers to national maritime policy discussions, particularly on seafarer safety and security, employment, social security, training, and career progression. He is a strong advocate of seafarer first approach in all his national and international engagements. We welcome you, sir. Inviting on stage Shri Savio Ramos to please join us on stage. Zordar taliyon ke saath swagat. Captain Savio Ramos, General Secretary of the Maritime Union of India. With around 37 years of experience in the maritime field, he brings extensive seafaring and industry experience and a strong commitment to representing the interests of seafarers. His long professional journey has given him a deep understanding of the opportunities and challenges faced by mariners and of importance of a safe, fair and supportive working environment. I welcome on stage Sri Shantanu Kalita. I request you, Shantanu ji, to please join us. जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत. Advisor to the Indian Ports Association. With experience spanning maritime affairs, public policy, technology, and entrepreneurship, he has contributed to initiatives aimed at strengthening India's maritime sector and its global competitiveness. His broad understanding of ports logistics makes his perspective especially valuable to the National Shipping Board. We welcome you, sir. And also, I invite Captain Nitin Mukesh to please join us on stage. जोरदार तालियों के साथ स्वागत. Deputy Nautical Advisor, Directorate General of Shipping, Mumbai. He brings 31 years of extensive maritime experience, including 16 years of dedicated service with DG Shipping. He also holds charge of DDG crew and serves as Commissioner SPFO. बहुत-बहुत स्वागत, Captain Nitin Mukesh. With this, I request the moderator to please begin the deliberations of the session, and we request the August gathering to kindly be interactive and let us make the most of this time that is given to us. Over to the moderator.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us today. The National Shipping Board, under the able leadership of Samir Kumar Khare, has been making several strides. We have been interacting with various stakeholders in different parts of India and understanding their pain points and taking up these points to the ministry to see how well we can solve the problems. Today, we are here today to answer any questions that you might have. You may please begin by asking your questions, addressing any particular person if required. Yes, can you please have the mic passed on to the lady there? Please identify yourself, state your name and designation before proceeding.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am a lawyer by profession in the maritime industry. I have 10 years of experience, and thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to interact with you directly with this esteemed panel. I have two questions. One is for Ms. Sanjam. Having built Vista India and Maritime CEO from scratch, what is the one piece of advice you would give to young professionals trying to build something new in India's maritime industry? And the second question is to Mr. Anil. Where do you see the biggest gap for legal and compliance professionals in India's coastal shipping and multimodal push under Sagarmala?
Thank you so much. So you basically want to know about entrepreneurs or generally for the youth of India?
Yes, in this industry specifically, like
Yeah.
you have built these two platforms
Sure.
for young professionals. So similarly, I would ask
Okay.
you have some piece of advice.
Yeah, thanks for the question.
Thank you.
So I think for young professionals in the industry, my one piece of advice would be that have a goal, set your sights up high, but do realize that the goal will change. And it is a continuous learning process in maritime. Every day there is something new that you will learn. So keep your goal and set sights high, but know that your goals may keep evolving and keep changing, and that you have to then continuously learn and upgrade yourself.
Thank you.
Thank you for your question.
I was about to answer, but my big friend Rahul reminded me. And I agree with him that perhaps the biggest gap that we see today is the lack of a multimodal transport document. We do not have a multimodal transport document that will take care of land, sea, land. And finally, on coastal movement, by and large, is not port to port, it is door to door. So it's a land, sea, route. And that's the difficulty part. The good news is that CCTA, the association that he represents, has already made a representation to the government. AMTOY, the president of AMTOY, the past immediate president and the president of AMTOY are here in this room. They have also supported this creation of a multimodal transport document. And the NSB has also recommended this. So this, I think, is the one single gap. If we can fill it up, I think it has the ability to transform or give certainty. Let's not say transform because business is happening, but it gives certainty. So you and me will be dealing with cargo, will be dealing with a liability regime, will be dealing with responsibilities and roles of the shipper and the consignee as well as that of the carrier quite clearly in written terms, which is not available today.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, gentleman in front.
Namaskar to everybody. My name is Arun Kumar. I'm the past president of Association of Multimodal Transport Operators. So I had two questions. So I had two questions, both to sir. Sir, one was the question that has been, plaguing us for a very long time. Anil Bhai made a very detailed description about it regarding the GST. Not much has happened. We have been trying to seek appointment with the board member, but nothing has come so far. And this is a hanging sword over our head, which we do not know when we'll get slayed. And most of our attention is towards fending ourselves from the GST regime, rather than focusing on innovation, which is essential for multimodal transport. So, sir, I would like to know, I'm sorry I'm putting you in a spot right in the public view, but I would like to know if there has been any movement on that. The second question is, we recently came across a draft notification under Merchant Shipping Act, Section 317, which requires, which is a section dealing with transparency, which we are all for, but it requires us to put all the charges on the bill of lading. Now, this, while we are, okay with that, we would want further deliberation on this with the stakeholders to understand the nuances that are involved. And before resolving that, this notification should not be issued. So my request to NSB is to take our recommendation to the government on this.
So Arun Kumar ji, on behalf of the National Shipping Board, I would like to assure you that taxation reforms in the maritime sector is the top priority of the National Shipping Board. National Shipping Board has already started engaging with the Department of Revenue. We are in touch with both Central Board of Indirect Taxes and Customs and the Central Board of Direct Taxes. And the issues which have been agitated by the industry for long have been taken up with them. As all tax reforms have a revenue application, it takes time in examination. So that much liberty we have to give it to the government. They are sensitized about our concerns, our problems, and how certain taxation policies are hampering the progress of the maritime sector. So we are already on the job, and with the guidance of the Honorable Minister of Port Shipping and Waterways, we have also constituted a specialized committee on taxation, which is headed by Mr. Anil Devli. They have also made recommendations. And today deliberation in the afternoon, when the Honorable Minister will be there, we will be presenting that report to the Minister. And rest assured, we are on the job and we will ensure that it is taken to the logical conclusion. Next is about the draft notification. I have noted your concerns. The purpose of the draft notification is always to solicit views, solicit opinions, and we will definitely take up how that notification has to be made operational. And before finalizing the notifications, we will ensure that your voices are heard. Right? So that law also I can assure you will take it up further. Thank you very much.
Yes, gentleman at the back. Can you pass the mic, Shreya, please?
Good afternoon to everybody. I'm audible. I have two questions. One is regarding multimodal transport. My name is Pankaj Agarwal. I represent Jindal Stainless Limited. We are a stainless steel company. So regarding multimodal transportation, there is already PM Gati Shakti program, which is also addressing the multimodal aspect of the transportation. So how is this naval or maritime multimodal transportation different? Is it not a part of that? Or is it more about the documentation process and the overall infrastructure for that integration of multimodal transportation under PM Gati Shakti or maritime multimodal transportation? And my second question is about the challenges in the execution, because now a lot of intent is visible from the government in terms of funds allocation, policy upgradation, and listening to the actual user and all those things. But since the task is very, very uphill, so the execution part is a big challenge, because whatever we have announced for 2030 or 2047, and a lot of investments are coming at the various clusters, as already told by the secretary also. So how are we trying to address those execution channels? Have we made any particular committees or sections who will be actually ensuring that whatever is announced is actually converted into on the ground? And how are those integrations happening for making it happen in the real time? Yes. Thank you.
To whom you have addressed these questions? To me or to?
Yeah, to the chairman of the. Yes.
So the first question is regarding
Multimodal integration with the PM Gati Shakti and this maritime multimodal.
Yes.
Is it same or different, and what are the challenges?
So why PM Gati Shakti came into being? The purpose was different departments were creating infrastructures at different locations without knowing what the other departments are doing. The purpose of PM Gati Shakti was to integrate all the infrastructure projects at one point so that we can have optimal utilization of the assets created. Say for example, I create a port, but I don't create a road. Or I create a road, but no port is developed. So these sort of bottlenecks were there. So it was felt necessary by the government to understand which of the government department is doing which of sort of the infrastructure projects and how we can really integrate that. So that platform was created in the PM Gati Shakti so that we can have an integrated approach. For example, I give an example of Vizhinjam Port. Vizhinjam Port was earlier a port which was basically as a transshipment port. But now they have become inward looking. So there is a need to integrate Vizhinjam Port also with the domestic, interline domestic market. So then we need to have rail connectivity to the port. We have a need to have a road connectivity to the port. So that is the advantage of the PM Gati Shakti, and it brings lot of savings in time, lot of savings in resources. So that is how it happens, and this is the topmost priority project of the government, and over a period of time we have seen that it has yielded results. right? So now the question comes about the multimodal logistics. You see, any product in India, it has to be taken from where it is produced to where it is going to be consumed. Majority of time, knowingly or unknowingly, it is a multimodal transportation. We have a road document for a road transportation. We have a document for a rail transportation, but unfortunately for a multimodal transport, we don't have a uniform document which can be used across. So all the ministries who are involved in this entire process, including Ministry of Logistics, Department of Logistics, Ministry of Commerce and DPIIT, so all are working together with Ministry of Shipping, Ministry of Roads and Ministry of Railways, so that we can develop a multimodal document. And I think National Shipping Board is working in close coordination with CCTA, which denotes the voices of the multimodal transporters. And we are very hopeful that it's a matter of time, maybe another 7 to 8 months, that we'll be able to finalize as a document which will, to a large extent, will solve this problem.
Thank you, sir. And my other question was regarding the execution challenges on the announcements that we have made and the kind of investments happening, and foreign players are also coming like Hyundai and other people. So,
Yes. So there are two things. One is ambition, what I want to become. And then secondly, if I want to achieve that ambition, I have to fix the target. Right?
Yeah.
So my ambition is to become a big maritime nation by 2047. So for achieving that, I have to have target first. So therefore, Government of India came with the Amrit Kal Vision 2047. Right?
Yeah.
But this is a long-term target. So we have to go for incremental targeting. So therefore, we have a Maritime India Vision 2030.
Yes.
So we want to achieve something by 2030, then maybe we want to achieve something by 2035, and then maybe by 2047. So incremental steps, we will go forward. Now, every port is now aware what is expected of them, how much tonnage they should know. Earlier, this we were not knowing what we are targeting at. Now we know we want to have this much tonnage with this much of time. So now all the ports will work together. They will make their individual plans so that whatever is expected of them is achieved by 2047. And once all of them achieve, we will achieve the target. But it is possible that the existing ports, even after augmenting their services, may not be able to achieve what is there. Then it will tell us there is a need to have new ports.
Yes.
Right? So new ports will come. So this is how the things are planned, and this is how the things are happening. If I today decide I want to become a shipbuilding nation, so I have to have some target. So now once the target is known, all of the shipyards, whether they are under Ministry of Ports or whether they are under the state governments or whether they are the private ports or whether they are the, private shipyards or whether they are the Ministry of Shipping shipyards, all of them will see what is their capacity available, how much capacity they can increase, and what is the requirement of the new investment. So rest assured, whatever targets of it, there are micro strategies to achieve that target, and every 5 years, government does the exercise of seeing where we stand against our targets or against our ambitions. And in the process, when a policy is set, when a strategy is set, the role of the National Shipping Board comes in. Because National Shipping Board directly interacts with the stakeholders in the field, seek their feedback where the policy is working, where the policy is not working, and then we provide the feedback to the Honorable Minister, how we can reformulate the policy, how we can augment the policy with some new strategies. So everything is happening. Rest assured, maritime growth is the topmost agenda of the government under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister and our Honorable Ports and Shipping Minister. We are moving ahead, and we are very much confident that we'll be able to achieve whatever we have planned for 2030, and definitely we'll achieve much more whatever is planned for 2047.
Wonderful, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for that assurance. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, can you pass the mic in the front?
Good afternoon to one and all. I am Rohit Agarwal from ship recycling industry. I have been working in the industry for past 15 years. I have a question to the Honorable Chair of the NSB. And it is a question come as suggestion. Could the government of India introduce a policy wherein the Indian ship-owned ships or the Indian flagged vessels when they reach the end of life and they are moving for demolition, to be demolished in India only and not diverting the demolition tonnage to other nations. That's it, sir. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. You know that business should not be obstructed. At the same time, that government cannot implement such kind of policies in the anyone because it is again restricting a particular company or person that he is do a free trading, because again that by giving a such kind of orders, that means that he has an obligation to give the ship. Then there is no business over there. So business means that there should be a free flow and there should not be any restrictions. So government of India's policies are ease of doing business. Ease of doing business means not only to you, opposite person also easily should able to trade the business. I hope I have answered you.
Yes, sir, but some kind of policies or incentives could help in, because it is from Break in India, from Make in India to Break in India, all retains in India.
That's correct. That's why we have given a ship recycling credit note. Even the ship owners, Indian ship owners, obviously they will buy a ships again. If they rebuild in India, definitely they are going to gain the 5% whatever it is the construction cost of a new ship. So that credit note will definitely attract more Indian ship owners than the foreign one.
Again, here again where the nation shipping board comes in, if you think that the present policy requires some refinement, your suggestions are always welcome. We will deliberate with all the stakeholders, whether they are foreign companies or they are Indian companies or they are different type of recyclers. We will definitely look into it. There should not be any problem. But the essence of the thing is consultation, discussion, and to go for a mutually acceptable solution. So we are open to it and we'll take it forward.
Thank you very much.
Your particular note, definitely we will discuss it internally, and then how we can address it also we will do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Abdul Ghani Sarang. I'm the Deputy Regional Secretary of the ITF, that is the International Transport Workers Federation. मैं सोच रहा था मैं सवाल किसको पूछूं पैनल पे, तो सिंस एक ही कप्तान है, कप्तान राकेश सिंह फ्रॉम द एम्प्लॉयर साइड, वैसे तो कैप्टन रामोस भी है, तो मैं कप्तान साहब को सवाल पूछता हूँ. एंड आई हैव बीन आल्सो बीन अ मेंबर ऑफ द एनएसबी in 3 times, earlier time, 3 years, and it has been a good experience. मेरा सवाल कप्तान राकेश सिंह से एकदम सीधा है. काफ़ी चीज़ें डिस्कस की गई है, and these are nothing new. We have been discussing it for same item, discussing for considerable long period of time. कभी 10 साल से कुछ जब हम बात कर रहे हैं, कभी 5 से, but it is a repetitive item and very concerned about the particularly from the Indian ship owner side. टैक्सेशन इशू, लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड, बार बार. तो कैप्टन राकेश सिंह, आप आपके दिल पे हाथ रख के बताइए कि कुछ मूवमेंट आगे बढ़ रहा है क्या, कोई सुन रहा है क्या? क्योंकि आप बेबाक 2 रीज़न के लिए, आप कप्तान हैं और आप बिंदास बात करते हैं, तो बताइए कि मूवमेंट इस इन दिस पर्टिकुलर टेन्योर. खरे साहब है एंड लॉट ऑफ सीनियर दिस पॉजिटिव वाइब्स आर कमिंग पर्टिकुलरली इन दिस टेन्योर द चेयर. आप दिल पे हाथ रखिए, कुछ आगे मामला बढ़ रहा है क्या? थैंक यू.
थैंक यू गनी भाई, आप भी बहुत बेबाक हैं. मैं अपने दिल पे हाथ रख के और बाकी सबके दिल पे हाथ रख के बोलूँगा, ठीक है? सो टैक्सेशन का एक इंडियन सीफेरर का एक मसला है, राइट? ये दैट हाँ So, नहीं मैं पहले I will couple of important issues मैं पहले address करता हूँ. One is let's say relating to seafarers, and you have been in this fight for a very long time. We as Indian ship owner lose out our seafarers, boys and girls are sitting here, to foreign ship owners. Right? As of today, only 15 or 12% of the boys, Indian trained boys and girls, work on Indian flagships, and the rest go to foreign ships. So we have been doing the study, a deep study, and everyone is aware here, sitting on the dais and otherwise, that taxation is one big issue, which because of that, our boys and girls prefer to work on foreign flagship. In the entire history, I can say that with confidence of NSB, in last 1 year, we have on the matter of taxation, whether it is a seafarer taxation or ship-related taxation, we have been or had an opportunity, and thanks to chairperson here and honorable minister, we now interact directly with the boards. That is Central Board of IGST and Customs or Central Board of Direct Taxation. It never happened. The request from us will go to our ministry, and from there it will go to the concerned ministry. But the Honorable Cabinet Minister, Shri Sonowalji, ensured this in one of the earliest meetings, that henceforth any problem that we have and which is multi-ministerial in nature, that will not be represented only by the secretary, joint secretary or director in the ministry. The concerned member of the board will accompany. So for the first time, me, Anil Chairman, sir, and all, we had gone and met these members of the board and brought this. And I think it is, and we had so many meetings on this, especially seafarer taxation. I think the traction it is gathering now. So some discussion, I can't disclose that because the certain things are agreed between the ministry and us, but then the final approval has to come from the concerned ministry. But definitely there's a positive movement in that direction. As regard to the tonnage itself, that also was a question. And you are aware for how many years we are fighting to get infrastructure status for the shipping, right? This is a recent development that the shipping now has been, the ship owning, when I say shipping, it could be so many things. The ship owning is now also recognized as the infrastructure industry, and those who are aware that infrastructure industry, your debt servicing can be very favorable, long-term loans, etc., that you can get, which you could not earlier. So that's a very recent development pursued by NSB. That will be enough. Others are, anyway, is okay. Thanks. बस सर एकदम चेयरमैन साहब रहेंगे, हम सब हैं.
देखिए ना, कोई अच्छा दिन होता है ना कोई बुरा दिन होता है, तो लेट अस भी, आप विभाग है तो विभाग की बात करते हैं. टैक्सेशन ऐसा इशू है जो आदमी की लाइफ टाइम में कभी सॉल्व नहीं होता है. हम 30% करेंगे, लोग बोलेगा 25 होना चाहिए, 25 बोलेंगे तो बोलेगा 20 होना चाहिए. टैक्सेशन इशू इज द इशू विच कैन नेवर बी सॉल्व टू द सेटिस्फेक्शन ऑफ ऑल. तो ये बेसिक है. अगर आप इनकम टैक्स 10% भी कर देंगे तो लोग बोलेंगे 0 होना चाहिए. ठीक है ना. सो हर चीज़ का एक मीडियम पाथ होता है. और दूसरा चीज़ है, प्रॉब्लम के सॉल्यूशन सर्कमस्टांसेस पे आते हैं. एक ज़माने में 2 लाख से ज़्यादा पे भी टैक्स हो जाता था, आज 5 लाख से ज़्यादा पे भी टैक्स नहीं है. तो गवर्नमेंट अपने रिसोर्सेज के हिसाब से टैक्सेशन पॉलिसीज डिसाइड करती है. जहाँ तक लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड की बात है, यस, लेवल प्लेइंग फील्ड होना चाहिए और उसके लिए एनएसपी काम कर रहा है. लेकिन टैक्सेशन 0 हो जाएगा या एग्जैक्टली हमारे हिसाब से होगा, इसकी कोई गारंटी नहीं है. बट अगर गवर्नमेंट का टारगेट है कोस्टल शिपिंग इम्प्रूव होना चाहिए, उसके लिए अगर हमको एक पर्टिकुलर फ्यूल जो यूज़ होता है कोस्टल शिपिंग में, उसको उस पर जीएसटी रेजिम में लाना है, यस, दिस इज अ स्टेप. ठीक है. जब वो आ जाएगा तो 5% होना चाहिए कि 2% होना चाहिए कि 3% होना चाहिए. सो इसीलिए हार मानने वाली जैसी कोई चीज़ नहीं है. टैक्सेशन इशू आज से 50 साल बाद भी जो एनएसबी होगी वो भी टैक्सेशन इशू को डिस्कस कर रही है. बजट में जब बात आती है तो कॉमन मैन को किसी से मतलब नहीं कि गवर्नमेंट ने कितना इन्वेस्टमेंट किया. सब ये पूछते हैं कि इनकम टैक्स कम हुआ कि ज़्यादा हुआ, टैक्सेशन बढ़ा कि कम हुआ. So it's a core issue of democracy because everyone feels कि we are paying something for services from the government. ठीक है ना. तो टैक्सेशन इशू तो लाइव रहेगा, जैसे आपके टाइम था अभी भी रहेगा, लेकिन हमारा सेटिस्फेक्शन लेवल कितना बढ़े ये हमको करना है जिससे कि मैरीटाइम इंडस्ट्री की ग्रोथ हो सके। और ये आपको एश्योर कर सकते हैं कि जो भी एफर्ट्स किए जा सकते हैं वो पूरे किए जा रहे हैं। प्रेशर आप लोगों की मतलब इंडस्ट्री की तरफ से भी है और एक कदम गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से भी आगे बढ़ रहा है, और हम लोग होपफुल है कि इसका कोई रिजोल्यूशन निकलेगा। Thank you.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Shishir. My question is also related to Captain Rakesh Singh. Captain Rakesh Singh ji, you submitted a report related to coastal shipping, and we are to increase the modal shift from 6% to 12%. So as a follow-up of the report, can NSB do something to create visibility with platforms like ULIP and Logistic Data Bank, so that this visibility of cargo shift is there for the coastal ship owners, and then this is fructified in the right direction? And also to the chairman, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shishir. Yes, you're right. And one of the NSB subcommittee is done last almost 6-7 months, lot of interaction with stakeholder, and it is on coastal shipping, and particularly when say coastal shipping is a modal shift. So I've been heading that committee. So we have met stakeholders all across India, whether cargo owners, ship owners, port authorities, etc., etc. And the report identifies, as you said rightly, the biggest challenge is the cargo visibility. So the cargo and the ship has become chicken and egg situation for us. So if this is a cargo, we'll bring in ship. But then the cargo owner will say, where is the ship to bring in cargo? So that report has captured and also has suggested measures. One of the things that we make this mistake, and when we refer to coastal ship, we think it is an homogeneous sector. 11,000 kilometer of coastline is one single coastal shipping. It cannot work like this. It has never worked like this. So we have also in our report identified that we need to see segmental approach or hub and spoke system, that one major port can serve nearby ports at short distance, etc. So that's also a part of that, yes, indeed, and that will be presented by the chairman to the minister today. And once the website is launched, it will be available on the website. So Cargo Connect, yes, but second thing, no country in the world has, able to achieve the modal ship to its potential unless it has developed its own coastal fleet. So even today, the coastal cargo that is carried along the coast on the coast of India, a very small percentage, or let's say not very significant percentage, is being carried by Indian ships. DG Shipping has issued 947 licenses in last financial year under special license for the foreign ship to take cargo because we don't have tanks. So both are, integral, the cargo and the ship. China has 30,000 coastal ships. So the coastal modal ship, coastal cargo, Indian coastal fleet has to be developed. Cargo visibility, various methods of, you said the platforms to develop it, and a segmental approach, not 11,000 kilometer approach. It won't. The peninsular coastline is not a very ideal coastline for coastal movement, So that's why that study is in progress. Plus, coastal cargo promotion scheme government has launched. So where the shippers, majority of the incentive will be given to shipper and also to the ship owner. So all this put together, I think we should start seeing result now. Have I answered your question, sir?
एक्चुअली अगर आपने देखा होगा, नेशन शिपिंग बोर्ड एक यूनिक टाइप की इंस्टीट्यूशन है जहाँ पर कि जो स्टेक होल्डर्स की मेजॉरिटी है वो बेसिकली प्राइवेट स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं. गवर्नमेंट के मेंबर्स बहुत लिमिटेड हैं. देयर हार्डली 3 or 4 गवर्नमेंट मेंबर्स. देन देयर आर few members from the PSU, and majority of 10 members are from private sector. And those members who are there, they are adorned in their own field. They represent, like Sharma Saab represent entire registration process of the entire thing. Rahul Modi is for multimodal transport. Mr. Anil Reddy, though he is INSA, but he is one of the person who has started coastal shipping in a big way in India. Rakesh is already there. So I think as far as coastal shipping is concerned, lot of importance, lot of priority sector focus is there on coastal shipping. And we fully concur, the board fully concur with the approach which Rakesh Singh has suggested, that instead of seeing at 11,000 kilometers coastline and ghost for it, it is better to see which stretch of the coast is navigable, which is the stretch which can really give competition to other modes of transport, and then we can move forward. So different modes are strategies are being tried. One is which the coastal promotion scheme which government of India is coming, but that's only one thing. Lot of process engineering has to take place. Lot of coordination with the state ports have to take place, because without state ports, coastal shipping really is going to be a big challenge. It cannot be from one major to another major. You have to develop that ecosystem in the state governments also. So we are working toward it. Our report also will come, and I think we'll take it forward. Thank you.
Yes, please go ahead.
Good afternoon to everyone. Myself, Himmat Singh. I am working with Anglo-Eastern Ship Management Company from last 15 years as a AB. So as a seafarer, I want to ask question on behalf of all seafarers. My question is for Milind sir. Sir, what are the issues and concerns you are raising on behalf of seafarers with the government, Indian government and the shipping ministry? आपने क्या क्या मुद्दे आगे भविष्य में भी रखने के लिए?
Good afternoon. I am representing seafarers on National Shipping Board. National Shipping Board very much concerned about seafarers security and safety. हम लोग आपके बहुत सारे सवाल नेशनल शिपिंग माध्यम से हम लोग सॉल्व करने जा रहे हैं। जैसे कि आपका पीएफ है, ग्रेजुएटी और पेंशन का जो स्कीम बन रहा है वो भी हम लोग नेशनल शिपिंग बोर्ड के माध्यम से गवर्नमेंट तक पहुंचाए हैं। दूसरे अबेंडनमेंट है, जियोपॉलिटिक क्राइसिस चल रहा है और अभी लेटेस्ट पायरेसी भी है, 19 सीफेरर पायरेट के कस्टोडियन में है। तो ये सभी बातें नेशनल शिपिंग बोर्ड के माध्यम से हम लोग गवर्नमेंट तक पहुंचाते हैं और वो रिजॉल्व भी करते हैं। और आपने सुना होगा शोरलीव के बारे में, अभी कोस्टल को शोरलीव तो रिलैक्स हो रहा है शोरलीव, और बहुत सारी चीजें हैं जो इनके माध्यम से हम लोग करना चाहते हैं। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
जो अभी आपको इससे पहले हमने बात बताई, नेशनल शिपिंग बोर्ड फॉर्चुनेट है इस सेंस में, बिकॉज सीफेयरर्स के जो रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं नूसी और एमयूआई वो ऑलरेडी बॉडी में भी जो इसका रिजोल्यूशन कर सकते हैं, जैसे नेवी, इंडियन कोस्ट गार्ड, डीजी शिपिंग, वो भी इस बोर्ड में है। तो आपके जो कंसर्न्स हैं, जो सीफेयरर्स के चैलेंज हैं, उसको अगेन एंड अगेन हम लोग उसको हाईलाइट करते हैं। प्लस शिप ओनर्स के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव भी हम लोगों के साथ हैं, वो भी आप लोगों के इश्यूज को रेज करते हैं। तो सीफेयरर्स को कैसे बेस्ट से बेस्ट फैसिलिटी मिले, कैसे उनके पीएफ इश्यूज को रिजॉल्व किया जाए, कैसे उनके टीडीएस इश्यूज को रिजॉल्व किया जाए, कैसे उनके जो इश्यूज हैं रिलेटेड टू इमिग्रेशन उसको रिजॉल्व किया जाए, कैसे यदि वो क्राइसिस में फंस जाते हैं तो कैसे उनको सपोर्ट किया जाए, जब भी कोई कैजुअलिटी हो जाती है तो कैसे गवर्नमेंट उनके फैमिलीज को सपोर्ट किया जाए। ये सब काम नेशनल शिपिंग बोर्ड के माध्यम से आपके सारे रिप्रेजेंटेटिव जो यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं शिपिंग बोर्ड में, वो इसको हमारे सामने रेज करते हैं। प्लस सीफेयरर्स की ट्रेनिंग के इशू वो भी नेशनल शिपिंग बोर्ड में पीरियोडिक रूप से रिजोल्यूशन के लिए उसकी कोशिश की जाती है. तो रेस्ट assured, we are working for a safe and secure shipping for the seafarer.
Can I ask a question, sir?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
जैसे आपने बोला आप एबी हैं, तो गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से मैं गवर्नमेंट को रिप्रेजेंट करता हूँ. मतलब डीजीएमए में एनएसपी का सेक्रेटरी हूँ. तो ये बताना चाहता हूँ कि एक इसमें यूनियन भी है, एसोसिएशन भी है, एक सोसाइटी है, सीफेयर वेलफेयर फंड सोसाइटी. उसके थ्रू गवर्नमेंट बहुत सारे स्कीम लॉन्च करती है. जैसे अभी 13 स्कीम्स है जो अभी चल रही है. जैसे एबी से अगर आप ऑफिसर बनेंगे, एक एग्जांपल मैं दे रहा हूँ, एबी से अगर आप ऑफिसर बनेंगे तो इस सोसाइटी आपको 2 लाख का इमीडिएट असिस्टेंस प्रोवाइड करती है. जैसे आप जब वहाँ जाते हैं, जैसे अभी हम लोग का मोटो क्या है, जिंदगी मतलब कि अपने जॉब के पहले, जिंदगी के बाद और जिंदगी के साथ, ये तीनों मोटो पे हम लोग काम करते हैं. कि जैसे आप जैसे स्टार्ट करेंगे आपका वहाँ से स्कीम स्टार्ट होती है. जैसे लेडी सीफेयर के लिए भी है मैटरनिटी बेनिफिट, और दूसरा जो में ट्रेनिंग के लिए जाते हैं उस वो बेनिफिट. अगर गॉड फॉरबिड अगर डेथ हो जाती है तो फैमिली को भी हम लोग, जैसे अभी वार जोन में 22 सीफेयर को हम लोगों ने हेल्प किया है. 10 लाख रुपीज़ हम लोग विथिन 3 to 5 डेज हम लोग प्रोवाइड किए. जैसे उनकी फैमिली को इमीडिएट असिस्टेंस 10 लाख रुपीज़ फ्रॉम वेलफेयर फंड सोसाइटी, जिसमें एसोसिएशन भी है और एमयूआई भी है और बहुत सारे मेंबर हैं, इंसा उसमें भी हैं, फॉस्मा भी हैं. तो जो आप लोग को मालूम नहीं होगा, जो अभी कैडेट बैठे हुए हैं, उनको इसमें जाकर देखना चाहिए कि SWFS में क्या क्या आपकी फैसिलिटी प्रोवाइड की जा रही है. और एक SPFO है जिसमें प्रोविडेंट फंड, वो सारे क्रू मेंबर्स के लिए हैं, और इंडियन फ्लैग्स में जो सेल करते हैं वो भी. ये सब आपको अभी आप लोग स्टार्ट करेंगे अपने जॉब को, अपने नौकरी को, तो ये सब चीज़ जानिए, अपने फैमिली को बताइए और इसका बेनिफिट आप लोग उठाइए.
Thank you so much for adding to that. We'll just take one last question.
Yeah,
Captain
can I
Pradhan.
ask a question, please? I've been waiting.
Yes,
Tanya?
yes, Captain
Permission?
Shaukat.
Okay. So, sir, my name is Captain Shaukat Mukherjee. Run a social media company for Maritime called the Naval Connection. And we are in touch with 40,000 seafarers at any point of time, even now as they sail. And I am talking, and this question is on behalf of the seafarers that we deal with. And I find that there is, although, and I know we work very closely with the DGMA as well in the ministry, that the External Affairs Ministry is doing quite a lot to ensure the seafarers' safety. However, the present ground level at the seafarers' conscience, when we speak to the seafarer, they are extremely scared. And as we speak today, we have spoken to hundreds of seafarers who are actually scared to go on board because they maybe are not aware of the kind of effort that the government is doing to ensure that nothing happens to them. So my question is that when the External Affairs Minister and the bilateral ties are made and the IMO resolutions are passed, is there any work being done at the greatest IMO level to involve all the flag states to ensure that there is a diktat, that there is some kind of resolution that merchant ships will not be touched? I know there's a lot of countries involved, a lot of flag states involved, but if we come to know, if the seafarers come to know that the people are all behind them in order to take preventive measures rather than firefighting to ensure somebody's doing something when something accidents happen, but a preventive measure. So I think it will go a long way to ensure that we get more and more seafarers on board because they are going through this pang of kya chal raha hai, kya hum log safe hai kya. And I personally know that the government is doing quite a lot, and the honorable board is also doing quite a lot. But maybe the awareness needs to be there. So is there any kind of resolutions which can be passed at the international level? Is the government working to make anything such that that merchant ships will not be touched for all states, all nations, all countries, all flag states?
Thanks for the question, sir. That IMO has already passed the resolution in the council, MEPC, MSC, all the bodies, they have passed the resolution on this, and they always support the seafarer safety is the first. And the ship is a identity, it's an island, it's like an island. It doesn't belong to anyone when it is floating. So they have already given a resolution that whichever the countries which they are fighting each other should not target the seafarers. They have already given a resolution on it. I think we need to advertise in a public forum.
Can I, sir? Captain Shaukat, you said your name was? If you're staying back, the last session is on maritime labor force, and we will have detailed discussion here because we have ITF India head with us here also. So we would also like to know, other than IMO resolution, what ITF, is thinking about it and what do they have anything in mind, because they have the leverage. So that session, if you're there, you will also get to hear more about it. Yeah.
Not only that, our secretary has raised in the IMO Council, and secretary as well as our Director General of Shipping has raised this issue, and he supported the resolution which is passed by the IMO.
This to all the cadets, to Shaukat, that last session is basically based on this issue only. So let there be free and fair discussion, and if you will be there, we will be honored. And because we know you are working very closely with all these boys and girls. For cadets also, if there are any apprehensions, I would request all of you to be there in the last session. And whatever queries, whatever apprehensions you are having, our members will be able to answer your queries. And you will know what government is doing, and you will be also likely to understand what you expect from the government. So both ways it will work. Thank you.
Thank
May
you.
I ask a
While
question?
I think Captain Pradhan, and that's the last question we'll be taking, please. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Please go ahead.
Okay. I'm Gaurav. I'm a marine engineer by profession, and I left sailing and was preparing for civil services. I'm trying to get my back into the maritime sector. I have two questions basically and a suggestion. What are the steps taken by Government of India for decarbonization in the maritime sector, and why don't India take steps like EU ETS and the CABM mechanisms in the fulfilling of the NDCs which India has promised in the under the Paris Agreement? First thing. Second, the decarbonization roles currently in the maritime sector, they are hiring professionals from the onboard ship, the personal onboard ship who has qualification of second and third engineers. So how can a newcomer get into the decarbonization roles which are not directly related to the experience on the shipping, but you should have knowledge to the shipping, and you should have knowledge of the why this decarbonization thing is required and other things.
The government of India, that is DGMA, has prepared a draft national maritime decarbonization policy framework, which is under the process, which is with the ministry at this moment. And probably next week we are having a stakeholder consultation workshop on 2nd and 3rd, and there it might be finalized. And thereafter, the policy framework will be in the public forum. And there are 8 pillars are there with the new technology and shipbuilding, ship recycling, pollution prevention, green fuels, green technologies. There are total 8 pillars are there in that particular policy framework, and that will be addressed each and every sector of the maritime industry. And with regard to, you said that how a third engineer or second engineer, if you have an interest in a particular area, if you are having a marine engineering profession, you can very well contribute yourself in the decarbonization sector. And nowhere it is written that only marine engineers has to deal with this particular area. Anybody who is interested in that particular area can very well come into that platform, and then they can very well give a comments to us, and then we'll definitely take it on.
Yes, Captain Pradhan, we'll just have this last question. We're out of time, so let's make it fast.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Captain Tushar Pradhan. I'm the CEO of the Indian Maritime Center. I know I'm standing between lunch and everyone out here. So my question is to Captain Vikas and also DIG sir. You can also contribute to it. It's a little sensitive. I will expect only a brief answer. Since the Red Sea, Strait of Hormuz now are more sensitive areas, and surprising nobody has brought it up. Previously, we always had for the piracy the Indian naval vessels escorting, and it has been a safe haven for all the Indian seafarers there. That they were assured there were no fears because the Indian Navy is always there on the run to save them. Recently, these have been retracted back. Is there any SOP or a policy or recommendations that we are going to go back again there to safeguard these areas for the, especially for the Indians? That's question one. Question two is a very minor question. Anyone can take it. Of late, I've heard that there is sort of a deterrence for the families to visit their loved ones when the ships call the Indian ports. I don't want to name the ports, which area, which company, anything. But it was surprising to know that one family, their father wanted to go. And since we are hiring now from tier 2, tier 3, they were asked to pay rupees 10,000 to get a gate entry pass. I think that is a bit exorbitant in this. Well, you can charge 10,000, you can charge 50,000. That's not the issue. The issue is then this has to be then taken care of by the owners. It should be on the owner account or the management, whoever is employing this. Thank you very much for that. I hope for a brief answers so we don't delay any proceedings. Thanks.
Thank you for the question. The information I'll say is incorrect, that Indian Navy is pulled back. So Indian Navy has been carrying out the anti-piracy operations since 2008, and we have helped move a number of, I'll say about hundreds. I won't be able to give you the exact figure at this point because the operations are still ongoing. But hundreds of vessels have been escorted, have been protected by the Indian naval ships, and as we speak, the ships are already there. We always maintain a presence in the Gulf of Aden, which is a mandate to us by the government, and we continue to do that. It's just that it so happens that off late, because of some reasons, the piracy has re-emerged, and now there are some non-state actors also in the process, which are trying to have really the area has become slightly more volatile than it was some time back, and there are many more other than the Indian Navy. There are other extra-regional forces are also present. So everyone, it's an international effort which has been going on to curb piracy as much as possible. Now, if you see the recent incidents and if you do analysis, till about 2010s and later on, the piracy has spread very close to the coast of India. We've been able to contain it to outer coast of Somalia, and the endeavor is to finish it off, or maybe I'll say we may not be able to eliminate because the situations are very, very different. But yes, curb it as much as possible. That will not be fun.
Thank you, sir. That takes the fear of all the young ones who are going to venture out at sea also, and those who are on board.
This is from the MUI. We highly appreciate all the services which are rendered by the Navy and the Coast Guard. And from our side, we just have decided to give the guys who lose their lives to their families. We have decided to provide an ex gratia amount to one of the officers every year. This is from the MUI.
Sir, with your permission, I'd like to make to all of you mention and thanks to the Indian Navy. We, of course, as Indian ship owners, have always remained thankful to the Coast Guard and the Indian Navy. But this particular action, where within, I think, 7 hours, all of them were rescued, I think we should give a resounding applause to Captain Vikas Anand. Thank you.
I may not have much to share, but however, as far as Indian Coast Guard is concerned, so we have to understand our motto itself is we protect. So maritime safety, maritime security, all within Indian search and rescue region, and also we coordinate with other countries, like in case of Gulf area or in case of the other conflict zone, that is Black Sea. Wherever there is a search and rescue case, it is coordinated by Indian Coast Guard with them. So we are doing our bit to safeguard the seafarers. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. With this, we wind up, and let's have a huge round of applause for. Sorry, Captain. Sorry.
So we have discussed a lot of issues relating to maritime sector, but one issue which we have left unaddressed is the maritime heritage. And government of India is doing a lot of work to conserving maritime heritage. I will request Shantanu for this.
Thank you, sir. Primarily, this is, I think, I mean, most of the people, if they know about it, in maritime heritage, for the first time, this government is working. One is to recognize the rich tradition we have for years, like 5,000 years maritime heritage this country is. And then there was a time when India used to be the top-notch country in terms of our ships and trade and all those things. Somehow, because of the past policies and other things, India lost in the game. But today we are back in the track, and you'll be happy to know that there are two parts. One is that we are building the world's largest maritime museum, a place called Lothal, which is a 1.5 hour drive from Gujarat. This is the Mohenjo-daro, Harappan civilization. All across every state will have their own display centers. Navy, Air Force, everybody is coming, joining hand together with us. And this maritime, this is the world's largest, in fact. And this will be inaugurated probably by end of this year. Almost 80 to 90% work is finished. And this, it is not only a museum, but along with that, the entire whole city is being going to develop over a period of time. So this is one. Second, in fact, we have launched one initiative to recognize the India's river. India is, from across the country, we have so many rivers. And the river of the civilization is one civilization because of which this country is, we call it Bharat. Today we are all together. We are probably, we have a different languages and cultures and all, but we are connected by our rivers. This is one unique point. And we have started to recognize through one initiative called, where we create a festival of river, where we invite different scholars, historians, and all these people to talk about our past, and the future, and also do a proper R&D, so that at least somehow we felt that the Indian that maritime is largely through the coastal from Gujarat, down south till Kolkata, the central India. For Delhi, people in Delhi, we never used to talk about maritime. We never used to talk about our ports and all. But today, somehow because of the Hormuz and all, today there is a village in rural part of Arunachal is suffering because there is a ships are not coming. Today, the people of main India started talking about the contribution of, we know about railway, we know about other things, airlines and all, especially, our Delhi and UP and all these parts. And today, that we want to make that awareness that at least in this part of the country, that our policymakers, the people who are sitting here, who can take the feedback from our stakeholders, bringing today the whole, today we are doing it in Delhi with the intention that Delhi people should know. Delhi's medias, hardly there are 4 or 5 journalists. You can count who can talk about, who writes about maritime sector in Delhi media. So this is one effort we are putting for last 5-6 years, that at least we create a pool of people who talks about maritime near the policymakers, and future, the policies which will be coming will be also, one is that we give importance to the sector, shipbuilding and all these policies we have been talking about. This is a lot of hard work has gone. And then we talk about our past glories, and in the future we'll write as whatever our past, our future will be much brighter, and we will be count in the world's top numbers. So this is the whole about. Thank you, sir, for the opportunity. Thank you.
So thank you, Shantanu. And I would request all the cadets also that apart from whatever knowledge you are getting, please keep focus how you can conserve our heritage, how you are an ambassador for our country, our culture, everything has to be taken to the world. So first, you understand what was our culture and also take it forward whenever you visit any countries abroad. You are our true ambassadors. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for this wonderful session of question and answers. And I think another round of applause is due for the National Shipping Board, and especially for our chairman, who is doing wonderful work and who's really taken the reach to the stakeholders. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everybody. The lunch is served. I request cadets and trainees to go to the second floor and have their lunch there. The next session will start sharp at 2:30 in the august presence of Honorable Cabinet Minister Shri Sonal Sonowal ji. So be here in time. Please be seated by 2:30. Thank you.
So thank you very much for that engaging discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking for lunch. As sir has said, we will resume at 2:30 with the Honorable Minister joining us here. All the trainees and cadets will join for lunch at the second floor, and all delegates will join for lunch at the first floor. Thank you very much.
Just a small correction. There is another dining room at first floor, so dignitaries please can have lunch there. Cadets and trainees, second floor, please. Thank you for cooperation.
Thank you. So we resume at 2:30 with the Honorable Minister joining us here for that very, very important session. Kindly please be here in time. Thank you. Members are also requesting for a photo session. So maybe after this we can have another picture with the members.
Of years, India's relationship with the sea has shaped its trade, economy, and strategic interests. Independent India needed a strong institutional maritime framework. Merchant Shipping Act of 1958 paved the way for establishment of the National Shipping Board in 1959. The National Shipping Board became one of independent India's earliest statutory maritime institutions, created to advise the government on Indian shipping and its development.
जिस देश का समुद्री सामर्थ्य मजबूत होगा, उसका आर्थिक और रणनीतिक प्रभाव भी उतना ही मजबूत होगा।
भारत को दुनिया का सबसे शक्तिशाली मैरीटाइम नेशन के हिसाब से खड़ा करना होगा और शिप बिल्डिंग में हम 2047 तक दुनिया का 5 सबसे बेहतर शिप बिल्डिंग नेशन के बीच में एक होंगे।
शिप्स जब उसका खुद का रोल प्ले करेगा, तभी इकोनॉमी और उसके साथ साथ भारत का जो सागर का विकास, ये तो होता ही जाएगा।
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing a renaissance. With renewed focus on building a stronger Indian fleet, a globally competitive shipbuilding industry, and a modern maritime ecosystem. At the heart of this work is a larger national vision, Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. On 30th April 2025, the present National Shipping Board was constituted. The strength of the board also lies in its diversity, bringing together experience from across the maritime ecosystem, including Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, ship owners, shipyards, classification, ports, coastal operators, container operations, seafarers, and officers' unions. The Directorate General of Maritime Administration, Indian Navy, and Indian Coast Guard, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Academia, and Gender Diversity. Over the past year and a half, the board has worked to make its statutory advisory role more dynamic, consultative, and closely connected to the realities of the maritime sector. Under the guidance of Union Cabinet Minister Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, the board has taken its work beyond the meeting room. It has held meetings across major maritime centers from Mumbai and Kandla to Kochi, Kolkata, Vishakhapatnam, Goa, Tuticorin and Chennai, engaging directly with maritime fraternity. NSB provides a platform and a voice for a wide range of maritime stakeholders to share their views, concerns, challenges and suggestions directly through a structured national forum. Through the NSB, issues faced on the ground can be brought into policy discourse, identify practical solutions, and strengthen the quality of maritime policy and decision-making. The board has examined issues ranging from Indian shipping tonnage and shipbuilding, ship repair and ship recycling, to coastal shipping, inland waterways, seafarer welfare, maritime training, logistics, and container manufacturing. It has also looked ahead at green shipping, alternative fuels, autonomous navigation, emerging technologies, maritime emergency preparedness, and the development of future-ready skills. The board has constituted 15 specialized subcommittees tasked with developing roadmaps aligned with India's maritime ambitions, increasing Indian tonnage, taxation, strengthening shipbuilding and repair, developing ship recycling, expanding coastal and inland water transport, promoting cruise tourism, skilling, single maritime window, developing regional maritime hubs, and preparing for emerging technologies and alternative fuels, as well as maritime heritage. The board has also brought specific industry concerns to the government's attention, including issues related to taxation, ship acquisition, MRO, coastal shipping, seafarer welfare, logistics, and the competitiveness of Indian shipping. This is the essence of the National Shipping Board's role: to listen, to bring together diverse voices, to examine, to advise, and to connect policy with the realities of the maritime sector. As India looks towards becoming a leading maritime nation, the National Shipping Board has an important role to play. Its strength lies in bringing together government, industry, professionals, and stakeholders, creating a forum where maritime experience can inform national policy and the concerns of the sector can become part of the national maritime discourse. From its origins in 1959 to its work today, the National Shipping Board remains an important part of India's maritime journey. The journey ahead is ambitious: a stronger Indian fleet, world-class shipbuilding and repair, a competitive maritime services ecosystem, safer and greener seas, empowered seafarers, and a maritime sector ready for the future. National Shipping Board, shaping policy, strengthening maritime capabilities, and building the maritime India of tomorrow. For thousands of years, India's relationship with the sea has shaped its trade, economy, and strategic interests. Independent India needed a strong institutional maritime framework. Merchant Shipping Act of 1958 paved the way for establishment of the National Shipping Board in 1959. The National Shipping Board became one of independent India's earliest statutory maritime institutions, created to advise the government on Indian shipping and its development.
जिस देश का समुद्री सामर्थ्य मजबूत होगा, उसका आर्थिक और रणनीतिक प्रभाव भी उतना ही मजबूत होगा।
भारत को दुनिया का सबसे शक्तिशाली मैरीटाइम नेशन के हिसाब से खड़ा करना होगा और शिप बिल्डिंग में हम 2047 तक दुनिया का 5 सबसे बेहतर शिप बिल्डिंग नेशन के बीच में एक होंगे।
शिप्स जब उसका खुद का रोल प्ले करेगा तभी इकोनॉमी और उसके साथ साथ भारत का जो सागर का विकास ये तो होता ही जाएगा।
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing a renaissance. with renewed focus on building a stronger Indian fleet, a globally competitive shipbuilding industry, and a modern maritime ecosystem. At the heart of this work is a larger national vision, Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. On 30th April 2025, the present National Shipping Board was constituted. The strength of the board also lies in its diversity, bringing together experience from across the maritime ecosystem, including Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, ship owners, shipyards, classification, ports, coastal operators, container operations, seafarers, and officers' unions. The Directorate General of Maritime Administration, Indian Navy, and Indian Coast Guard, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, academia, and gender diversity. Over the past year and a half, the board has worked to make its statutory advisory role more dynamic, consultative, and closely connected to the realities of the maritime sector. Under the guidance of Union Cabinet Minister Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, the board has taken its work beyond the meeting room. It has held meetings across major maritime centers from Mumbai and Kandla to Kochi, Kolkata, Vishakhapatnam, Goa, Tuticorin, and Chennai, engaging directly with maritime fraternity. NSB provides a platform and a voice for a wide range of maritime stakeholders to share their views, concerns, challenges, and suggestions directly through a structured national forum. Through the NSB, issues faced on the ground can be brought into policy discourse, identify practical solutions, and strengthen the quality of maritime policy and decision-making. The board has examined issues ranging from Indian shipping tonnage and shipbuilding, ship repair and ship recycling, to coastal shipping, inland waterways, seafarer welfare, maritime training, logistics, and container manufacturing. It has also looked ahead at green shipping, alternative fuels, autonomous navigation, emerging technologies, maritime emergency preparedness, and the development of future-ready skills. The board has constituted 15 specialized subcommittees tasked with developing roadmaps aligned with India's maritime ambitions. Increasing Indian tonnage, taxation, strengthening shipbuilding and repair, developing ship recycling, expanding coastal and inland water transport, promoting cruise tourism, skilling, single maritime window, developing regional maritime hubs, and preparing for emerging technologies and alternative fuels, as well as maritime heritage. The board has also brought specific industry concerns to the government's attention, including issues related to taxation, ship acquisition, MRO, coastal shipping, seafarer welfare, logistics, and the competitiveness of Indian shipping. This is the essence of the National Shipping Board's role: to listen, to bring together diverse voices, to examine, to advise, and to connect policy with the realities of the maritime sector. As India looks towards becoming a leading maritime nation, the National Shipping Board has an important role to play. Its strength lies in bringing together government, industry, professionals, and stakeholders, creating a forum where maritime experience can inform national policy and the concerns of the sector can become part of the national maritime discourse. From its origins in 1959 to its work today, the National Shipping Board remains an important part of India's maritime journey. The journey ahead is ambitious: a stronger Indian fleet, world-class shipbuilding and repair, a competitive maritime services ecosystem, safer and greener seas, empowered seafarers, and a maritime sector ready for the future. National Shipping Board, shaping policy, strengthening maritime capabilities, and building the maritime India of tomorrow. For thousands of years, India's relationship with the sea has shaped its trade, economy, and strategic interests. Independent India needed a strong institutional maritime framework. Merchant Shipping Act of 1958 paved the way for establishment of the National Shipping Board in 1959. The National Shipping Board became one of independent India's earliest statutory maritime institutions, created to advise the government on Indian shipping and its development.
जिस देश का समुद्री सामर्थ्य मजबूत होगा उसका आर्थिक और रणनीतिक प्रभाव भी उतना ही मजबूत होगा।
भारत को दुनिया का सबसे शक्तिशाली मैरीटाइम नेशन के हिसाब से खड़ा करना होगा और शिप बिल्डिंग में हम 2047 तक दुनिया का 5 सबसे बेहतर शिप बिल्डिंग नेशन के बीच में एक होंगे।
शिप जब उसका खुद का रोल प्ले करेगा तभी इकोनॉमी और उसके साथ साथ भारत का जो सागर का विकास ये तो होता ही जाएगा।
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing a renaissance, with renewed focus on building a stronger Indian fleet, a globally competitive shipbuilding industry, and a modern maritime ecosystem. At the heart of this work is a larger national vision, Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. On 30th April 2025, the present National Shipping Board was constituted. The strength of the board also lies in its diversity, bringing together experience from across the maritime ecosystem, including Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, shipowners, shipyards, classification, ports, coastal operators, container operations, seafarers, and officers' unions. The Directorate General of Maritime Administration, Indian Navy, and Indian Coast Guard, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, academia, and gender diversity. Over the past year and a half, the board has worked to make its statutory advisory role more dynamic, consultative, and closely connected to the realities of the maritime sector. Under the guidance of Union Cabinet Minister Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, the board has taken its work beyond the meeting room. It has held meetings across major maritime centers from Mumbai and Kandla to Kochi, Kolkata, Vishakhapatnam, Goa, Tuticorin, and Chennai, engaging directly with maritime fraternity. NSB provides a platform and a voice for a wide range of maritime stakeholders to share their views, concerns, challenges, and suggestions directly through a structured national forum. Through the NSB, issues faced on the ground can be brought into policy discourse, identify practical solutions, and strengthen the quality of maritime policy and decision-making. The board has examined issues ranging from Indian shipping tonnage and shipbuilding, ship repair and ship recycling, to coastal shipping, inland waterways, seafarer welfare, maritime training, logistics, and container manufacturing. It has also looked ahead at green shipping, alternative fuels, autonomous navigation, emerging technologies, maritime emergency preparedness, and the development of future-ready skills. The board has constituted 15 specialized subcommittees tasked with developing roadmaps aligned with India's maritime ambitions. Increasing Indian tonnage, taxation, strengthening shipbuilding and repair, developing ship recycling, expanding coastal and inland water transport, promoting cruise tourism, skilling, single maritime window, developing regional maritime hubs, and preparing for emerging technologies and alternative fuels, as well as maritime heritage. The board has also brought specific industry concerns to the government's attention, including issues related to taxation, ship acquisition, MRO, coastal shipping, seafarer welfare, logistics, and the competitiveness of Indian shipping. This is the essence of the National Shipping Board's role: to listen, to bring together diverse voices, to examine, to advise, and to connect policy with the realities of the maritime sector. As India looks towards becoming a leading maritime nation, the National Shipping Board has an important role to play. Its strength lies in bringing together government, industry, professionals, and stakeholders, creating a forum where maritime experience can inform national policy and the concerns of the sector can become part of the national maritime discourse. From its origins in 1959 to its work today, the National Shipping Board remains an important part of India's maritime journey. The journey ahead is ambitious: a stronger Indian fleet, world-class shipbuilding and repair, a competitive maritime services ecosystem, safer and greener seas, empowered seafarers, and a maritime sector ready for the future. National Shipping Board, shaping policy, strengthening maritime capabilities, and building the maritime India of tomorrow. For thousands of years, India's relationship with the sea has shaped its trade, economy, and strategic interests. Independent India needed a strong institutional maritime framework. Merchant Shipping Act of 1958 paved the way for establishment of the National Shipping Board in 1959. The National Shipping Board became one of independent India's earliest statutory maritime institutions, created to advise the government on Indian shipping and its development.
जिस देश का समुद्री सामर्थ्य मजबूत होगा, उसका आर्थिक और रणनीतिक प्रभाव भी उतना ही मजबूत होगा।
भारत को दुनिया का सबसे शक्तिशाली मैरीटाइम नेशन के हिसाब से खड़ा करना होगा और शिप बिल्डिंग में हम 2047 तक दुनिया का 5 सबसे बेहतर शिप बिल्डिंग नेशन के बीच में एक होंगे।
शिप जब तक उसका रोल प्ले करेगा तभी इकोनॉमी और उसके साथ साथ भारत का जो सागर का विकास ये तो होता ही जाएगा।
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing a renaissance. With renewed focus on building a stronger Indian fleet, a globally competitive shipbuilding industry, and a modern maritime ecosystem. At the heart of this work is a larger national vision, Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. On 30th April 2025, the present National Shipping Board was constituted. The strength of the board also lies in its diversity, bringing together experience from across the maritime ecosystem, including Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, ship owners, shipyards, classification, ports, coastal operators, container operations, seafarers, and officers' unions. The Directorate General of Maritime Administration, Indian Navy, and Indian Coast Guard, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, academia, and gender diversity. Over the past year and a half, the board has worked to make its statutory advisory role more dynamic, consultative, and closely connected to the realities of the maritime sector. Under the guidance of Union Cabinet Minister Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, the board has taken its work beyond the meeting room. It has held meetings across major maritime centers from Mumbai and Kandla to Kochi, Kolkata, Vishakhapatnam, Goa, Tuticorin, and Chennai, engaging directly with maritime fraternity. NSB provides a platform and a voice for a wide range of maritime stakeholders to share their views, concerns, challenges, and suggestions directly through a structured national forum. Through the NSB, issues faced on the ground can be brought into policy discourse, identify practical solutions, and strengthen the quality of maritime policy and decision-making. The board has examined issues ranging from Indian shipping tonnage and shipbuilding, ship repair and ship recycling, to coastal shipping, inland waterways, seafarer welfare, maritime training, logistics, and container manufacturing. It has also looked ahead at green shipping, alternative fuels, autonomous navigation, emerging technologies, maritime emergency preparedness, and the development of future-ready skills. The board has constituted 15 specialized subcommittees tasked with developing roadmaps aligned with India's maritime ambitions. Increasing Indian tonnage, taxation, strengthening shipbuilding and repair, developing ship recycling, expanding coastal and inland water transport, promoting cruise tourism, skilling, single maritime window, developing regional maritime hubs, and preparing for emerging technologies and alternative fuels, as well as maritime heritage. The board has also brought specific industry concerns to the government's attention, including issues related to taxation, ship acquisition, MRO, coastal shipping, seafarer welfare, logistics, and the competitiveness of Indian shipping. This is the essence of the National Shipping Board's role: to listen, to bring together diverse voices, to examine, to advise, and to connect policy with the realities of the maritime sector. As India looks towards becoming a leading maritime nation, the National Shipping Board has an important role to play. Its strength lies in bringing together government, industry, professionals, and stakeholders, creating a forum where maritime experience can inform national policy and the concerns of the sector can become part of the national maritime discourse. From its origins in 1959 to its work today, the National Shipping Board remains an important part of India's maritime journey. The journey ahead is ambitious: a stronger Indian fleet, world-class shipbuilding and repair, a competitive maritime services ecosystem, safer and greener seas, empowered seafarers, and a maritime sector ready for the future. National Shipping Board, shaping policy, strengthening maritime capabilities, and building the maritime India of tomorrow. For thousands of years, India's relationship with the sea has shaped its trade, economy, and strategic interests. Independent India needed a strong institutional maritime framework. Merchant Shipping Act of 1958 paved the way for establishment of the National Shipping Board in 1959. The National Shipping Board became one of independent India's earliest statutory maritime institutions, created to advise the government on Indian shipping and its development.
जिस देश का समुद्री सामर्थ्य मजबूत होगा, उसका आर्थिक और रणनीतिक प्रभाव भी उतना ही मजबूत होगा।
भारत को दुनिया का सबसे शक्तिशाली मैरीटाइम नेशन के हिसाब से खड़ा करना होगा और शिप बिल्डिंग में हम 2047 तक दुनिया का 5 सबसे बेहतर शिप बिल्डिंग नेशन के बीच में एक होंगे।
जब तक खुद का रोल प्ले करेगा तभी इकोनॉमी और उसके साथ साथ भारत का जो सागर का विकास ये तो होता ही जाएगा।
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing a renaissance, with renewed focus on building a stronger Indian fleet, a globally competitive shipbuilding industry, and a modern maritime ecosystem. At the heart of this work is a larger national vision, Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. On 30th April 2025, the present National Shipping Board was constituted. The strength of the board also lies in its diversity, bringing together experience from across the maritime ecosystem, including Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, shipowners, shipyards, classification, ports, coastal operators, container operations, seafarers, and officers' unions. The Directorate General of Maritime Administration, Indian Navy, and Indian Coast Guard, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, academia, and gender diversity. Over the past year and a half, the board has worked to make its statutory advisory role more dynamic, consultative, and closely connected to the realities of the maritime sector. Under the guidance of Union Cabinet Minister Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, the board has taken its work beyond the meeting room. It has held meetings across major maritime centers from Mumbai and Kandla to Kochi, Kolkata, Vishakhapatnam, Goa, Tuticorin, and Chennai, engaging directly with maritime fraternity. NSB provides a platform and a voice for a wide range of maritime stakeholders to share their views, concerns, challenges, and suggestions directly through a structured national forum. Through the NSB, issues faced on the ground can be brought into policy discourse, identify practical solutions, and strengthen the quality of maritime policy and decision-making. The board has examined issues ranging from Indian shipping tonnage and shipbuilding, ship repair and ship recycling, to coastal shipping, inland waterways, seafarer welfare, maritime training, logistics, and container manufacturing. It has also looked ahead at green shipping, alternative fuels, autonomous navigation, emerging technologies, maritime emergency preparedness, and the development of future-ready skills. The board has constituted 15 specialized subcommittees tasked with developing roadmaps aligned with India's maritime ambitions. Increasing Indian tonnage, taxation, strengthening shipbuilding and repair, developing ship recycling, expanding coastal and inland water transport, promoting cruise tourism, skilling, single maritime window, developing regional maritime hubs, and preparing for emerging technologies and alternative fuels, as well as maritime heritage. The board has also brought specific industry concerns to the government's attention, including issues related to taxation, ship acquisition, MRO, coastal shipping, seafarer welfare, logistics, and the competitiveness of Indian shipping. This is the essence of the National Shipping Board's role: to listen, to bring together diverse voices, to examine, to advise, and to connect policy with the realities of the maritime sector. As India looks towards becoming a leading maritime nation, the National Shipping Board has an important role to play. Its strength lies in bringing together government, industry, professionals, and stakeholders, creating a forum where maritime experience can inform national policy and the concerns of the sector can become part of the national maritime discourse. From its origins in 1959 to its work today, the National Shipping Board remains an important part of India's maritime journey. The journey ahead is ambitious: a stronger Indian fleet, world-class shipbuilding and repair, a competitive maritime services ecosystem, safer and greener seas, empowered seafarers, and a maritime sector ready for the future. National Shipping Board, shaping policy, strengthening maritime capabilities, and building the maritime India of tomorrow. For thousands of years, India's relationship with the sea has shaped its trade, economy, and strategic interests. Independent India needed a strong institutional maritime framework. Merchant Shipping Act of 1958 paved the way for establishment of the National Shipping Board in 1959. The National Shipping Board became one of independent India's earliest statutory maritime institutions, created to advise the government on Indian shipping and its development.
जिस देश का समुद्री सामर्थ्य मजबूत होगा, उसका आर्थिक और रणनीतिक प्रभाव भी उतना ही मजबूत होगा।
भारत को दुनिया का सबसे शक्तिशाली मैरीटाइम नेशन के हिसाब से खड़ा करना होगा और शिप बिल्डिंग में हम 2047 तक दुनिया का 5 सबसे बेहतर शिप बिल्डिंग नेशन के बीच में एक होंगे।
शिप जब तक खुद का रोल प्ले करेगा, तभी इकोनॉमी और उसके साथ साथ भारत का जो सागर का विकास, ये तो होता ही जाएगा।
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing a renaissance, with renewed focus on building a stronger Indian fleet, a globally competitive shipbuilding industry, and a modern maritime ecosystem. At the heart of this work is a larger national vision, Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. On 30th April 2025, the present National Shipping Board was constituted. The strength of the board also lies in its diversity, bringing together experience from across the maritime ecosystem, including Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, ship owners, shipyards, classification, ports, coastal operators, container operations, seafarers, and officers' unions. The Directorate General of Maritime Administration, Indian Navy, and Indian Coast Guard, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, academia, and gender diversity. Over the past year and a half, the board has worked to make its statutory advisory role more dynamic, consultative, and closely connected to the realities of the maritime sector. Under the guidance of Union Cabinet Minister Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, the board has taken its work beyond the meeting room. It has held meetings across major maritime centers from Mumbai and Kandla to Kochi, Kolkata, Vishakhapatnam, Goa, Tuticorin, and Chennai, engaging directly with maritime fraternity. NSB provides a platform and a voice for a wide range of maritime stakeholders to share their views, concerns, challenges, and suggestions directly through a structured national forum. Through the NSB, issues faced on the ground can be brought into policy discourse, identify practical solutions, and strengthen the quality of maritime policy and decision-making. The board has examined issues ranging from Indian shipping tonnage and shipbuilding, ship repair and ship recycling, to coastal shipping, inland waterways, seafarer welfare, maritime training, logistics, and container manufacturing. It has also looked ahead at green shipping, alternative fuels, autonomous navigation, emerging technologies, maritime emergency preparedness, and the development of future-ready skills. The board has constituted 15 specialized subcommittees tasked with developing roadmaps aligned with India's maritime ambitions. Increasing Indian tonnage, taxation, strengthening shipbuilding and repair, developing ship recycling, expanding coastal and inland water transport, promoting cruise tourism, skilling, single maritime window, developing regional maritime hubs, and preparing for emerging technologies and alternative fuels, as well as maritime heritage. The board has also brought specific industry concerns to the government's attention, including issues related to taxation, ship acquisition, MRO, coastal shipping, seafarer welfare, logistics, and the competitiveness of Indian shipping. This is the essence of the National Shipping Board's role: to listen, to bring together diverse voices, to examine, to advise, and to connect policy with the realities of the maritime sector. As India looks towards becoming a leading maritime nation, the National Shipping Board has an important role to play. Its strength lies in bringing together government, industry, professionals, and stakeholders, creating a forum where maritime experience can inform national policy and the concerns of the sector can become part of the national maritime discourse. From its origins in 1959 to its work today, the National Shipping Board remains an important part of India's maritime journey. The journey ahead is ambitious: a stronger Indian fleet, world-class shipbuilding and repair, a competitive maritime services ecosystem, safer and greener seas, empowered seafarers, and a maritime sector ready for the future. National Shipping Board, shaping policy, strengthening maritime capabilities, and building the maritime India of tomorrow. For thousands of years, India's relationship with the sea has shaped its trade, economy, and strategic interests. Independent India needed a strong institutional maritime framework. Merchant Shipping Act of 1958 paved the way for establishment of the National Shipping Board in 1959. The National Shipping Board became one of independent India's earliest statutory maritime institutions, created to advise the government on Indian shipping and its development.
जिस देश का समुद्री सामर्थ्य मजबूत होगा, उसका आर्थिक और रणनीतिक प्रभाव भी उतना ही मजबूत होगा।
भारत को दुनिया का सबसे शक्तिशाली मैरीटाइम नेशन के हिसाब से खड़ा करना होगा और शिप बिल्डिंग में हम 2047 तक दुनिया का 5 सबसे बेहतर शिप बिल्डिंग नेशन के बीच में एक होंगे।
फिफ्थ जब उसका खुद का रोल प्ले करेगा, तभी इकोनॉमी और उसके साथ साथ भारत का जो सागर का विकास ये तो होता ही जाएगा।
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing a renaissance. With renewed focus on building a stronger Indian fleet, a globally competitive shipbuilding industry, and a modern maritime ecosystem. At the heart of this work is a larger national vision, Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. On 30th April 2025, the present National Shipping Board was constituted. The strength of the board also lies in its diversity, bringing together experience from across the maritime ecosystem, including Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, shipowners, shipyards, classification, ports, coastal operators, container operations, seafarers, and officers' unions. The Directorate General of Maritime Administration, Indian Navy, and Indian Coast Guard, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, academia, and gender diversity. Over the past year and a half, the board has worked to make its statutory advisory role more dynamic, consultative, and closely connected to the realities of the maritime sector. Under the guidance of Union Cabinet Minister Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, the board has taken its work beyond the meeting room. It has held meetings across major maritime centers from Mumbai and Kandla to Kochi, Kolkata, Vishakhapatnam, Goa, Tuticorin and Chennai, engaging directly with maritime fraternity. NSB provides a platform and a voice for a wide range of maritime stakeholders to share their views, concerns, challenges and suggestions directly through a structured national forum. Through the NSB, issues faced on the ground can be brought into policy discourse, identify practical solutions, and strengthen the quality of maritime policy and decision-making. The board has examined issues ranging from Indian shipping tonnage and shipbuilding, ship repair and ship recycling, to coastal shipping, inland waterways, seafarer welfare, maritime training, logistics, and container manufacturing. It has also looked ahead at green shipping, alternative fuels, autonomous navigation, emerging technologies, maritime emergency preparedness, and the development of future-ready skills. The board has constituted 15 specialized subcommittees tasked with developing roadmaps aligned with India's maritime ambitions, increasing Indian tonnage, taxation, strengthening shipbuilding and repair, developing ship recycling, expanding coastal and inland water transport, promoting cruise tourism, skilling, single maritime window, developing regional maritime hubs, and preparing for emerging technologies and alternative fuels, as well as maritime heritage. The board has also brought specific industry concerns to the government's attention, including issues related to taxation, ship acquisition, MRO, coastal shipping, seafarer welfare, logistics, and the competitiveness of Indian shipping. This is the essence of the National Shipping Board's role: to listen, to bring together diverse voices, to examine, to advise, and to connect policy with the realities of the maritime sector. As India looks towards becoming a leading maritime nation, the National Shipping Board has an important role to play. Its strength lies in bringing together government, industry, professionals, and stakeholders, creating a forum where maritime experience can inform national policy and the concerns of the sector can become part of the national maritime discourse. From its origins in 1959 to its work today, the National Shipping Board remains an important part of India's maritime journey. The journey ahead is ambitious: a stronger Indian fleet, world-class shipbuilding and repair, a competitive maritime services ecosystem, safer and greener seas, empowered seafarers, and a maritime sector ready for the future. National Shipping Board, shaping policy, strengthening maritime capabilities, and building the maritime India of tomorrow. For thousands of years, India's relationship with the sea has shaped its trade, economy, and strategic interests. Independent India needed a strong institutional maritime framework. Merchant Shipping Act of 1958 paved the way for establishment of the National Shipping Board in 1959. The National Shipping Board became one of independent India's earliest statutory maritime institutions, created to advise the government on Indian shipping and its development.
जिस देश का समुद्री सामर्थ्य मजबूत होगा, उसका आर्थिक और रणनीतिक प्रभाव भी उतना ही मजबूत होगा।
भारत को दुनिया का सबसे शक्तिशाली मैरीटाइम नेशन के हिसाब से खड़ा करना होगा और शिप बिल्डिंग में हम 2047 तक दुनिया का 5 सबसे बेहतर शिप बिल्डिंग नेशन के बीच में एक होंगे।
शिप जब तक खुद का रोल प्ले करेगा तभी इकोनॉमी और उसके साथ साथ भारत का जो सागर का विकास ये तो होता ही जाएगा।
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing a renaissance. With renewed focus on building a stronger Indian fleet, a globally competitive shipbuilding industry, and a modern maritime ecosystem. At the heart of this work is a larger national vision, Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. On 30th April 2025, the present National Shipping Board was constituted. The strength of the board also lies in its diversity, bringing together experience from across the maritime ecosystem, including Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, ship owners, shipyards, classification, ports, coastal operators, container operations, seafarers, and officers' unions. The Directorate General of Maritime Administration, Indian Navy, and Indian Coast Guard, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, academia, and gender diversity. Over the past year and a half, the board has worked to make its statutory advisory role more dynamic, consultative, and closely connected to the realities of the maritime sector. Under the guidance of Union Cabinet Minister Shri Sarbananda Sonowal, the board has taken its work beyond the meeting room. It has held meetings across major maritime centers from Mumbai and Kandla to Kochi, Kolkata, Vishakhapatnam, Goa, Tuticorin, and Chennai, engaging directly with maritime fraternity. NSB provides a platform and a voice for a wide range of maritime stakeholders to share their views, concerns, challenges.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have been apprised that the Honorable Minister will be here in a few minutes. थोड़ी ही देर में माननीय मंत्री जी, केंद्रीय मंत्री हमारे बीच होंगे। आप सभी लोग प्लीज बैठ जाएं और इस सेशन को व्यवस्था के साथ चलाने के लिए सभी का सहयोग वांछनीय है। फोन्स को कृपया फिर से चेक कर लें, साइलेंट मोड पर ही बरकरार रखें और निवेदन है कि सेशन के दौरान सभी लोग कृपया बैठे रहें। जब तक कि अति आवश्यक न हो अपने स्थान को न छोड़ें, क्योंकि इसके बाद एक स्पेशल इंटरेक्शन भी है जो माननीय मंत्री जी का हमारे नए ट्रेनीज के साथ में और जितने भी सामने बैठे हैं हमारे गैदरिंग में पार्टिसिपेंट्स, उनके साथ एक स्पेशल इंटरेक्शन सेशन भी है। सो आफ्टर दिस सेशन व्हिच विल बिगिन, वी विल डाइव इनटू अ स्पेशल सेशन ऑफ इंटरेक्शन विद द मिनिस्टर along with the August gathering present here, including the trainees who are here with us in this auditorium. सो प्लीज सभी बैठें और थोड़ी ही देर में, जैसा कि बताया गया है, चंद मिनटों में हमारे बीच आने वाले हैं माननीय मंत्री जी। कृपया सभी लोग अपने अपने स्थान को ग्रहण करें। जितने लोग बाहर की तरफ और खास तौर पर एग्जिट गेट्स के पास हैं, सभी लोग प्लीज सभागार में एंटर करें और बैठ जाएं। माननीय मंत्री जी अब बहुत जल्द किसी भी समय हमारे बीच पहुंच सकते हैं, तो व्यवस्था को हम सभी को बनाए रखना है। माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी हमारे बीच अब किसी भी समय होंगे, प्लीज सभी लोग बैठ जाएं। We will be beginning the session as soon as he arrives, and as we know that there is a special interaction session immediately after the session that will begin, and this will be with the trainees, with all the youth which is present here. युवा शक्ति के साथ स्पेशल एक इंटरेक्शन सेशन माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री जी का होगा, तो काफी खास रहेंगे ये इंटरेक्शंस। सभी लोग आइए व्यवस्था को बनाएं, बैठ जाएं और शुरू करने वाले हैं हम किसी भी लम्हे। थैंक यू। सभी लोग प्लीज बैठ जाएं और माननीय मंत्री जी हमारे बीच पहुंच रहे हैं। Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we had been waiting for is here. Our chief guest is right here, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, the Honorable Union Cabinet Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways. A big round of applause as we welcome the Honorable Minister, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, for joining us here today. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us here and being a part of this wonderful program, Sagar Samvad 2026, requesting all our participants to kindly take their seats. We are about to begin the proceedings. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a very warm welcome to Sagar Samvad 2026, an interaction with maritime stakeholders organized by National Shipping Board and Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. India's maritime sector is not merely about ships and ports, as we all know. It is also about trade, connectivity, livelihoods, national growth, and our collective vision for a stronger blue economy. Today brings together policymakers, maritime administrators, industry leaders, ship owners, seafarers, and other key stakeholders on one platform to exchange perspectives, understand challenges, and explore opportunities for the future of Indian shipping. Ladies and gentlemen, as we commence this session, let me briefly introduce the National Shipping Board, an important statutory body associated with India's maritime administration and policy ecosystem. The board brings together expertise from government, maritime administration, industry, seafaring and related domains, providing an important platform for deliberation on the development of Indian shipping. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we dive straight into the proceedings of the session. And as we begin, may I take the opportunity of inviting and requesting our dignitaries to kindly please take their places on the stage. We begin and invite on stage Shri C.V. Subbarao, President, Indian National Ship Owners Association and Managing Director, Sanmar Group. Please join hands as we welcome him on stage. His industry leadership brings valuable perspectives on the advancement of Indian shipping. We welcome on stage Shri Arun Sharma, who is the Executive Chairperson of Indian Register of Shipping. He is a distinguished engineer and maritime professional with over 5 decades of experience in maritime domain and has served as Chairperson of International Association of Classification Society, a recipient of Varuna Award. Please join hands as we welcome him on stage. We welcome Captain B.K. Tyagi, Chairperson cum Managing Director, Shipping Corporation of India. With extensive maritime experience, he brings valuable leadership and strategic perspective to the development of Indian shipping. We welcome on stage Shri Shyam Jagannathan, Director General of Maritime Administration and Bureau of Port Security, an experienced administrator with domain knowledge across public policy and sectoral development. He brings valuable institutional expertise to the maritime sector. We welcome Chairperson, National Shipping Board. We request you, sir, to please accompany the Honorable Minister to the stage. Shri Samir Kumar Khare ji, with extensive experience in public administration, economic policy and international development. He brings valuable strategic perspective to India's maritime sector. Joining us on stage, along with him, our chief guest, Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, the Honorable Union Cabinet Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways. His leadership encompasses major initiatives across ports, shipping, waterways, and broader blue economy. A very warm welcome to you, sir. As we move ahead with the proceedings of the session, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome our Honorable Minister and the other dignitaries. And सबसे पहले शुरुआत करते हैं. May I please request Shri Samir Khare sir to please extend the warmest welcome to our chief guest, Shri Sonowal ji. आइए बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं, अभिनंदन करते हैं. बहुत बहुत स्वागत सर, आप हमारे बीच आए, आपने समय निकाला. Thank you very much for joining us here today. Please join hands and let's have a big round of applause as we welcome Shri Sonowal ji. बहुत बहुत स्वागत. May I please request Shri Anil Devli ji to welcome NSP chair. Sir, स्वागत, अभिनंदन सभी का. Shri Samir Khare sir. पुनः बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन. This absolutely calls for a picture perfect moment as well. May I please request Shri Rahul Modi to welcome our dignitary, Shri Jagannathan ji. बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन. Shri Shyam Jagannathan ji, Director General of Maritime Administration and Bureau of Port Security. बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन. May I please request Shri Rakesh Singh ji to welcome Captain B.K. Tyagi ji. बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन. Ladies and gentlemen, please join hands as we welcome Captain B.K. Tyagi. May I please request Captain Vikas to extend a warm welcome to Shri Arun Sharma ji. स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन. Shri Arun Sharma ji, the Executive Chairperson of Indian Register of Shipping. पुनः अभिनंदन, वंदन, स्वागत. May I please request DIG Shri Girish Raturi ji to welcome Shri C.V. Subbarao ji. सभी का पुनः बहुत बहुत स्वागत. Ladies and gentlemen, to formally welcome our distinguished guests and participants, may I now please request Shri Sameer Khare sir, Chairperson National Shipping Board, to please present the welcome address.
Honorable Union Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarvanand Sonowal ji, distinguished senior government officials, eminent members of the board, maritime industry leaders, and our young cadets. A very warm welcome and good afternoon to you all. On behalf of National Shipping Board, it is my privilege to welcome our chief guest, Honorable Union Minister Shri Sarvanand Sonowal ji, and all the distinguished dignitaries. Today's program is anchored around three pivotal deliverables of the National Shipping Board that mark a leap forward for the NSB and India's maritime ecosystem. First, the submission of the annual report 2025-26, capturing our key institutional interventions, industry reviews, and advisory milestones over the past year. Second, the presentation of policy advice by our specialized subcommittees, offering actionable frameworks across critical growth engines. First, fleet, industry, and logistics, augmenting Indian tonnage, scaling domestic shipbuilding, repairs, green recycling, establishing global maritime hubs, implementing maritime single window, driving taxation reforms, and reducing national logistic cost. The second vertical, connectivity, heritage, and tourism, expanding coastal shipping and inland waterways while boosting cruise and houseboat tourism, and celebrating the Indian rich maritime heritage. Third pillar, future and green technologies, accelerating the transition to alternate clean fuels and integrating emerging digital technologies. The third deliverable today is the official launch of the NSB website and the digital portal, built to serve as a transparent, interactive interface between policymakers, industry, and the public. This entire efforts draw inspiration from the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, who has placed the blue economy at the center of Viksit Bharat under the Maritime Amrit Kaal Vision 2047. Under the decisive leadership of Shri Sarvanan Sonowal ji, that vision is translated into high-impact infrastructure, port modernization, and green shipping reforms on the ground. Crucially, the portal and our policy recommendations place a dedicated focus on Gen Z, our young boys and girls, training as cadets, and the ratings. By strengthening modern skilling, expanding onboard training berths, ensuring seafarer welfare, and promoting gender diversity, we are empowering our youth to lead the global merchant fleet. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your steadfast guidance. Once again, a heartfelt welcome to everyone. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the context for the deliberations ahead. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to an important milestone, the submission of the National Shipping Board Annual Report to the Honorable Minister, Shri Sarbanan Sonowalji, Union Cabinet Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways. I request the Chairperson NSB to kindly please present the annual report to our Honorable Chief Guest. Requesting the Chairperson NSB to please present the annual report to the Honorable Minister, our Chief Guest for the day, Shri Sarbananji. We will now proceed with the release of the annual report. May I request our Chief Guest to please release the report. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the release of the annual report. A round of applause for this. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move towards another significant moment. May I please request the Honorable Minister, Shri Sarbanan Sonowalji, to kindly please release the NSB subcommittee report as well. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The reports of the various NSB subcommittees now released by our Chief Guest, the Honorable Minister. We now move towards another significant moment, requesting Minister Sir once again to please launch now the National Shipping Board website by pressing the remote button. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Shipping Board website will be launched now. आइए इसके साक्षी होते हैं, करतल ध्वनि से सभी का साथ हमें चाहिए. The NSB website is functional now. Thank you very much, sir, for launching the NSB website. Ladies and gentlemen, the website is functional, as we can see, and the reports will be available on the website. It will serve as an important digital platform for information and access to boards, reports, and activities. As we move ahead with the session, may I take the opportunity of now requesting Shri C.V. Subbarao to please address the gathering. Sir.
Good afternoon, the Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Cabinet Minister from Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarvananda Sonowalji, Shri Samir Kumar Khare, IAS retired, Chairman, National Shipping Board, Shri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS, Director General of Maritime Administration, Shri B.K. Tyagi, Chairman and Managing Director, Shipping Corporation of India, Shri Arun Sharma, Executive Chairman, Indian Register of Shipping. Ladies and gentlemen, and young friends, good afternoon. At first, as the President of INSA, I would like to place on record my grateful thanks for the ministry led by Sri Sonowalji and the flag administration led by the Director General of Maritime Administration by securing the release of our ships from the Strait of Hormuz over the last so many months. This an effort, something that at least I as a common citizen would not be able to understand, as a kind of back channel discussions and the friendship that India has in this world. So I would like to really congratulate and appreciate the effort of the ministry. Thank you. Since there are young friends here, I'll take the liberty, with the permission of the chair, to speak a few words to the young cadets. You know, I like to speak on, I speak with Mr. Anil Devdi all the time, the INSA CEO, most of the time on education and quality assurance. So I'll rest on those two topics while I leave the greater topics of business to the other dignitaries of the dais. You know, for long we are always told when we are young that study well, you'll get a good job. That's what my parents told me too. But perhaps if you young friends, if you can take a position, let's study well and let's learn well, the outcome will automatically be a good job. If we can focus on education and training, which as young people today, as you take forward the next step towards Amrit Kal Vision 1947 as laid down by the Government of India, India will be well served. This Mahabharat is going to be in a much better shape than what it is and what was earlier. Education is what I'm a little wary of. The curriculum, the faculty, and the admission processes, if they can be fine-tuned and done better, we will have people of great leadership potential in the future. I'm a little wary that are we leading to a situation that the institutions today are setting up standards for good chief engineers and masters when they go out to sea, but do we have the future leadership that is going to set in motion in halls like these 25 years later? So this is something I've been speaking to various institutes, and I would like to see if bodies like the National Shipping Board can focus on the issue of education a little more, because we all talk of issues like critical thinking, but it needs efforts on the curriculum, the way the examinations are set, and the way the students are molded to reach higher levels. The number two part that I always focus is on quality assurance, which can never be a given. It is always a chronic unease as to where the next incident is likely to occur. We have a saying, we are part of, at least I am a part of a Shell Maritime Partners group where CEO conferences are held every year. So one of the primary things we are told is a CEO cannot delegate safety. Now, we are always under the impression that the safety or the quality management is someone lying in the corner of one big office, and it is his job to follow up on procedures and checklists. It is not so. It is an inherent ownership issue that individuals have to take up to prevent any incident from taking place. It is our own logic, it's our own responsibility to ensure that quality assurance has to be the main feature, because the quality assurance means the asset and the people on the asset are safe. This cannot be any compromise. This is something that at various forums we do work on, but I wonder if somewhere in between the lines, are we missing a trick or two? I would not waste too much of your time, but if we can dwell on these two issues of education and quality assurance, the younger generation especially, please focus on these issues, then you will have a greater future ahead and you will have a vibrant and a quality assured India. Not for nothing, the two main protagonists of the World War II, Japan and Germany, have risen within a space of 25 to 30 years, riding on technology and quality assurance, which is something that you can bank on today. We have to focus and we have to imprint ourselves that this is where we wish to be. There is no compromise. It's a simple thing like jumping a traffic signal, or a simple thing like saying that, okay, maybe I can manage this. We just leave the thoughts at this forum and for us to dwell on later. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing those important perspectives with all of us today and giving us your ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move ahead, may I take the opportunity of now requesting Captain B.K. Tyagi to please address the August gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please join hands as we welcome Chairperson cum Managing Director, Shipping Corporation of India. Sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Adarniya Sri Sarvanand Sonawal ji, distinguished guests on the dais, young cadets, and other important stakeholders of this industry. It's a really privilege to speak on this dais from this platform. We all know today India is growing very well, 6 to 7% GDP every year. And to add the speed and acceleration to that momentum, our ministry has come up with various schemes. In last 2 to 3 years, ecosystem is already put it in place in form of circular economy for the shipping and maritime sector. Right from the shipbuilding, repairs, financial assistance to various stakeholders, ship disposal, container manufacturing, you name, and every aspect of this industry is covered by our ministry and government of India. This industry never got so much attention. And this is the high time. We all as a team India, we work on this. And we have already got our targets very well set. India Vision 2030 and 2047. We want to be part of Viksit Bharat 2047. You all know this shipbuilding in India is one of the priority for the government of India today. With the current infra, something can happen, but the scale at which India is trying to go. Our ministry is working on that front. We are trying to create the shipping clusters. We are in dialogue with the big shipbuilders of this world. And I'm confident few of the big builders will come to the Indian shores. And then this industry also will take off at a very fast speed. Shipbuilding, second is the tonnage. Indian tonnage is hardly anything today. We all know nearly 95% of cargo is carried by foreign line today. That is not desirable situation as a country. 95% of opportunities is with us as a citizen of India as a maritime sector. So we all have to work towards this. Indian fleet, which is only 5% today. There are a couple of initiatives, and we as a SCI is a part of as a PSU, government PSU, as a part of Ministry of Ports and Shipping Waterways. We are in a process at an advanced stage to incorporate 2 JVs, one with oil and another is Bharat Container Shipping Lines. You all must be seeing this news in the public domain. Further, SCI has got its own expansion plan. And this entire expansion plan, this entire big dream, this was inaugurated by our Honorable PM during last India Maritime Week in October 2025. Further, I must take some note here, and I must thank on behalf of the industry and SCI, our DGMA and entire team of DG and MMD. They are working 24/7. Nearly 6 months are over this Iran-USA war. They are literally working 24/7. And all vessels of India, which were stuck for nearly 3 months, they were safely navigated out of Strait of Hormuz. And big salute to all our seafarers who are serving the country. And our ministry is recognizing them. Under National Shipping Board, last 2 years I'm interacting with the chairman, sir. He's in the same office where we have got SCI Delhi office. And I take liberty to discuss with him. And the amount of work, sir, you and your team has done in last year is tremendous. And I think we all should acknowledge this. I wish you all the best, sir. And Mr. Rao has already given you some more inputs on the areas where NSB can contribute, can focus in terms of policy. With this, I'll conclude this. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Captain Tyagi, for enlightening us with your thoughts today. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move further, may I take the opportunity now of requesting Director General of Maritime Administration and Bureau of Port Security, Shri Shyam Jagannathanji, to please address us now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him once again with a round of applause.
Namaskar. Honorable Union Cabinet Minister, Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, Shri Sarbananda Sonowal ji. The Honorable Chairperson of the National Shipping Board, Shri Samir Khare sir. Respected members of the NSB, my eminent colleague, Captain B.K. Tyagi sir, Shri M.B. Subbarao ji, Shri Arun Sharma ji, other eminent dignitaries and participants today for Sagar Samvad. It is indeed a privilege, and I seek to submit 10 specific points. However, I start with a respectful salutation to the Honorable Minister, for whom this is the second stint leading the ministry and implementing relentlessly the vision envisaged by the Honorable Prime Minister sir in the Maritime India Vision 2030 and the Amritkal Vision. Under the Honorable Minister's leadership, we have witnessed multifold growth in the cargo handling in our ports. We have witnessed safe and secure operations. Captain Tyagi sir mentioned about the Middle East crisis. Our ministry has not let down the nation in ensuring that our critical global supply lines remain intact. Having said that, from the Directorate General of Maritime Administration, I seek to submit these 10 submissions, which are encapsulated in the NSB's own deliberations and the wonderful report that the Honorable Minister Sir has launched today. The first is about our human element in seafaring and maritime globally. Please understand, India, under the leadership of the Honorable Minister and with the efforts from the government and by a vibrant participation with our demographic dividend, today is at the number 2 level globally in terms of contribution of human capital to seafaring. We intend to take this to 20% by 2030. That means we need your support for zero tolerance in training and crewing, taking forward the banner of Sagar Mein Samman, Sagar Mein Yog,
and developing a world-class training ecosystem and an examination system for competencies for exit exams from the MTIs and ratings exit, alongside a completely functional RPSL module. The second issue was highlighted by the respected chairperson, sir. Indian tonnage. We need to preserve, protect, and promote Indian tonnage. Under the leadership of the Honorable Minister, sir, we will shortly be formulating the national shipping policy, which will take substantial inputs from the committee reports that the NSB has done. In shipbuilding and repairs, we are furthering greenfield clusters and brownfield clusters, propelling India from 16th to at least the 5th or even better globally. In ship recycling, India is already number 1. We intend to retain that position and increase the LDT that is being recycled to put forward our sustainability credentials. For taking forward the global lead in decarbonization, we have put forth the first paces of the National Decarbonization Maritime Framework. This has 8 pillars, and we all need to engage with this because green leadership also has India's energy security embedded with it. If you are green energy surplus, you hedge your economic growth, you also basically become the nation that provides energy needs for the rest of the world, while you yourself are energy surplus and not presently dependent on hydrocarbon imports. Digitalization, as I had mentioned earlier, sustainability and technology are two fundamental change paradigms. E-Samudra has been commissioned under the lead of the Honorable Ministers. 24/7 grievance redressal for seafarers, which is perhaps the first functioning flag state mechanism for seafarers globally. Under the Honorable Minister's lead, by the 15th of August, as was directed by him, we have commissioned the Seafarers Tracking Module, which tracks every Indian seafarer wherever in the world the person is. The ministry is working towards rolling out the maritime single window, is pushing for ensuring the ease of doing business, quicker turnaround times, and more trade facilitation. Despite the major Middle East crisis, we were able to facilitate major exporter grievances. I have also been fortunate to be incumbent as the first Director General of the Bureau of Port Security, created under the Section 13 of the Merchant Shipping Act 2025. This will ensure safety and security at India's ports across its coastline, and that will ensure that our engines of prosperity, our ports, function safe and secure. We are looking at the logistics shift, which is with the Coastal Cargo Promotion Scheme. We are looking at indigenization of components for ship manufacturing with the Container Manufacturing Scheme incentive. And we are also walking the paces for the transition from Directorate General of Shipping to Directorate General of Maritime Administration. In all this, the role of the National Shipping Board is critical as a statutory advisory body to the ministry. I am grateful for this opportunity and look forward for each one of your partnership to ensure a bright future for all the bright cadets who are participating here and for our nation. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing with us those important perspectives and your thoughts today. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move ahead, we will now witness a short film carrying important reflections on the National Shipping Board. May I request everyone to kindly direct their attention towards the screen, and I request the team to kindly play the video.
For thousands of years, India's relationship with the sea has shaped its trade, economy, and strategic interests. Independent India needed a strong institutional maritime framework. Merchant Shipping Act of 1958 paved the way for establishment of the National Shipping Board in 1959. The National Shipping Board became one of independent India's earliest statutory maritime institutions, created to advise the government on Indian shipping and its development.
जिस देश का समुद्री सामर्थ्य मजबूत होगा उसका आर्थिक और रणनीतिक प्रभाव भी उतना ही मजबूत होगा।
भारत को दुनिया का सबसे शक्तिशाली मैरीटाइम नेशन खड़ा करना होगा और शिप बिल्डिंग में हम 2047 तक दुनिया का 5 सबसे बेहतर शिप बिल्डिंग नेशन के बीच में एक होंगे। जब खुद का रोल प्ले करेगा अभी और उसके साथ साथ भारत का जो
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing a renaissance. With renewed focus on building a stronger Indian fleet, a globally competitive shipbuilding industry, and a modern maritime ecosystem. At the heart of this work is a larger national vision, Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. On 30th April 2025, the present National Shipping Board was constituted. The strength of the board also lies in its diversity, bringing together experience from across the maritime ecosystem, including Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, shipowners, shipyards, classification, ports, coastal operators, container operations, seafarers, and officers' unions. The Directorate General of Maritime Administration, Indian Navy, and Indian Coast Guard, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, academia, and gender diversity. Over the past year and a half, the board has worked to make its statutory advisory role more dynamic, consultative, and closely connected to the realities of the maritime sector. Under the guidance of Union Cabinet Minister Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, the board has taken its work beyond the meeting room. It has held meetings across major maritime centers from Mumbai and Kandla to Kochi, Kolkata, Vishakhapatnam, Goa, Tuticorin, and Chennai, engaging directly with maritime fraternity. NSB provides a platform and a voice for a wide range of maritime stakeholders to share their views, concerns, challenges, and suggestions directly through a structured national forum. Through the NSB, issues faced on the ground can be brought into policy discourse, identify practical solutions, and strengthen the quality of maritime policy and decision-making. The board has examined issues ranging from Indian shipping tonnage and shipbuilding, ship repair and ship recycling, to coastal shipping, inland waterways, seafarer welfare, maritime training, logistics, and container manufacturing. It has also looked ahead at green shipping, alternative fuels, autonomous navigation, emerging technologies, maritime emergency preparedness, and the development of future-ready skills. The board has constituted 15 specialized subcommittees tasked with developing roadmaps aligned with India's maritime ambitions, increasing Indian tonnage, taxation, strengthening shipbuilding and repair, developing ship recycling, expanding coastal and inland water transport, promoting cruise tourism, skilling, single maritime window, developing regional maritime hubs, and preparing for emerging technologies and alternative fuels, as well as maritime heritage. The board has also brought specific industry concerns to the government's attention, including issues related to taxation, ship acquisition, MRO, coastal shipping, seafarer welfare, logistics, and the competitiveness of Indian shipping. This is the essence of the National Shipping Board's role: to listen, to bring together diverse voices, to examine, to advise, and to connect policy with the realities of the maritime sector. As India looks towards becoming a leading maritime nation, the National Shipping Board has an important role to play. Its strength lies in bringing together government, industry, professionals, and stakeholders, creating a forum where maritime experience can inform national policy and the concerns of the sector can become part of the national maritime discourse. From its origins in 1959 to its work today, the National Shipping Board remains an important part of India's maritime journey. The journey ahead is ambitious: a stronger Indian fleet, world-class shipbuilding and repair, a competitive maritime services ecosystem, safer and greener seas, empowered seafarers, and a maritime sector ready for the future. National Shipping Board, shaping policy, strengthening maritime capabilities, and building the maritime India of tomorrow.
Building the Maritime India of Tomorrow. The AV reflected on the strong foundation and the work taken by NSP, and as rightly mentioned, this was the essence of the National Shipping Board. अब वो समय आ गया है जिसकी प्रतीक्षा हम सभी कर रहे थे। आज हमारे बीच मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में उपस्थित हैं माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी, एक ऐसे जन नेता जिनके दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व में भारत के मैरीटाइम सेक्टर को नई गति, नई दिशा और नई पहचान मिली है। विजन स्पष्ट है सर आपका, एक ऐसा विकसित और आत्मनिर्भर भारत जिसकी प्रगति में समुद्र और हमारी मैरीटाइम स्ट्रेंथ की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका हो। हम निवेदन करना चाहेंगे माननीय मुख्य अतिथि महोदय से, कि आप हम सभी को संबोधित करने की कृपा करें और हम सभी का मार्गदर्शन करें। तालियों के साथ आइए स्वागत करते हैं माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री श्री सर्बानंद सोनोवाल जी। सर आपसे निवेदन है कि हमारा मार्गदर्शन करें, अपने संबोधन के लिए पधारें सर।
भारत माता की, सब लोगों को सहयोग करना चाहिए। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे वंदे वंदे। आज सागर संवाद ये कार्यक्रम नेशनल शिपिंग बोर्ड के द्वारा की गई है और इस कार्यक्रम में हमारे इस सेक्टर में ढेर सारे प्रसिद्ध अनुभवी व्यक्तियों को बुलाया गया है और 21वीं सदी में भारत को दुनिया में सामुद्रिक क्षेत्र में सबसे बड़ा स्थान हासिल करने के लिए हमें अगले दिनों में कैसा रणनीति अपनाना होगा, कार्यक्रम रचना करना होगा, योजना प्रस्तुत करना होगा, कैसे हम मजबूत कदम उठा सकते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे देश के आदर्शवादी नेता, दुनिया के सबसे लोकप्रिय नेता प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने हमें 2 विजन की जरिए लक्ष्य स्पष्ट की है कि मैरीटाइम इंडिया विजन 2030 और मैरीटाइम अमृतकाल विजन 2047 जो भी दोनों विजन में अलग अलग वर्टिकल में लक्ष्य स्पष्ट की गई है, उसको जैसे भी हो हमें हासिल करना ही होगा। तो उसी लक्ष्य को प्राप्ति के लिए आज हम अगले दिनों के लिए एकत्रित हुए हैं और इस सिलसिले में नेशनल शिपिंग बोर्ड ने जो कार्यक्रम रचना की है, मैं उन लोगों को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। और आज की इस कार्यक्रम में मंच पे उपस्थित बोर्ड की अध्यक्ष समीर कुमार खारे जी, डायरेक्टर जनरल शिपिंग श्याम जगन्नाथन जी, शिपिंग कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया की सीएमडी कैप्टन बी के त्यागी जी, प्रेसिडेंट इंसा सीभी सुब्बाराव जी, मेंबर एनएसबी अरुण शर्मा जी और हमारे नेशनल शिपिंग बोर्ड की परम आदरणीय सदस्यगण, distinguished maritime expert, industry leaders, seafarer, young trainees, and dear friends. The power of water has been empowering the human civilization. And with the support of power of water, we are trying to become more and more powerful. So, first of all, we'll have to realize the strength of water, the resources available in water. मैं हमेशा ये कहते आया हूं, water to wisdom, water to wealth, water to weather, water to the world. जलमार्ग के जरिए ही सदियों से हम लोगों ने अपने सभ्यता संस्कृति को आगे बढ़ाने का काम करते आए हैं और दुनिया में रिश्ता बनाने के सिलसिले में भी, व्यापार में भी और हमारे सांस्कृतिक धारा में भी, शायद आध्यात्मिक क्षेत्र में भी हम लोगों ने जलमार्ग के जरिए, जलमार्ग की सहयोग के जरिए हम लोगों ने अपना शक्ति दुनिया में दिखाने का काम किया है। आज हमें याद करना होगा, स्वामी विवेकानंद जी ने जब शिकागो गए थे, वो भी हमारे वाटरवेज के जरिए ही गए थे और शिकागो में इंटरनेशनल रिलीजियस पार्लियामेंट में जो उन्होंने भारत की ज्ञान भक्ति के सिलसिले में, भारत की फिलॉसफी के सिलसिले में जो भी बात रखा, इसके जरिए दुनिया ने भारत का शक्ति को महसूस की। तो इसलिए आज इस सभागृह में हमारे नई पीढ़ी है, मुझे आप लोगों को देखकर बहुत खुशी हो रहा है। आई एम प्राउड ऑफ योर प्रेजेंस बिकॉज यू आर द फ्यूचर, you are the future of the nation. Now, whatever these people sitting on the dais of the dais, senior people, they are trying to create the ecosystem for your better growth, better understanding of this particular sector, maritime sector. आज हड़प्पन सिविलाइजेशन की अगर हम अध्ययन करें तो हमें याद दिलाते हैं 5000 साल पहले कैसे भारत दुनिया का सबसे सामुद्रिक व्यापार हो, सामुद्रिक उद्योग हो या सामुद्रिक हमारे क्षेत्र में सबसे पहला स्थान में रहे। 5000 years back we used to be the leaders in the maritime sector. इतने बड़े विरासत हमें पुरखों ने दे के अगले दिनों के लिए हमें लक्ष्य तय करने के लिए उन्होंने हमें जो भी रास्ता दिखाया है, तो मुझे लगता है कि निश्चित रूप से आज यहां उपस्थित हमारे जो कैडेट है, निश्चित रूप से आप लोगों का मन में भी ऐसा ही इरादा निश्चित करना होगा कि हम भी भारत को दुनिया का सबसे मजबूत देश के हिसाब से खड़ा करने के लिए हमारा जो भी राष्ट्रीय कर्तव्य है, देश के लिए जो भी हमारा दायित्व है, उसको हम निष्ठापूर्वक निभाएंगे ना? आप तैयार है? अरे आवाज इतना कमजोर नहीं होना चाहिए। युवा शक्ति महाशक्ति, आवाज दीजिए, तैयार है? तो इसलिए मैं यही चाहूंगा कि आज के जो कार्यक्रम है, इनमें आपने सुबह से भाग ली है, कई वक्ताओं के वक्तव्य आपने सुनी है, उनके अनुभव उन्होंने व्यक्त की है। तो इससे आप लोगों को अगले दिनों के लिए हमें क्या क्या करना होगा, पोर्ट, शिपिंग, वाटरवेज, शिप बिल्डिंग, शिप रिपेयर, रिसाइकलिंग, इन ऑल द वर्टिकल्स एंड ऑल्सो सीफेयर्स, सेफ्टी, सिक्योरिटी एंड वेलफेयर, सारे विषय पर अगले दिनों में हमें क्या क्या कदम उठाना होगा। अब तक जो भी कदम हमने उठाया है, इसमें हम लोगों ने कितना सफलता हासिल की है और अगले दिनों के लिए हमारा लक्ष्य क्या है। शिप बिल्डिंग में कुछ देर पहले हमारे त्यागी जी उल्लेख की थी, है ना? शिप बिल्डिंग में आज हम दुनिया में 16 पोजीशन में है, यानी कि हमारा अस्तित्व इतना विजिबल नहीं है, इस सेक्टर में इतना क्रेडिबल नहीं है। नहीं रहूंगा इस सेक्टर में हम इसी हालत में। अगले दिनों के लिए अमृतकाल विजन 2047 तक भारत को दुनिया में वन ऑफ दी टॉप 5 नेशन के हिसाब से शिप बिल्डिंग में खड़ा करने के लिए हमने कार्यक्रम रचना की है। और हमारा तब तक हमारा लक्ष्य है 4.5 मिलियन टनेज, और इसके लिए परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आज इंडियन बजट में शिप बिल्डिंग के सिलसिले में जो भी सुविधा उपलब्ध की है, हमारे लिए जो सहयोग की है, इसके वजह से आज हमारे जो भी शिपयार्ड है, शिप बिल्डिंग सेक्टर में जुड़े हुए देश के जो संस्था है, सब लोगों ने आज बड़े उत्साह से इस विषय पर एकत्रित हुए हैं। तो निश्चित रूप से अगले दिनों में हम उसी लक्ष्य पूरा करने के लिए वर्तमान जो भी कदम हमने उठाया है, ये बड़े उत्साहजनक है, क्योंकि अब तक आंध्र प्रदेश, तमिलनाडु, गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, इस सारे प्रदेश के साथ हमारे मंत्रालय का जो भी समझौता हुई है, उसी के आधारित क्लस्टर, शिप बिल्डिंग के लिए क्लस्टर कैसे बने जाएंगे, और साथ साथ में हमें शिप बिल्डिंग के सिलसिले में आत्मनिर्भर भारत होने के लिए हमें क्वालिटी वर्कफोर्स चाहिए, यानी कि we will not be dependent on the product of the foreign nation. We will have our own capable quality human resource, high skilled people around, so that whatever kind of skill is required to build a big ship, different categories of ship, everything will be available in the country. That is the power of our vision, self-reliant India, आत्मनिर्भर भारत। तो इसलिए आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनाने के लिए आप लोगों का व्यक्तित्व में जो शक्ति है, समर्थ है, मैं तो विशेष बड़े गंभीर रूप से इस विषय को मैं मानता हूं कि आज की अगर नई पीढ़ी एकत्रित हो जाए, और ये आपको मंत्र हमेशा याद रखना होगा, ये एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत, इसी मंत्र के द्वारा आप लोगों को मन बनाना होगा। अगले दिनों में हम अपने देश को दुनिया के सबसे मजबूत विकसित राष्ट्र के हिसाब से हम खड़ा करेंगे। इसका पहचान 2047 तक, क्योंकि आज के आपका जो उम्र है, someone will be 21, 22. If you add another 22, then your age will be 2044, you will be the proud citizen of Atmanirbhar Bharat by 2047. तो ये जो कार्यक्रम रचना की गई है आपके लिए की गई है। कन्याकुमारी से कश्मीर तक, अरुणाचल प्रदेश से गुजरात तक, हमारे 140 करोड़ जो आबादी है, इनके बीच में जो युवा पीढ़ी है, विद्यार्थी है, आप लोगों के लिए परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इतना महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम रचना की है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये आपके लिए सुनहरा मौका है। इस मौका को हाथ से आप खोना नहीं, उसका सही आप लाभ उठाए, देश के लिए, अपने लिए और समाज के लिए। सुबह से देयर आर सीरीज ऑफ स्पीकर, इजंट इट? सो आप लोग थक गए होंगे, ज्यादा नहीं बोलना है मुझे, क्योंकि ऐसे शान स्वभाव के जब भी दर्शक हमें मिलते हैं तो हम लोग का आदत बनता है, लेट अस हैव प्रोलॉन्ग स्पीचेस। नो, आई विल नॉट डू इनजस्टिस टू योर पेशेंस ऑफ हियरिंग। तो इसलिए मैं ही समाप्त करना चाहता हूं और नेशनल शिपिंग बोर्ड को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। आप लोगों ने बार बार सभी स्टेक होल्डर का साथ डिटेल में बात की है, तो ये बहुत जरूरी है। सबका बात सुनना सही है, सबका साथ सबका विकास, दैट्स द प्रिंसिपल लाइन ऑफ इंटीग्रेशन, अंडरस्टैंडिंग टू ईच अदर। इसलिए समझना चाहिए सब व्यक्ति का पास शक्ति है, और अगर हम दिल से दिल मिलाकर बात करें तो बहुत कुछ सीख सकता है। तो इसलिए जो इंटरैक्टिव सेशन आपने शुरू किए 1 साल, पिछले 1 साल, इसके वजह से आप लोगों ने हमें महत्वपूर्ण सुझाव देने में आज सफलता प्राप्त की है। तो इसके लिए मैं नेशनल शिपिंग बोर्ड के जुड़े सभी सदस्यों के साथ खड़े जी को भी धन्यवाद देता हूं। So I think this is sufficient for this event, and I am going to have a very free frank interactive session with our very brilliant, jubilant, bright faces of our cadet, and I believe you have definitely your better goal of life, and really I have been to many places in the country and have the opportunity to interact with their bright cadet, and most of the cadets, you are all disciplined, you have got your dedication, devotion, commitment, and ability of hard working. So these are the quality required all the time. और आपका एक सबसे बड़ी क्या लाभजनक बात है आपको मालूम है? आप हमेशा फिट रह सकते हैं। जो व्यक्ति फिट है वही समाज के लिए, देश के लिए निरंतर मेहनत कर सकता है। अगर आपका फिटनेस बिगड़ गया, मन में जितना भी आपका योजना, परिकल्पना, इरादा क्यों ना हो, लेकिन आपका शरीर अगर थक गया, अब थक गया। इसलिए जीवन में सबसे बड़ी बात है, यू हैव टू कीप योरसेल्फ फिट फॉर ऑल द टाइम, ऑल द सर्कमस्टेंसेस ऑफ योर लाइफ। इफ यू आर फिट, you are fresh, you are active, you are energetic, and you can inspire the people around, and you can extend your wholehearted service to the nation. भारत माता की शरणों पे समर्पित भावनाओं से निरंतर आप आपकी सेवा दे सकते हैं। यही तो जीवन का सबसे बड़ी बात है। अगर आपने देश के लिए सेवा की, इससे बड़ा सफलता क्या हो सकता है? That is why I think for that particular commitment, you'll definitely always keeping this particular line in your memory box. Sometime you just bring it out and get yourself fresh. So there is a yoga teaching. Distress, refresh, and refocus. They're 3 important. Distress, अगर थकन पकड़ लिया, उसको भगाना सही है। योग अभ्यास के जरिए यह संभव है। डिस्ट्रेस, स्ट्रेस को भगाना चाहिए, देन मन को जगाना चाहिए, रिफ्रेश, एंड अल्टीमेटली रिफोकस। जो काम आपको करना है वहां तन मन आत्माओं से अब लग जाइए ताकि आप सफलता प्राप्त कर सकें। And you are proud that you are going to be a part of the journey, because we are considered to be known to be the largest transporter of the country. We're the largest transporter. We handle 95% EXIM cargo, and by volume, and 70% by value. This is the power of this particular ministry, shipping. तो इतना बड़ा लक्ष्य, इतना बड़ा काम देश के लिए करने के लिए अगर किसी को मौका मिला है, इस मंत्रालय को मिला है। ये कोई मामूली बात नहीं है। Have you ever thought it that you are going to be a part of this largest transporter of the country? EXIM कार्गो हैंडल हमारे मंत्रालय करती है, इसलिए पोर्ट का कैपेसिटी, पोर्ट का एफिशिएंसी, पोर्ट मॉडर्नाइजेशन, मैकेनाइजेशन, डिजिटाइजेशन कितना आवश्यक है, और हमको लड़ना होगा। आप दुनिया कहती है कि रोटरडम पोर्ट सबसे बेहतर है, इससे भी बेहतर हिंदुस्तान का पोर्ट बनेगा। और आप बेहुदा पोर्ट आ रहा है उड़ीसा में, बड़वान पोर्ट बन रहा है महाराष्ट्र में, Galater Bay is coming, and these are the four important, and Vizhingham of course is there. इतने बड़े पोर्ट आज देश में बन रहा है। विजिंगम पोर्ट ने ऑलरेडी उनकी जो भी ट्रांसशिपमेंट के सिलसिले में 1 साल के अंदर जो सफलता प्राप्त की है, आपका पास वो आंकड़ा है। बड़वान पोर्ट अकेले 23.3 मिलियन ट्यूज कंटेनर हैंडलिंग करेंगे। कुल मिलाकर बल्क कार्गो का साथ एक ही पोर्ट 300 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन पर एनम दे विल हैंडल। और along with the port, there will be port-led industrialization and city development. And this particular port is going to create more than 20 lakhs directly indirectly jobs to the youngster of the country. एक ही पोर्ट का इतना शक्ति रहेगा। The same principle, Galater Bay in the Andaman and Nicobar group of island, that is also going to create a huge network, particularly in the Bay of Bengal, eastern coast, and it will have the capacity of transshipment more than 15 million TEUs. So that's the way India is creating ecosystem. और आपको एक बात और भी बता दूं, to fulfill the vision of Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047, this ministry is particularly with the support of the private stakeholders, PPP principle, we are going to spend more than 80 lakhs crore. ये जो मैं आंकड़ा बता रहा हूं, शायद आप लोगों को ऐसा लगा होगा कि ऐसे बोल रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं बोल रहा हूं मैं हकीकत बता रहा हूं। और अब हिंदुस्तान का, भारत का जो शक्ति दुनिया ने देखने लगा, और दुनिया का लीडिंग जो भी शिपिंग लाइनर है, ये आप भारत में निवेश करने के लिए इच्छा व्यक्त की है और खुद आ गए हैं। आपको जान के खुशी होंगे, कोचिन शिपयार्ड लिमिटेड, उनको आप तक उनका पास ऑर्डर है 22,000 करोड़ की लागत से। दे आर गोइंग टू बिल्ड मोर देन 90 numbers of ship only in one shipyard, that is Cochin shipyard, under our ministry. यानी कि आत्मनिर्भर भारत का नमूना है। तो ये तो आपके लिए कितना बड़ा मौका है। So that's the way I believe we'll have to prepare ourselves. With these few words, I extend my heartfelt thankfulness to all the dignitaries sitting on the dais and also of the dais. And because of your wholehearted support, this shipping board has been successful in organizing this particular event. And Sagar Samvad, यानी कि सागर के आधारित हमारा संवाद होंगे, बातचीत होंगे. Our discussion will be confined to the sea, the available resources that is there in sea and ocean. सागर हो, नदी हो, झील हो, हर जलमार्ग में शक्ति है. इस बात को समझना होगा. सिर्फ हम सागर पर सीमित नहीं रहा. माँ गंगा, National Waterways 1, then Brahmaputra, the Red Sea, Brahmaputra. These are the biggest river God has blessed to us. और हर नदी में जो शक्ति है, इसके वजह से आज इनलैंड वाटरवेज में कांग्रेस के कार्यकाल में उन्होंने कुछ कदम नहीं उठा पाया, शक्ति को नहीं पहचान पाया और इसके वजह से वो विफल रहे. उनके कार्यकाल में सिर्फ इतने बड़े रिवर सिस्टम होते हुए भी इनलैंड वाटरवेज में कार्गो हैंडलिंग कैपेसिटी वाज लिमिटेड टू 18 million metric ton. लेकिन because of the transformation, because of the reformation, because of the better policy decision and implementation, and with good governance, only during the powerful leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, we could able to enhance the cargo handling capacity from 18 million ton to 216 million ton. So, इसलिए हम चाहते हैं कि हम अपने जो भी देश के अंदर बसे हुए जलमार्ग है, इनको हम पहचानें, अध्ययन करें, अनुसंधान करें और इसकी शक्ति को जनता की, मनुष्य के हितों के लिए हम सही दिशा पर उपयोग करें. इसी शब्दों का साथ मैं आप सबको फिर से धन्यवाद देते हुए अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं. धन्यवाद. भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की. वंदे वंदे.
बहुत बहुत आभार. जैसा कि हमने देखा, आपका विजन बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है. एक ऐसा विकसित और आत्मनिर्भर भारत जिसकी प्रगति में समुद्र और मैरीटाइम स्ट्रेंथ की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका हो. तो जैसा कि सर ने कहा, डी स्ट्रेस, रिफ्रेश एंड रीफोकस, इसी पर आधारित हमारा अगला सेशन है. इससे पहले कि हम उस ओर जाएं, एक ग्रुप पिक्चर के लिए हम निवेदन करना चाहेंगे मंचासीन सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों से, जिसके पश्चात हम माननीय मंत्री जी से निवेदन करेंगे कि वो मंच पर ही हमारे साथ रह जाएं ताकि अगले सेशन को हम शुरू कर सकें. So ladies and gentlemen, time for a picture perfect opportunity, post which I will be requesting our Honorable Minister to kindly please stay with us on stage and request the team to kindly please arrange the chairs for the Yuva Shakti Mahashakti Samvad. जैसे सर ने कहा कि युवा शक्ति महाशक्ति है और उनसे संवाद बहुत आवश्यक है. Ladies and gentlemen, from addresses, we move to interaction now. May I invite our maritime trainees to join us, and for that, may I please take the opportunity of first inviting the moderator of the session, Captain Rakesh Singh, to please join us on stage. And Captain Rakesh Singh, may I please request you to conduct the deliberations.
थैंक यू रुचि. माननीय मंत्री जी का अभिनंदन सर. आपका युवा आपके समक्ष उपस्थित हैं. ये देश का भविष्य है और हमारे मैरीटाइम ट्रेड का भी भविष्य है. आपके सर, आपकी बात से जो है उत्साहित होकर अभी आपके समक्ष बैठकर आपसे कुछ प्रश्न उत्तर चाहते हैं सर. इनके लिए स्वर्णिम अवसर है. तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आप में से कुछ लोग स्टेज पर आ जाएं. आ जाइए. आ जाइए आप लोग, आ जाइए, आ जाइए, आइए। सर कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करें सर, आपके पर अनुमति से। सर ये बच्चे कुछ इसमें इंजीनियर हैं, कुछ नेविगेटिंग ऑफिसर हैं, क्योंकि युवा हैं तो इनके मन में कुछ प्रश्न भी हैं, और इनके लिए स्वर्णिम अवसर है कि सर आपके साथ जो है आज ये संवाद करने के लिए बैठे हैं। आप लोगों से, बच्चों से बैठ जाइए प्लीज, और आप लोग एक एक कर सवाल पूछेंगे मंत्री महोदय जी से, अपना नाम बताएंगे, क्या करते हैं आप, और सवाल पूछेंगे। तो आप में से सबसे पहले कौन सवाल पूछना चाहेगा? चलिए माइक दीजिए आपको।
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister and other dignitaries. I am Namrata from International Maritime Institute pursuing Diploma in Nautical Science. Sir, my question to you is that we have heard that after training, we have to wait a long period of time for placements on ship due to the shortage of the training berths. So, sir, what's your thought about on this?
हम लोगों ने इस सिलसिले में शिपिंग कॉर्पोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया के जरिए स्वराज द्वीप जो है ना, इस शिप में 200 को हम ट्रेनिंग दे सकते हैं, ये व्यवस्था हम लोग लागू की है।
धन्यवाद। तो आपने सुना, एक जहाज अकेला 200 ट्रेनिंग को ले सकता है, और त्यागी जी बैठे हुए हमारे समक्ष। हाँ हाँ, धन्यवाद त्यागी जी, आपको भी स्वराज द्वीप के लिए धन्यवाद। तो दूसरा प्रश्न प्लीज जी पूछिए।
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Shubham, and I am student of International Maritime Institute, currently pursuing Diploma in Nautical Science. Sir, my question is that some manning agents are promise jobs to cadets, and they cheat on them. So, sir, what is being done about this malpractice, sir?
देखिए, इसके खिलाफ तो कदम हम लोगों ने स्पष्ट रूप से उठाया है, और मुझे जो भी खबर मिली है कि कोई कैडेट को मिसगाइड करते हैं और लालच दे के वो लोग पैसा भी ले लेते हैं, इसके खिलाफ स्टैंड लेना चाहिए, क्योंकि करप्शन के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस आपको मालूम है हमारा गवर्नमेंट का। तो इसलिए, और इस पर अगर किसी ने कोई आपके खिलाफ नाइंसाफी की है, तो ई नविक जो ये पोर्टल है, उस पर आप लोग इसका कंप्लेन दर्ज कर सकते हैं, सो दैट लाइक डीजी शिपिंग कैन इमीडिएटली टेक फार्म एक्शन ऑन इट। बट इट इज क्लियर, आपको भी नहीं देने, किसी को नहीं देना चाहिए ऐसा। मतलब जब तक आपको ये मालूम नहीं हुआ कि कोई अगर एजेंसी है जिसका क्रेडिबिलिटी स्पष्ट है, तो उनका साथ आप रिश्ता जोड़िए। जिसका क्रेडिबिलिटी सस्पिशियस है, उसका कोई लाइसेंस नहीं है डीजी शिपिंग का, तो उसका साथ किसी भी हालत में आपको रिश्ता नहीं बनाना है।
थैंक यू सर, आपको जवाब मिल गया। सर ऑल्सो दिस इज अ मैसेज फॉर ऑल ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट्स who are training cadets. They need to make them more aware about all the measures which Director General of Maritime Administration is taking. So interact more with them. If you need any help, we are always there to assist. जी, डीजी साहब बैठे हुए यहाँ पे, सुन लिया सर आपने। ओके, क्वेश्चन नंबर
इज इट ओके ना?
मैंने जो बताया जो सही है ना।
सर आप सब कुछ जानते हैं। ये ई नाविक के बारे में आप बहुत लोग नहीं जानते जो आप जानते हैं। ओके सर, तीसरे प्रश्न में चलते हैं, आपका समय वगैरह। तीसरा प्रश्न प्लीज।
Good afternoon, sir. I am Marshall Dhyani from International Maritime Institute. I am currently pursuing BTech in Marine Engineering. Sir, my question to you is, unlike aviation sector, Merchant Navy still sees low participation of women in maritime sector. So, what steps are government taking to promote the gender parity in this maritime?
हमारे डीजी शिपिंग ने सागर में सम्मान ये कार्यक्रम के जरिए जो जेंडर इक्वलिटी को एसार्ट करने के लिए कदम उठाई है। तो इसके लिए आज पिछली 12 साल के अंदर आपने देखे होंगे, अप टू 2015 the women seafarer were limited to 1699 only. Now it went up to 7,000 only in this period. So this is because of the transformative initiative we have taken and which is helping, because we want that there should be equal leadership, isn't it? Men and women should combined efforts should be given on the part of both.
Thank you, sir. There are financial incentives, scholarship special available for girl trainees also. चलिए अगला सवाल प्लीज। Who's next? कौन पूछे? लड़कों को चांस नहीं देने का है? नहीं देने। बोलिए बोलिए।
I'm Cheryl Correa. I'm from IMI and I'm pursuing DNS. Sir, my question is regarding the safety of trainees on board ship. So now currently there is war going on. So how does the government ensure that the cadets are not forced into these ships, these areas?
Look, our DG shipping have issued advisory in this regards, particularly as we are always concerned safety, security and welfare of seafarers. So to meet that particular objective, we are very much concerned about the safety and security of our seafarers wherever they are working, whether it is India flag or foreign flag. That is why in the war risk region are like, if there is the situation is not clear to any seafarers. So if there is no clarity, they should not jump into that war. And they should always strictly follow the advisory issued by DG Shipping, because DG Shipping will always properly guide the every seafarer, whoever is interested to connect them and whatever suggestion they are seeking for. So all kind of support we could extend from DG Shipping. So this system is always there, and please go through it. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. One more question. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. My name is Rohit S. Joseph. I'm from International Maritime Institute, pursue my diploma in nautical science course. So, sir, my question for you is that can you tell me about the welfare scheme of the government of India for the welfare of the seafarers?
Yeah, we have a lot of welfare scheme, particularly it is controlled by DG Shipping. So for the whatever provision is created in that particular scheme, this is always for the interest of the seafarers. So that scheme is there, and this is controlled by DG Shipping. Yeah.
और अगर ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट को और डिटेल चाहिए तो कैप्टन नितिन मुकेश इज इंचार्ज, परोपकारी उनका नाम है, डीजी साहब ने रखा है परोपकारी नितिन, डिप्टी डायरेक्टर जनरल शिपिंग। आप लोग उनसे संपर्क कर सकते हैं जो टीचर्स हैं। और कोई सवाल?
Jagannathan, is it okay? It is controlled by you, na? Yeah. So that welfare scheme is there.
और कोई प्रश्न किसी के पास भाई? और कोई प्रश्न? हो गया? ठीक है सर।
नहीं, मुझे उनसे बात करना है। मैं अभी सवाल करूंगा। सवाल जवाब का सेशन पहले जैसे कहा गया कि मुझे आप सवाल करेंगे, मैं जवाब दूंगा। अभी मेरा जवाब देने का काम पूरा हुआ। अभी मैं सवाल करूंगा, आप जवाब दीजिए। इनके जनता जानना चाहते हैं। Because you are all the bright future of the nation. So आज मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा आप लोग आए, और ये बात आपको हमेशा ध्यान में रखना होगा कि परम आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने पिछले 12 साल के अंदर इस मंत्रालय को जिस हिसाब से सपोर्ट दी है और उन्हें जो विजन डेवलप की है, इसकी वजह से आज इस मंत्रालय जाग उठा है। Whether it is port, shipping, waterways, in all the sectors, we could able to perform exemplary performance. We could able to register in our work field. So that is why the bright future now ahead for you, because the opportunity has been created in the large, like way. So I believe if you right from today, if you prepare yourself, and whatever trade or subject you are pursuing in your institution, you do it properly, and I believe sky is the limit for all of you, because we have to win the world. हम पीछे नहीं रहेंगे। दुनिया को हमें ये साबित करना होगा, इंडिया इज द बेस्ट, भारत इज द बेस्ट, है ना? साबित करेंगे ना आप लोग? हाँ, तो इसलिए आपका साहस, आपका जुनून, आपका उमंग, आपका मेहनत बेकार नहीं जाएगा। और सागर में जो शक्ति प्रभु ने दे के रखा है, इस शक्ति को कैसे हम उजागर करें, कैसे हासिल करें, और अपने समाज को सजाए, देश को सजाए, और दुनिया में हम बेहतर हम सेवा करें। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसी लक्ष्य के द्वारा आप सब अगले दिनों के लिए तैयार हो जाएंगे। तो मैं आज यही समाप्त करना चाहता हूँ। Could I ask some question to you? आपको ठीक है क्या खेल में आपका रुचि है? खेल में आर यू इंटरेस्टेड इन स्पोर्ट्स? Which sports you play?
Sir, I like to run for running.
Running?
Yes, sir.
I said 100 meters, 200 meters.
100 meters.
Did you ever participate in any competition at the school level?
School
college
levels.
हाँ, तो still you are running?
नहीं,
हाँ, अभी क्या आपको समय नहीं मिलता? आपका प्लेग्राउंड है ना?
yes, sir.
तो आपके लिए शायद खेल का आयोजन की होंगे। कैसा है आप लोगों का डे टू डे रूटीन वर्क कैसा है? सुबह आप जब कितने बजे, what time you get up?
Sir, we get up at like 6 o'clock.
And then go for drill.
Yeah, for PT.
अच्छा, for how long?
Then like we have running for 5 rounds
हाँ,
daily.
एक राउंड में कितना मीटर होता है? कितना
Uh,
होता है? 400 मीटर? नहीं, 100 मीटर।
100 meters.
100 into 500 meter. Then
Then we have like PT.
हाँ,
Activity.
you have physical trainers. You
Yes.
have, I see. So then go for the
Then go
breakfast.
for breakfast.
हाँ,
And class
Class
from 9 to 5.
how long? Class
9 to 5.
break, lunch break, one,
1.
150. I see. You are all comfortable, ना?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ठीक है, thank you. और कोई संगीत में है कोई? संगीत में कोई नृत्य? हाँ, कोई है? Who sing? अच्छा, you are a singer. Come, let him sing. Let him sing. Yeah. Whatever, whatever you prefer, whatever. Who is your best, favorite singer? Or you sing? Then you sing a song. Okay, no problem. Whatever you, huh? Oh no, yeah, of course. An old song of Rafi, Isu, what? Concert. Okay, yeah, whatever you you decide to do, you do it. हाँ, अरिजीत का एक गाना सुना दीजिए, ठीक है? हाँ, यस।
ऐ मेरे प्यारे वतन, ऐ मेरे बिछड़े चमन, तुझ पे दिल कुर्बान, तू ही मेरी आरज़ू, तू ही मेरी आबरू, तू ही मेरी माँ का दिल बन के कभी सीने से लग जाता है तू, और कभी नन्ही सी बेटी बन के याद आता है तू। जितना याद आता है मुझको उतना तड़पाता है तू। तुझ पे दिल कुर्बान, तुझ पे दिल कुर्बान। थैंक यू सो मच।
वेरी गुड। सो थैंक यू। और आप कुछ कहेंगे? कुछ है मन में? हाँ? नहीं, आप लोगों का कुछ मन में है? नहीं, इट्स ओके। कैन यू कंक्लूड इट? कैन आई कंक्लूड इट? ओके, थैंक यू एवरीबॉडी।
सर एक पिक्चर बच्चों के साथ सर।
जोरदार तालियां इन सभी के लिए। दिस वाज अ वंडरफुल सेशन। युवा शक्ति के साथ संवाद, और जिस प्रकार हमने उम्मीद की थी बिल्कुल वैसा, या कहें उससे भी ज़्यादा सुंदर, उससे उम्दा। और ये इंटरैक्शन ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर का। वोट ऑफ थैंक्स के लिए संजम जी से मैं निवेदन करूंगी कि प्लीज़ आप एक क्विक वोट ऑफ थैंक्स प्रेजेंट करें, और आप सभी से निवेदन करना चाहेंगे कि आप हमारे साथ बने रहें, क्योंकि अगले सेशन में माननीय मंत्री श्री मनसुख मांडविया जी भी हमारे बीच यहाँ पहुंचने वाले हैं। तो निवेदन की सभी यहाँ मौजूद रहें। आई रिक्वेस्ट मिस संजम गुप्ता टू प्लीज प्रपोज द फॉर्मल वोट ऑफ थैंक्स फॉर द सेशन।
Honorable Minister for Port, Shipping, Waterways, Shri Sonowal ji, Shri Shyam Jagannathan, Director General of Maritime Administration, Captain B.K. Tyagi, Chairman and CMD of Shipping Corporation of India. Okay. Minister Sonowal ji, we are deeply honored by your presence today. Your leadership, together with the Government of India's vision and the clear ambition for the maritime sector, is helping to position India not simply as a participant in global maritime trade, but as an important global maritime power. We sincerely thank you for sharing your vision with us. We also like to thank all our speakers, Shri Arun Kumar Sharma, Shri Shyam Jagannathan, Captain B.K. Tyagi, and Shri C.V. Shubha Rao, as well as Mr. Rakesh Singh for the deliberations with the cadets.
Thank you, Sanjam ji. And with this, we have a little tea break for 15 minutes. 15 मिनट का ब्रेक है हमारे पास, जिसके बाद फाइनल सेशन हमारा शुरू होगा। और उस फाइनल सेशन में श्री मनसुख मांडविया जी, the Honorable Minister, will be joining us here, and he will be a part of the next set of sessions. May I please request everyone to be back in 15 minutes, please. 15 मिनट का एक छोटा सा ब्रेक है यहाँ पर। सभी से निवेदन है कि 15 मिनट में आप कृपया वापस लौट आएं। धन्यवाद।
आप क्यों कर रहे हो शुभम? आज तक
समुद्री सामर्थ्य
For thousands of years, India's relationship with the sea has shaped its trade, economy, and strategic interests. Independent India needed a strong institutional maritime framework. Merchant Shipping Act of 1958 paved the way for establishment of the National Shipping Board in 1959. The National Shipping Board became one of independent India's earliest statutory maritime institutions, created to advise the government on Indian shipping and its development.
जिस देश का समुद्री सामर्थ्य मजबूत होगा उसका आर्थिक और रणनीतिक प्रभाव भी उतना ही मजबूत होगा।
भारत को दुनिया का सबसे शक्तिशाली मैरीटाइम नेशन खड़ा करना होगा और शिप बिल्डिंग में हम 2047 तक दुनिया का 5 सबसे बेहतर शिप बिल्डिंग नेशन के बीच में एक होंगे।
जब सब खुद का रोल प्ले करेगा अभी इकोनॉमी और उसके साथ साथ भारत का जो सागर का होता ही जाएगा।
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing a renaissance, with renewed focus on building a stronger Indian fleet, a globally competitive shipbuilding industry, and a modern maritime ecosystem. At the heart of this work is a larger national vision, Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. On 30th April 2025, the present National Shipping Board was constituted. The strength of the board also lies in its diversity, bringing together experience from across the maritime ecosystem, including Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, shipowners, shipyards, classification, ports, coastal operators, container operations, seafarers, and officers' unions. The Directorate General of Maritime Administration, Indian Navy, and Indian Coast Guard, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, academia, and gender diversity. Over the past year and a half, the board has worked to make its statutory advisory role more dynamic, consultative, and closely connected to the realities of the maritime sector. Under the guidance of Union Cabinet Minister Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, the board has taken its work beyond the meeting room. It has held meetings across major maritime centers from Mumbai and Kandla to Kochi, Kolkata, Vishakhapatnam, Goa, Tuticorin, and Chennai, engaging directly with maritime fraternity. NSB provides a platform and a voice for a wide range of maritime stakeholders to share their views, concerns, challenges, and suggestions directly through a structured national forum. Through the NSB, issues faced on the ground can be brought into policy discourse, identify practical solutions, and strengthen the quality of maritime policy and decision-making. The board has examined issues ranging from Indian shipping tonnage and shipbuilding, ship repair and ship recycling, to coastal shipping, inland waterways, seafarer welfare, maritime training, logistics, and container manufacturing. It has also looked ahead at green shipping, alternative fuels, autonomous navigation, emerging technologies, maritime emergency preparedness, and the development of future-ready skills. The board has constituted 15 specialized subcommittees tasked with developing roadmaps aligned with India's maritime ambitions, increasing Indian tonnage, taxation, strengthening shipbuilding and repair, developing ship recycling, expanding coastal and inland water transport, promoting cruise tourism, skilling, single maritime window, developing regional maritime hubs, and preparing for emerging technologies and alternative fuels, as well as maritime heritage. The board has also brought specific industry concerns to the government's attention, including issues related to taxation, ship acquisition, MRO, coastal shipping, seafarer welfare, logistics, and the competitiveness of Indian shipping. This is the essence of the National Shipping Board's role: to listen, to bring together diverse voices, to examine, to advise, and to connect policy with the realities of the maritime sector. As India looks towards becoming a leading maritime nation, the National Shipping Board has an important role to play. Its strength lies in bringing together government, industry, professionals, and stakeholders, creating a forum where maritime experience can inform national policy and the concerns of the sector can become part of the national maritime discourse. From its origins in 1959 to its work today, the National Shipping Board remains an important part of India's maritime journey. The journey ahead is ambitious: a stronger Indian fleet, world-class shipbuilding and repair, a competitive maritime services ecosystem, safer and greener seas, empowered seafarers, and a maritime sector ready for the future. National Shipping Board, shaping policy, strengthening maritime capabilities, and building the maritime India of tomorrow. For thousands of years, India's relationship with the sea has shaped its trade, economy, and strategic interests. Independent India needed a strong institutional maritime framework. Merchant Shipping Act of 1958 paved the way for establishment of the National Shipping Board in 1959. The National Shipping Board became one of independent India's earliest statutory maritime institutions, created to advise the government on Indian shipping and its development.
जिस देश का समुद्री सामर्थ्य मजबूत होगा, उसका आर्थिक और रणनीतिक प्रभाव भी उतना ही मजबूत होगा।
भारत को दुनिया का सबसे शक्तिशाली मैरीटाइम नेशन के हिसाब से खड़ा करना होगा और शिप बिल्डिंग में हम 2047 तक दुनिया का 5 सबसे बेहतर शिप बिल्डिंग नेशन के बीच में एक होंगे।
जब सब कुछ का रोल प्ले करेगा अभी इकोनॉमी और उसके साथ साथ भारत का जो सागर का विकास है, वो होता ही जाएगा।
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing a renaissance, with renewed focus on building a stronger Indian fleet, a globally competitive shipbuilding industry, and a modern maritime ecosystem. At the heart of this work is a larger national vision, Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. On 30th April 2025, the present National Shipping Board was constituted. The strength of the board also lies in its diversity, bringing together experience from across the maritime ecosystem, including Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, Shipowners, shipyards, classification, ports, coastal operators, container operations, seafarers, and officers' unions, the Directorate General of Maritime Administration, Indian Navy, and Indian Coast Guard, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, academia, and gender diversity. Over the past year and a half, the board has worked to make its statutory advisory role more dynamic, consultative, and closely connected to the realities of the maritime sector. Under the guidance of Union Cabinet Minister Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, the board has taken its work beyond the meeting room. It has held meetings across major maritime centers from Mumbai and Kandla to Kochi, Kolkata, Vishakhapatnam, Goa, Tuticorin, and Chennai, engaging directly with maritime fraternity. NSB provides a platform and a voice for a wide range of maritime stakeholders to share their views, concerns, challenges, and suggestions directly through a structured national forum. Through the NSB, issues faced on the ground can be brought into policy discourse, identify practical solutions, and strengthen the quality of maritime policy and decision-making. The board has examined issues ranging from Indian shipping tonnage and shipbuilding, ship repair and ship recycling, to coastal shipping, inland waterways, seafarer welfare, maritime training, logistics, and container manufacturing. It has also looked ahead at green shipping, alternative fuels, autonomous navigation, emerging technology, maritime emergency preparedness, and the development of future-ready skills. The board has constituted 15 specialized subcommittees tasked with developing roadmaps aligned with India's maritime ambitions, increasing Indian tonnage, taxation, strengthening shipbuilding and repair, developing ship recycling, expanding coastal and inland water transport, promoting cruise tourism, skilling, single maritime window, developing regional maritime hubs, and preparing for emerging technologies and alternative fuels, as well as maritime heritage. The board has also brought specific industry concerns to the government's attention, including issues related to taxation, ship acquisition, MRO, coastal shipping, seafarer welfare, logistics, and the competitiveness of Indian shipping. This is the essence of the National Shipping Board's role: to listen, to bring together diverse voices, to examine, to advise, and to connect policy with the realities of the maritime sector. As India looks towards becoming a leading maritime nation, the National Shipping Board has an important role to play. Its strength lies in bringing together government, industry, professionals, and stakeholders, creating a forum where maritime experience can inform national policy and the concerns of the sector can become part of the national maritime discourse. From its origins in 1959 to its work today, the National Shipping Board remains an important part of India's maritime journey. The journey ahead is ambitious: a stronger Indian fleet, world-class shipbuilding and repair, a competitive maritime services ecosystem, safer and greener seas, empowered seafarers, and a maritime sector ready for the future. National Shipping Board, shaping policy, strengthening maritime capabilities, and building the maritime India of tomorrow. For thousands of years, India's relationship with the sea has shaped its trade, economy, and strategic interests. Independent India needed a strong institutional maritime framework. Merchant Shipping Act of 1958 paved the way for establishment of the National Shipping Board in 1959. The National Shipping Board became one of independent India's earliest statutory maritime institutions, created to advise the government on Indian shipping and its development.
जिस देश का समुद्री सामर्थ्य मजबूत होगा, उसका आर्थिक और रणनीतिक प्रभाव भी उतना ही मजबूत होगा।
भारत को दुनिया का सबसे शक्तिशाली मैरीटाइम नेशन से खड़ा करना होगा और शिप बिल्डिंग में हम 2047 तक दुनिया का 5 सबसे बेहतर शिप बिल्डिंग नेशन के बीच में एक होंगे।
जब सब कुछ का रोल प्ले करेगा अभी इकोनॉमी और उसके साथ साथ भारत का जो सागर का विकास ये तो होता ही है।
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing a renaissance, with renewed focus on building a stronger Indian fleet, a globally competitive shipbuilding industry, and a modern maritime ecosystem. At the heart of this work is a larger national vision, Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. On 30th April 2025, the present National Shipping Board was constituted. The strength of the board also lies in its diversity, bringing together experience from across the maritime ecosystem, including Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, shipowners, shipyards, classification, ports, coastal operators, container operations, seafarers, and officers' unions. The Directorate General of Maritime Administration, Indian Navy, and Indian Coast Guard, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Academia, and Gender Diversity. Over the past year and a half, the board has worked to make its statutory advisory role more dynamic, consultative, and closely connected to the realities of the maritime sector. Under the guidance of Union Cabinet Minister Shri Sarbanand Sonowal, the board has taken its work beyond the meeting room. It has held meetings across major maritime centers from Mumbai and Kandla to Kochi, Kolkata, Vishakhapatnam, Goa, Tuticorin, and Chennai, engaging directly with maritime fraternity. NSB provides a platform and a voice for a wide range of maritime stakeholders to share their views, concerns, challenges, and suggestions directly through a structured national forum. Through the NSB, issues faced on the ground can be brought into policy discourse, identify practical solutions, and strengthen the quality of maritime policy and decision making. The board has examined issues ranging from Indian shipping tonnage and shipbuilding, ship repair and ship recycling, to coastal shipping, inland waterways, seafarer welfare, maritime training, logistics, and container manufacturing. It has also looked ahead at green shipping, alternative fuels, autonomous navigation, emerging technologies, maritime emergency preparedness, and the development of future-ready skills. The board has constituted 15 specialized subcommittees tasked with developing roadmaps aligned with India's maritime ambitions, increasing Indian tonnage, taxation, strengthening shipbuilding and repair, developing ship recycling, expanding coastal and inland water transport, promoting cruise tourism, skilling, single maritime window, developing regional maritime hubs, and preparing for emerging technologies and alternative fuels, as well as maritime heritage. The board has also brought specific industry concerns to the government's attention, including issues related to taxation, ship acquisition, MRO, coastal shipping, seafarer welfare, logistics, and the competitiveness of Indian shipping. This is the essence of the National Shipping Board's role: to listen, to bring together diverse voices, to examine, to advise, and to connect policy with the realities of the maritime sector. As India looks towards becoming a leading maritime nation, the National Shipping Board has an important role to play. Its strength lies in bringing together government, industry, professionals, and stakeholders, creating a forum where maritime experience can inform national policy and the concerns of the sector can become part of the national maritime discourse. From its origins in 1959 to its work today, the National Shipping Board remains an important part of India's maritime journey. The journey ahead is ambitious: a stronger Indian fleet, world-class shipbuilding and repair, a competitive maritime services ecosystem, safer and greener seas, empowered seafarers, and a maritime sector ready for the future. National Shipping Board, shaping policy, strengthening maritime capabilities, and building the maritime India of tomorrow. For thousands of years, India's relationship with the sea has shaped its trade, economy, and strategic interests. Independent India needed a strong institutional maritime framework. Merchant Shipping Act of 1958 paved the way for establishment of the National Shipping Board in 1959. The National Shipping Board became one of independent India's earliest statutory maritime institutions, created to advise the government on Indian shipping and its development.
जिस देश का समुद्री सामर्थ्य मजबूत होगा, उसका आर्थिक और रणनीतिक प्रभाव भी उतना ही मजबूत होगा।
भारत को दुनिया का सबसे शक्तिशाली मैरीटाइम नेशन से खड़ा करना होगा और शिप बिल्डिंग में हम 2047 तक दुनिया का 5 सबसे बेहतर शिप बिल्डिंग नेशन के बीच में एक होंगे।
जब तक का रोल प्ले करे तभी इकोनॉमी और उसके साथ साथ भारत का जो सागर का होता ही जाए।
Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India's maritime sector is witnessing a renaissance. with renewed focus on building a stronger Indian fleet, a globally competitive shipbuilding industry, and a modern maritime ecosystem. At the heart of this work is a larger national vision, Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amrit Kal Vision 2047. On 30th April 2025, the present National Shipping Board was constituted. The strength of the board also lies in its diversity, bringing together experience from across the maritime ecosystem, including Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, shipowners, shipyards, classification, ports, coastal operators, container operations, seafarers, and officers' unions. The Directorate General of Maritime Administration, Indian Navy, and Indian Coast Guard, the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, academia, and gender diversity. Over the past year and a half, the board has worked to make its statutory advisory role more dynamic, consultative, and closely connected.
May we
to
please
the
request
realities of the
everyone to
maritime
take their
sector.
seats?
Under the guidance of Union
We are
Cabinet
expecting the
Minister
arrival of the
Shri
Honorable Minister,
Sarbanand
Shri Mansukh
Sonowal,
Mandviya,
the board
any
has
time
taken
now.
its work beyond the
थोड़ी देर में हमारे बीच
It has
पहुंचने
held
वाले हैं
meetings across
और इस
major
फाइनल
maritime
सेशन की हम
centers
शुरुआत
from
करने वाले
Mumbai
हैं.
and
मैं प्लीज
Kannur
रिक्वेस्ट
to
एवरीवन
Kochi,
टू बी
Kolkata,
seated, please.
Visakhapatnam, Goa, Tuticorin, and Chennai, engaging directly with maritime fraternity. NSB provides a platform and a voice for a wide range of maritime stakeholders to share their views, concerns, challenges, and suggestions directly through a structured national forum. Through the NSB, issues faced on the ground can be brought into policy discourse, identify practical solutions, and strengthen the quality of maritime policy and decision-making. The board has examined issues ranging from Indian shipping tonnage and shipbuilding, ship repair, and ship recycling. to
Please ask all the trainees and cadets to take their seats now. The Honorable Minister will be arriving very shortly. Please ensure all cadets and trainees are seated.
Head at green shipping, alternative fuels, autonomous navigation, emerging technologies, maritime emergency preparedness, and the development of future-ready skills. The board has constituted 15 specialized subcommittees tasked with developing roadmaps aligned with India's maritime ambitions.
We will be beginning with the session on maritime labor force,
Taxation, strengthening shipbuilding and
opportunities
repair,
and
developing
challenges.
ship recycling,
This session
expanding
will
coastal
explore
and
critical
inland water
issues
transport,
including promotion of
promoting
Indian
cruise tourism,
seafarers, grievances faced by
single maritime
seafarers,
window,
gender parity,
developing
maritime
regional
labor
maritime
in
hubs,
shipbuilding and
and
skill
preparing for emerging
development.
technologies and alternative fuels.
May we request
as well as
everyone
maritime
to
heritage.
please take their
The
seats.
board has also brought
This
specific
session
industry
will be
concerns to the
moderated
government's attention,
by Captain
including
Rakesh Singh, who is
issues
already
related
here
to
on the dais with
taxation,
us,
ship
requesting a few more
acquisition,
participants
MRO,
to join us,
coastal
and then we
shipping,
will
seafarer
begin the proceedings
welfare,
of this session.
logistics, and the competitiveness of Indian shipping. This is the essence of the National
Thank you,
Shipping
Juhi,
Board's
for the
role,
panel
to
discussion
listen,
on this
to
very
bring
important
together
subject,
diverse
maritime
voices.
labor force. May I invite Shri Arun Sharma ji on the dais, please. Arun Sharma ji is Executive Chairman of Indian Register of Shipping, a Varuna Award recipient, and a professional, maritime professional and marine engineer. Sharma ji, welcome, please.
Speak from here only. Mic मिलेगा आपको.
So yeah. May I now request Mr. Dipender Singh Bisen to join us on the dais. Mr. Bisen is Deputy Director General of Shipping and has wide experience in maritime administration, training, international cooperation, and regulation. Thank you, Bisen ji. Next, I would request my friend and colleague, Shri Abdul Gari Sarang, to join us on the stage. Mr. Abdul Gari Sarang is not a stranger to any one of us. He is India Head of Indian Transport Workers Federation, and he is also Deputy Regional Secretary of Asia Pacific, ITF, and brings an important international workforce perspective to the discussion this evening. I would also like to request Shri Vidyadhar Rani ji to join us on the stage. Some of you would not be knowing Mr. Vidyadhar Rani is playing a very, very important role in Alang Ship Recycling. He is the General Secretary of Alang Socia Ship Recycling General Workers Association, with extensive experience in workers' welfare, safety, social security, and skilling. He'll be adding the next another dimension to the maritime labor force. Generally, when we talk about maritime labor force, we restrict ourselves to seafarer, but Rane Saab will add a dimension of recycling and the requirement of skilled labor in that sector. I would now request Ms. Srimati Sanjam Sahi Gupta. Sanjam Sahi Gupta leads from the front, SHIO head, member of NSB, and a respected maritime leader and advocate for diversity and inclusion. I'm sure a lot of girl cadets would be looking up to Sanjam and would have some questions for her. Sanjam, please welcome. Okay. I now request my friend Captain Savio Ramos. Captain Savio Ramos is General Secretary of Maritime Union of India, member of NSB, and he has close to 40 years of maritime experience. Captain Savio Ramos, please. Shri Milind Kandalkar, General Secretary cum Treasurer of National Union of Seafarer of India, decades of experience in the maritime and trade union movement. Kandalkar has consistently brought the voice of and concerns of seafarer to the national maritime policy discussion, particularly on seafarer safety, security, and employment. The NUSI has initiated a number of welfare schemes and policies which exceeds the policies of Government of India. And with that, our quorum is complete, and we will, of course, wait for the Honorable Union Minister of Labour, Employment, Youth and Sports Affairs, who will be arriving here shortly. But I have the mandate to start the panel discussion. So with the permission of the panelists, shall we? Is there outside still there are trainees and cadets outside? Or everybody is in? Can somebody please call them in? This session is very important for the young trainees. All right, I think everybody is here. Sir, the topic chosen for this evening is maritime labor force, a little distinct from normal discussions, sessions or workshop that we have. It only restricts itself to seafarers. We want to go beyond seafarers. As you know, that India needs to generate employment for its youth. The focal point of any enterprise business has to be creating employment. And this session with the eminent panelists would try and discuss, explore ways and means that we can generate more employment for our youth. If I start with the seafarers, if you all heard what Honorable Minister also mentioned about, you will be surprised some facts, some data that I'll present. What I understand, Bisen Saab is here, anybody else from Directorate is here. So that at today we have 3.25 active seafarers, Indian active seafarers. So the term active, Mr. Bisen will define for us later what it means, the active seafarer. But I presume the seafarers which are placed on board, and there are a good 60 to 70% who would be on leave. So the strength could go up to 500,000 or 5 lakh seafarers. On the other side, the maritime labor force, which consists of port workers, shipyards, repairs, workshop, and various other agencies, it goes to 7 million people who are employed directly and indirectly in maritime sector. So this discussion will encompass all those workers and the potential for creating employment for them or improving their living conditions and welfare measures. Some of you must have read that India has become the second largest seafarer supplying nation. That's a commendable job for the directorate, unions, ship owners. That's a good achievement. We have become the second largest supplier, second only to Philippines. But a little fact check will be essential. We are second largest, but if you see the proportion of seafarer that we have in our country and compare it with the population of this country, we stand way below many countries of the world, even China, Philippines, Indonesia. So the demographic advantage that we have to discuss and see how that can be converted to increase our percentage in terms of population in global seafaring. I will start the discussion with the present situation with the Gulf War that you all, the news that you hear, ships being hit in Gulf, ships being hit in Black Sea and Red Sea. I'm sure it's worrying, and especially for the youngster. One of you asked this question to the Honorable Minister also. We also heard from the Chief Surveyor of Government of India that IMO has issued many resolutions giving guidance to the member flag states and to the seafarer that what should do under these circumstances. But I would like to bring in here another perspective. We have among else Mr. Abdul Ghani Sarang. Abdul Ghani Sarang has been associated with Seafarer Welfare, their organization, for decades. He was General Secretary and Treasurer of NUSI. Today, he holds the position of India Head of International Transport Workers Federation, ITF India Head Abdul Ghani Sarangji. He is also, as I mentioned, Deputy Regional Chair of ITF Asia Pacific. So I want to get from him that whatever initiative steps that government are taking with regard to the safety of seafarers, that is in this crisis or the war going on, and also there is a general criminalization of seafarers. Some of you may have heard that the vessel in English water was suddenly went out of the flag. It became a flagless ship. And because of being a flagless ship without any registry, it was boarded by the UK maritime officers and captain was detained. And till date, he is in prison behind bars. Apparently, captain probably had no idea, no knowledge of what's going on behind him. How the ship, which was perfectly flying a flag, next day became a vessel without flag. So, Ghani Sarangji, my question to you is that if you think the government of India can do more to ensure that our seafarers, whether on Indian flag or foreign flag vessels, are safe in conflict zones. And second thing is that as an ITF, what do you think? How can you work together with the different countries or IMO or UNO to minimize or prevent the criminalization of seafarers? Over to you, sir. You can speak from there, sir, if you wish.
Thank you. And it's a pleasure and honor for me to be here, especially along with Mr. Arun Sharma ji, Varuna awardee, and other panel on the panelists over here, and my dear friends. आपने जो सवाल पूछा कि एक तो इस कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जोन में जो अभी यहाँ पर हो रहा है गल्फ स्टेट ऑफ हॉर्मस में कई सीफेरर्स हज़ारों की तादाद में सीफेरर्स उधर फंसे हुए थे, अब कुछ कम हुए हैं, मगर इट इज़ वन टू मैनी। कम हुए इसका ये मतलब नहीं है कि हम रिलैक्स हो जाए। सीफेरर्स जो फंसते हैं उनका कोई रोल नहीं है, उनका कोई लेना देना नहीं है इस जियो पॉलिटिकल सिचुएशन में। वैसा एक कहावत है ना, खाया पिया कुछ नहीं, गिलास फोड़ा बाहर आना। इधर तो गिलास भी नहीं फोड़ा है, but they have got tangled in this situation because of geopolitical situation in which they don't have any control at all. As far as government of India is concerned, we are aware, my background is from the trade union, National Union of Seafarers of India. So मैंने यही काम किया trade union का, and we negotiate the terms and condition of the seafarers with the Ship Owners Association, whether it is the Indian Ship Owners Association or foreign flag. when we negotiate the terms, and this is one of the best terms and conditions, and we are the ITF, the International Transport Workers Federation, the ITF, of which I am presently the Asia Pacific Deputy Regional Secretary and the ITF head. The ITF is an international organization. कुछ कई लोगों को पता है, but because you guys are new to this, just to give you a flavor, the ITF is an international organization of transport workers unions. जितने भी क्षेत्र में ट्रांसपोर्ट के हैं, whether it is civil aviation, road transport, railways, seafarers, dockers, ये सभी इंडिविजुअल यूनियंस कंट्री के अंदर रहती है, but additionally these unions are affiliated with the ITF at the international level. And ITF is one of the United Nations recognized bodies. It deals only with transport workers. And seafarers are the one of the most active component of the ITF among all the transport sectors. To come to your statement, sir, your question, whether it is the Indian government ने काफ़ी पहल की है इस बारे में, to answer you specifically, but this is going beyond. This is not an ideal situation. It is not that जादू की छड़ी नहीं है. There are many equations in place which needs to be tackled, but at the same time, the government of India is quite responsible. The Ministry of Shipping is quite responsible, along with the stakeholders, the Shipowners Association, and the unions, and the maritime fraternity, particularly in India. We are quite responsibly we are doing it, but कुछ चीजें रहती है beyond चली जाती है. So in that, I will touch upon, I thought that I will make a presentation first, but then since you directly asked me the question, I just responded to that.
You will have a closing opportunity to have a closing remark also later.
ठीक है. Okay. So I would like to, stress upon, what the ITF has done, because this was specifically about the role of the ITF in this crisis. ITF deals with all nationality of seafarers, whether it is an Indian, Filipino, Indonesian, Malaysian, and the ITF, we are 760 affiliated trade unions from 150 countries, and we secure their rights, equality, and justice for transport workers globally. And coming straight to the subject, before, and it is not the first time that our Indian seafarers have shown their mettle. In the First World War, 1914-18, more than 2,223 seafarers, and in the Second World War, more than 6,500 Indian seafarers lost their lives. Many of us in this room will not be aware of this particular fact. These are seafarers working on merchant ships. They are sitting ducks. They don't have any artillery or any ammunition. If they are fired upon, they will be able to fire back. No. These are merchant ships keeping the lifeline of our country, India, alive. And the seafarers were also caught in the Iran-Iraq conflict, and during the conflict in Kuwait, our Indian seafarers kept the lifeline open under the strain of many geopolitical situations. It is their passion, great determination, and individual circumstances which make them undertake a voyage during conflicts. Presently, as we speak, again, seafarers have risen to the occasion during the conflict of Strait of Hormuz. There were 20,000, around 20,000, these are the IMO figures, 20,000 seafarers who were affected, trapped at the peak of the conflict. The number has come down considerably due to collective efforts of all stakeholders, whether it is ITF, IMO, ICS, and also individual governments. The ITF, we have to understand, the ITF is not a state player. The ITF cannot stop the war, but the ITF, along with its affiliates, has worked with governments, ship owners, and other stakeholders to bring in focus the seafarers, which is the human element. The ITF is aware about our international reach and strong role it plays to support seafarers in this geopolitical situation. We are aware, हमें पूरा पता है जो हस्तक्षेप हम कर सकते हैं और कोई एजेंसी कर ही नहीं सकती. That is what the ITF is aware of. At the end of July, the United Nations High Commission on Human Rights stated that there have been 17 civilian deaths killed near the Strait of Hormuz since the war began on 20th February. However, there is some doubt as this number from the Iran seafarers and also the Iran fishers, around 38 of them also lost their lives in this conflict. So we have to take that into account. Just because it is a situation in which Iran is involved, वहाँ के भी seafarers मरे हैं, they have also lost their lives. So we have to take that also. The Filipinos and Indians are the two countries that supply the majority of the worldwide maritime labor force. And you can't help ask whether it might have been a different. यहाँ पर Filipinos और Indians है और other nationality. अगर British seafarer होता या American seafarer होता इसी situation में, तो definitely the situation would have been different. You know, जैसा कहते हैं ना, उनका खून खून, हमारा खून पानी, ये situation. But we have to live with that. What the ITF has done in this conflict, the coordination of the countries, the ITF and the IMO, they have successfully resulted in the successful evacuation of hundreds of seafarers along with their ships during this conflict period. The ITF has an army of ITF inspectors, and the contacts in the Gulf region has given us a unique advantage which governments and international bodies, including the IMO, do not have, which is only the ITF is having to enable and facilitate in many cases the repatriation of seafarers. The ITF is in direct contact with the seafarers and their unions, and that is what makes the difference. Since the US-Israel war with Iran began on 20th February, the ITF has ensured that the seafarers under all ITF approved agreement, including for Indian seafarers, receive enhanced protection to the designation of Persian Gulf area as the high risk area and as a warlike operation area. War started in 20th February. By March 2 and March 2nd and March 5th, the ITF went into play, and this area was designated as the warlike area. All ITF approved agreement, including for Indian seafarers, have a bonus equal to 100% basic, payable for a minimum of 5 days, and compensation for death and disability, double compensation during this incident. But having said that, just because there is a financial incentive, a seafarer cannot be compelled to sail in the troubled waters. The seafarers on all ITF approved agreement has a right to refuse. As was earlier also stated, it is a right enshrined in the agreement. So these are some of the things with the ITF and also looked into the welfare activities of the standard seafarer while repatriating them. So I'll touch later as required on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That must have been very informative, very enlightening for the young trainees. I'll go straight to the administration from here. So Dipender Singh Bisenji. Bisenji, you are now holding important position in charge of training. So these youngsters, they, a lot of hearsay and stories they hear from their seniors and peers. This is an opportunity to get it straight from you. That what is the directorate doing in terms of digitalization of training, certification, to reduce footfall and also to reduce time in doing their examination. If you could briefly tell about the initiatives the directorate are already taken, or that is going to unfold in a couple of months' time. By the time they go for their exams, that system should be ready. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I thank you for inviting me to this Sagar Samvad. It's my pleasure to be here in this panel discussion. For the cadets, those who are attending this session on maritime labor force, I have to, say to your question regarding examination. So I broadly divide examination into 3 parts. First is, because you all are pre-C students, so I have heard you people interacting with honorable ministers are also that some of them you are pursuing your career in DNS, and some of them are from BE Marine Engineering, etc. So once you complete your this degree course, once you complete your diploma course, once you get this certificate, then next is shipboard training. So see, there are examination I divide into three parts. First is whenever you will be appearing for the modular courses, there is an exit examination system. So that exit examination system is already online. It's a multiple choice question based examination. There are a few proctoring system already embedded in that exit examinations system to take care of if there is to avoid any kind of malpractice, etc. And this exit examination system, once you appear, it will give immediate result also. So you will come to know whether you have passed the examination or whether you have failed. Overall, if I will tell you, so generally the passing percentage for exit examination system is more than 85%. We in our system we have in modular for modular courses other than physical classes, e-learning is also there. So when all three component get completed, a digital certificate being issued by the respective maritime training institute. Now the second examination is being conducted by BES, Board of Examination. They conduct these examination for the ratings, only for the ratings, for the both the courses, general purpose rating and then CCMC, certificate course for maritime catering. That is also online. All papers are multiple choice question. They have to, once they complete the 6-month classes, they have to appear for orals also. And then online multiple online examination. So this is second. Third is competency based examination system. Recently, so it also divided into two, written as well as oral. Presently oral is through online, so candidate can appear from any part of world and can can appear for this oral examination, whereas for written examination there are multiple centers across India. So we have our centers in MMDs. Even in Noida we have our center. So we are moving from paper based to online system. Partly we have converted, we have gone to online system where candidate once comes to the MMD, the question paper will appear on the screen. They have to write the question paper, will get scanned, and through randomization, it will go to X examiner. We do correction, and then finally marks will be awarded. So this is how the three examination system are. When it comes to COC examination, which I have just mentioned, we have the target to bring this entire system end-to-end process online. So booking and everything is already online. As I have told you, Noida, we started in April 2025 with the online system, and we are replicating the same system in all other MMDs. I hope I have answered. If there is any question, they can ask also.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Insaf. So that is what we are making the system more transparent, efficient, and avoid footfall in the offices, and of course save your time. But if you all have, of course, may have not understood what he's trying to explain, go back to your institute and ask your trainers to explain to you the new scheme of government or directorate of conducting exam and training. With this, I shift now to the other side of maritime spectrum as far as labor is concerned, and that is labor other than seafarer. As I mentioned, 7 million labor is employed in industries other than ships. NSB has formed a subcommittee on skilling, and Arun Sharma ji is the chairperson of that committee. The committee has focused on mapping the requirement, the category of requirement, the skill gaps, emerging technologies, etc. And I'm sure he could summarize that for our knowledge here this afternoon. Sharmaji, please.
Thank you, Rakeshji. Maritime Labour Force, though Rakesh did ask me to exclude the seafarers, but I believe there is one aspect in the seafaring community which, besides the examination systems and whatever is being discussed, I think one very broad aspect of seafaring is that we need to track seafaring as a career, which slowly has been diminishing over a period, and that is an important aspect. For that, I am of the firm belief that you really need to advertise more. I think one of the youngsters did ask this, that why in the aviation there are more lady officers than as compared to shipping. I believe that, you see, I think the whole concept of the merchant navy is still not fully advertised, especially in the tier 2 cities and I would say in the rural areas. And once that happens, I think there are certain things like, I think when you look at the looking forward, when you go into the future, I think seafaring as a profession is going to become much more technical, much more advanced with a high level of technology. And I think some course curriculum starting from the engineering colleges need to be revised with a greater stress on academics. And probably it should be a part of some of the better known engineering colleges than just a unit here and unit there. Now coming to I think the maritime labor force, which primarily now includes shipyards, recycling yards, you have various other areas where actually you would be looking at skilling people. I think as far as the shipyards are concerned, India has an aim of getting to a much higher level of shipbuilding, and probably if we can in the next couple of years reach a much higher percentage in terms of the current level that we are in, I think that would need a lot of skilling efforts to bring that whole technology in. In fact, if you look at the current state of affairs, we did a study with the feedback from the stakeholders, and I think in that area you find that both in the shipbuilding and the ship repair, the data shows a highly stressed trade shortages, very undefined training pathways, high overseas attrition rates, and forcing, rather I would say that there is hardly any ecosystem to train people. I think this is what the study has shown. And in this, I think the measures which have been advised to be taken were, I would say, quite simplistic, but not easy to meet at this stage, unless you go to a much higher level of discernment, and that is where I think the problem needs to be studied more, and the measures need to be brought in. We have now tied up with you see, basically again, now training, I think in the past when the entire set of shipyards used to have their own apprentices, which were actually called the trade apprentices. And I remember when there used to be about 20 engineering apprentices from various colleges. There were as many as about 100 trade apprentices who actually were being trained by the shipyard, who were to be absorbed by shipyards. Now that system, I do not know, for reasons not known, has disappeared, and the shipyards are now depending entirely on contracted labor and contracted workers. I think which actually is a retrograde step if you really want to bring up the skill sets in people who work for you. One needs to re-establish that system of trade apprentices. The skilling again is going to be divided into two parts. One is the, I would say, I wouldn't call it low level skilling, but something which is at a very primary level. For shipyard, you have training in welding, electrical, diesel mechanics, pipe fitters, etc., etc. Now, I think there one needs to. It's a training which looks very simple, but it needs some good trainers. Now, there is at the current situation there is a dearth of good trainers to train people in even in these skills, and I think that needs to be really enhanced, and that probably could be sort of gotten by having people who actually have retired from shipyards as ship managers, as welding instructors, from some of the class one marine engineers, and the various other sources where people who have actually gone out of their regular jobs could be brought in and asked to take up these training as trainers. And I think that would be another step which will take this whole thing forward. Then, of course, you have the now we talk of the basic level of training, which I just talked about. But I think you also need, if you go to a shipyard outside the country, and I have been to shipyards, in some of the work situations, places like Korea. Now, if you look at a place in Korea, a Hyundai shipyard or Hyundai shipbuilding yard, you will find that besides that people are experts at these basic skills, they have also a huge level of automation, whether it comes to movement of steel, whether it comes to digitalized planning, whether it comes to automatic welding. I think which needs to be brought in if one needs to really look at enhancing the productivity in the Indian shipyard as and when you expand into the shipbuilding arena. I think this primarily would need to be brought in through some kind of joint venture agreements or through skilling programs, using some of the yards which are already adept at it. If you want to make the whole transition into a shipbuilding arena faster. The other one where you really have a good presence already is in the recycling of ships. And I have really engaged with the Alang shipyard for a number of years from the point of when they were not even certified under the Hong Kong Convention. And today you see that I think is probably the biggest recycling hub is actually Alang today. And soon I think if we take this forward and when the market improves slightly, it probably could be a very good revenue generator. Now there again, I think one needs to go in a humongous manner to training the workers who are already there. And our people, when they were associated with giving some training and some kind of, giving them basically how to really take care of certain issues like your safety, your entry into enclosed spaces, gas freeing certificates. And I think the people were, both the owners and the people were extremely receptive. And that continued for a long time. And then the role of IRS was slightly reduced that you actually, when somebody trained, we only did the examinations to see that they were trained. That really did not work out, and at some point of time, I think IRS actually withdrew from that area. But we are quite happy to restart the whole thing. And I think that's an area where actually some very basic skill sets, if they can be imparted in large numbers, will go a long way. And that basic training has got to be in line with compliance with the HKC standards. And I think that is something one should look at in the immediate future. Well, having said these couple of points, I would primarily say that while you could probably get a number of trainees in all these areas, the main focus will have to be developing the trainers. And that I think should actually be pulled in. A shipyard who is wanting to train trainees should also look at giving us some of the people who were working with them as whether they are in various areas of skilling or various areas of operation. I think they could become some good trainers. The other thing which I felt was that some of the yards are located in bigger cities. There are yards like in Dahej, in Pipavav, in the Gujarat area, something around the Pipavav, Bajbaj area. I think there you need to start skilling centers, which basically would take care of skilling on the eastern coast and the western coast. I think that needs to be really looked at by also the government. And there would be a lot of private sector people like SEMS, Center of Excellence, would be willing to undertake those training institutions. Having said that, I think we also need to the small towns where you have these shipyards or where you got these like Alang. I think one needs to also look at how do you bring in some more social infrastructure. You see, like your access to education, access to your medical, access to some kind of entertainment, so that the people who are employed there can stay there longer without really trying to run away to other pastures. I think which probably needs to be really looked at very critically. Well, I think having said all this, probably I will reserve my other comments for the next round. So thank you, Rakesh. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, a round of applause for Mr. Sharma, please. Not only that, we require skilled manpower, we also require trainers. That's an opportunity for MTIs, if their representatives are sitting here. And if we are going to grow to become top 5 nations of shipbuilder globally by 2047, we do require some skilled manpower in evolving technology and existing technology both. Now with that, I go to our very distinguished guest who has joined us from Sosia Alang Shipyard, and that would connect to what Mr. Sharma has spoken. So, Rani Sahib, on one hand, we have a challenge from neighboring countries encroaching on our business. We have Hong Kong compliant, convention, which enforces certain regulations, requirements, and you also have the shortage of skilled manpower, and then there are concerns with the welfare of that. And you have been spearheading this cause. I think this is a platform we would like to hear from you on this, please. Thank you.
Namaskar. Thank you very much. First of all, I am grateful to National Shipping Board for giving me an opportunity to speak with this August gathering. I'm from ship recycling, and many of you may be knowing 3 international bodies of United Nations are responsible for ship breaking or ship recycling. ILO always used to say the word ship breaking. IMO always used to say the word ship recycling. And Basel used to say the word ship dismantling. But now, last decade, commonly everyone is using the word ship recycling. Because ship recycling is the last phase of the life of ship. Around 30 to 35 years, we can run the ship, and after that, it is to be broken, it is to be recycled. When the ship recycle, it influences around 27 industries. The major part is of steel. Steel goes to the recycling, re-rolling mills. In Alang itself, there are around 250 to 300 re-rolling mills nearby, 30 kilometers from Alang, named Sihor. The other material is going to furnishing mills. Every aspect on ship is recycle or reuse. If you visit Alang, you will find more than 2,000 shops behind the Alang, and you will find everything coming from ships, whether it is furniture, whether it is pump, whether it is lifeboats. So everything is reuse, resell. That's why importance of Alang is there. Most of the countries in the world are building ships, and for breaking, mostly it comes to Asia, South Asia. India is one of the important player in that. India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, China, and Turkey. These are the countries breaking ships. China is breaking the ships as per their own terms because iron ore is enough in China. So their first quality quality steel, China is getting, and that's why they are not depend upon the second quality steel. Shipbreaking gives a second quality steel. The main competition, Bangladesh, Pakistan, yet to be improved a lot. Turkey, though it is a border of Europe and Asia, and they have a small yards. They have a less capacity. Important competition is India and Bangladesh. Bangladesh is rely upon around 30% steel coming from the ship recycling. And India, we are around 3%, 3 to 4% steel using for the secondary steel we are using. Alang is the largest yard, which is established in 1982-83. That time there were 182 plots. It means that at a one day, one time, simultaneously, we can break 182 ships, big ships. Before Alang, there was a small yard in Mumbai. It is still there. Calcutta also, and Kakinada. But Mumbai, Calcutta, Kakinada, now they are not breaking much ship because of the most of the rules, regulations are coming and they have to obey that. That's why the whole concentration is on Alang. If whole yard is occupied, the requirement of Alang is 35,000 to 45,000 workforce. And the requirement of downstream industry, which I mentioned, 27 industries are these ship recycling is providing inputs. So their requirement is 1 lakh people, 100,000 persons. The most important categories are gas cutter is the most important. Then crane operator, driver, jodiwala, they are lifting the steels and putting it to the lorry, or they call jodiwala. They are segregating the important steels. They are called malpani. So these are certain important categories are exist in Alang. Till I think 2004, 2005, there was not a policy of proper training. 2005, Gujarat Maritime Board has constructed a training center in Alang, and this is the official training center, we can say, used for the training of the shipbreaking workers in Alang. Apart from that, most of the ship recyclers are having their training center. Our union, which is formed in 2005, and we are the only union and having 18,000 members in Alang. We are also having a training center in our office at shipbreaking yard. So we are also giving some training. So importantly, now the DG shipping and also minister mentioned during their speech that in shipbuilding, we are number 16 and they are trying to come within a 5 till 2030. But ship recycling, India, we are number 1. It is a fact. Because, as I said, China is not much trying to get shipbreaking. Bangladesh is trying, but main competition is between India and Bangladesh. We have added advantage. Number 1, we have ratified the Hong Kong International Convention. This is the only international convention which now whole that we can say the required countries have ratified, and now it is implemented from 26th of June 2025. Workers celebrated with pleasure that we welcome this Hong Kong Convention, because workers feel that adopting Hong Kong Convention, government has prepared a rule, government has prepared a code, government of DG Shipping has prepared a regulation, and we being a union, we feel that we will get more work because India has an added advantage. But 1 year has passed. We observe that there is not much work is coming for shipbreaking. That is the place. That's why Hong Kong Convention ratification, it's very good. We support that. But after 1 year also, there are problems, there are challenges which we have to face. I think next time we can definitely, if you ask some,
Right,
I'll be
right.
happy to add.
Thank you,
very
Ran sir.
much.
Sharma ji, only 3% of recycled steel you use in India? That's a question we'll have to discuss some other time.
Actually, what you have is, there are three types of steel. You got the scrap steel, then you have the re-rolled steel, and then you have the actual steel which is, made in these steel plants. Now, for all the major constructions in India or abroad, I don't think anybody will use re-rolled steel. We will all use the original steel, whether it is MS or right and side, and hence the requirement of re-rolled steel is less, and there is a fair amount of added cost for re-rolling. So it is hot re-rolling, it is not the cold re-rolling. So with that you have a X price, then you have X plus delta, and then you have X plus 2 delta, That is how the price varies. And most of our societies like us, we need certain standards for actual shipbuilding, and that steel is not accepted. So it will be used in your these strengthening TMT bars and all, which are used for your construction resource. So I think that disadvantage is there. In fact, at one point of time, we had found out that Bangladesh was using scrap steel straight for building barges and tugs, even today. So even today they are using.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you are.
Right.
So I think that differentiation you cannot match.
Right, sir.
Thank you.
So we have just got the news that the Honorable Minister will be arriving here very shortly, maybe in 5 minutes. So probably I have a time for this discussion would continue once the minister is, he's coming and yes. Yeah, okay. We're getting minute by minute update. Can I have somebody? Okay, got it. So we're getting minute by minute update. We have time. So I go to my friend Captain Xavier Ramos, MUI General Secretary. All of those you who are aspiring to become officer, and you all will become officer. He's the General Secretary of that association. My question is very simple, straightforward. That we have a Maritime India vision to ensure that our participation or our share is 20% of global seafarer. 1.5 or 1.6 million seafarers are actively sailing. But I think we got to go beyond that, sir. Right? And I'm sure you have a roadmap in mind that how could we go. Today, as I was telling you earlier, that our share when compared to India's population is 0.02%. 0.02. That's way low when you look at the demography that we have. So, sir, would you like to reflect and encourage our youngsters here that there would be more and more employment opportunity, and what you think as a representative of MUI we should collectively as stakeholder administration should do? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Captain Rakesh. We don't go back a long way, Captain Rakesh and me, but we've grown along the way, and we've become very close over the period of time. Just to put it in perspective, when I joined shipping, that was in 1988, We had no counseling, there was no career counseling, there was no scope for going online, there was no internet, and there was nothing of that sort for to guide us into what careers we wanted to choose. It was just general, everybody was doing science, so we all got into the wagon and did science. Everybody was doing commerce, there was another section which did commerce. Today, you have so many career options. There's in science, there are so many multiple streams. In arts, there are so many multiple streams, which we didn't have during our time. And I joined, to tell you, as a DEC cadet, direct entry. We didn't even have pre-sea training in our time. So we were just thrown on the ship, and we did not know the forward or the aft, the bow or the stern of the vessel. But we struggled and we survived, and we are where we are today. But having said that, the career guidance was not there at that time. And even now, with the career guidance which you all have, you have social media, you have internet, you have a dearth of applications to choose from and to choose your career. But still, there are not many seafarers who are there are not many candidates who are joining seafaring or taking up this profession. The simple reason is, I think, possibly that you all are not aware, or many of the rural areas are not aware of the job opportunities that seafaring gives you. Beginning with, firstly, tax-free money. You guys go on board ship and your money which you earn is all tax-free. You don't have to pay a single penny in tax. That is not for the Indian counterparts, of course, sadly. But I don't want to touch on that issue because it has already been talked about in the morning. Secondly, what we as a union are doing now is we are going to all these rural areas, not only the rural areas, even the big cities actually, and trying to have these outreach programs where we can reach out to all the future candidates or future maritime professionals who would be seeking this career. So we are doing in the various pockets of all over India, in Goa, in Jaipur, Patna, Bihar, all over India. We're trying to do these outreach programs and educate the youth in those areas about seafaring and about the profession that they can get into. We have also taken it up in the NSB as wanting to add a chapter or wanting to add some kind of knowledge on this in the form of the textbooks to create awareness at a junior level or at a more lower level, so that there is some awareness of seafaring as a profession. This is not there currently in our in our textbooks in school level, at school level. So what we are trying to ingrain at school level is probably a chapter which dedicates to the maritime profession and what are the benefits and what else you can get in the maritime profession. I think more than that, the outreach is what we are planning for in many of the states. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is one of the agenda items of NSB, that we want to create awareness about our profession in the very early stage. So we are we have drafted a chapter which we want to include in NCERT books at level grade 6 or 7. We all know about policeman, we all know about a pilot, we know about engine driver, car driver, train driver, but nobody knows about, seafarer. So this is something we want to do it at very early stage to create awareness. And second thing, what Samvad said rightly, so that we probably need to reach out to what so-called tier 2, tier 3 cities, because most of the employees that you see today are coming from those cities. Big cities, boys are losing charm, right, of this business. Thank you very much. Now, I have with me Sanjam Sai Gupta, and as the Honorable Minister said that our number has grown to 7,000 as far as girls in Merchant Navy are concerned. That's very encouraging, very nice, but we want to see more because the percentage is only 2% of the girls, choosing this career. So Sanjam, of course, is championing this cause for a long time, and she has an understanding of this subject. So she would probably reflect on this, that what, once again, all of us need to do to promote gender parity. And if there are any fear or apprehensions in the mind of girls, those could be allayed also. Sanjam, to you.
Thank you so much. While there are a lot of things I think that we as an industry stakeholders, government can do, I think I'll touch upon three of the more important ones. The first is creating awareness. So while we just mentioned that there is hardly any awareness about seafaring as a career for the youth, I think it's even more so for the young women because it's considered a male domain, which it actually is, and though we're slightly getting better and better, but it's still a male-dominated industry, and comparatively, the proportion of female seafarers is very less. So number one, I think we need to have awareness campaigns. We need to have role models, visible role models that girls can look up to and aspire to be. The second thing that we really need to do is have data research done so we can keep comparing our level of progress. So when we know that if we don't know where we are, how do we know where we want to be? So that's the second thing that we need to do. And with research, we'll also get to know what are the best practices that other companies are following globally. And hence, the other companies can ape them and emulate them. And finally, third thing is that while we are attracting women and we are going to be, doing best practices, we need to also have effective retention strategy so that there's no leaking bucket, that we keep adding women and they keep leaving. So these are the main 3 points I can touch upon.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister is here in the premises and we are expecting his arrival now. Please join hands as we welcome Dr. Mansukh Manvia, the Honorable Union Cabinet Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports and Labour and Employment. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है सर और एनएसपी चेयर श्री समीर खरे सर से मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूंगी कि आप सर को स्टेज पर लेकर आएं. So you may please join us on stage if you like. All right. So very warm welcome to you, sir. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन है.
थैंक यू सर, आपके आगमन पर बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आपने अपनी व्यस्तता से इतना समय निकाला और आज का विषय जो है वो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है क्योंकि हमारे मुख्य अतिथि डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी हैं. मैं बताऊंगा वो क्यों है. तो सब्जेक्ट जो है वो मैरीटाइम लेबर फोर्स है. देयर इज अ मैरीटाइम एंड देयर इज लेबर. मंत्री जी हमारे मिनिस्टर ऑफ शिपिंग रह चुके हैं जो इस विषय से भली भांति परिचित हैं और अब वो लेबर एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड यूथ एंड स्पोर्ट्स के भी मंत्री हैं. तो दोनों विषय को बड़े ही विस्तार से समझते हैं. सर, ये पैनल डिस्कशन जो चल रहा है वो मैरीटाइम लेबर फोर्स पे है. मैरीटाइम लेबर फोर्स को हमने सिर्फ सीफेयर तक सीमित नहीं किया है. हमारे सामने राणे जी हैं जो कि सोसिया अलंग शिपयार्ड एसोसिएशन के जनरल सेक्रेटरी हैं. तो एक तरफ हमें अपना भागीदारी 20% ले जानी है विश्व में सीफेरर की, और दूसरी तरफ अगर हमको विश्व के 5 बड़े देशों में शिप बिल्डर बनना है तो हमको फिर स्किल मैन पावर और लेबर की ज़रूरत होगी, और ख़ास कर इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी में. तो इस विषय पर सर पिछले 1 घंटे से बहुत ही अच्छा चर्चा चली और अब हम चर्चा की समाप्ति की ओर हैं. और हमारे मित्र हैं मिलिंद कांडोलकर जी जो कि नूसी के रिप्रेजेंटेटिव हैं, इंडिया की सबसे बड़ी सीफेरर्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के जनरल सेक्रेटरी और ट्रेजरर हैं. तो मिलिंद भाई, एक आपको, क्योंकि यहाँ पे बहुत बच्चे बैठे हुए हैं और मैं ये देख रहा हूँ कि जबकि बहुत सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन डीजी की वेबसाइट पर है, आप लोग बहुत पब्लिसाइज करते हो, लेकिन वो इन्फॉर्मेशन इन लोग तक पहुँच नहीं रही है. और ये कर्तव्य मैरीटाइम ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट का है कि वो सारी इन्फॉर्मेशन बच्चों तक लाएँ और उनको समझाएं और उनके भी अगर कोई प्रश्न हो तो उसका जवाब दें. लेकिन आज ये अवसर है कि भारत सरकार ने बहुत सारे कदम उठाए हैं जो सवेरे बात हुई है. आप एज ए एसोसिएशन, एज ए ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, आप बताएं अपने एसोसिएशन के बारे में कि आपने वेलफेयर के लिए, उनकी सेफ्टी के लिए क्या कदम उठाए अपने एसोसिएशन की तरफ से.
गुड इवनिंग ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर साहब, खरे साहब. नूसी, एज ए नूसी हम लोग तो एग्रीमेंट करते ही है, एक अच्छा एग्रीमेंट करते हैं उसके साथ ही साथ हम लोग बहुत सारे वेलफेयर करते हैं। हमारी टैगलाइन ही है बूम टू टूम। जब सीफेरर पैदा होता है उससे उधर से लेके हम लोग उसके मौत तक हम लोग उसके सहारा है। तो हमेशा हम लोग हर चीज़ में उनका साथ देते हैं। बहुत सारे वेलफेयर स्कीम है हमारे, और सब सीफेरर को इसको मालूम है। एक आउटरीच प्रोग्राम भी करते हैं हम लोग, हर रूरल में जाके हर हर वी हैव 23 ब्रांचेस पैन इंडिया। अभी मुझे खुशी है कि सर हम लोग 5 लाख पेड़ लगाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं, और उसमें गवर्नमेंट भी हमारे साथ है, SWFS भी हमारे साथ है, SPFO, SWFS, DGMA भी हमारी साथ है। तो हम लोग हर प्रयास करते हैं। और जो अपना जियो पॉलिटिकल क्राइसिस हुआ तो सीफेरर जहाज में जाना चाहता है। अभी तक साइन ऑन साइन ऑफ रुका नहीं है। सीफेरर हमारा शुर है, तो वो जहाज में जाता है और हमेशा वो जहाज में जाना चाहता है और अपने देश को आगे लेके जाना चाहता है।
मिलिंद, एक सवाल बहुत जरूरी, अगर आपसे कहा जाए कि इन बच्चों को आप एक राय दें कि जब अपनी ट्रेनिंग खत्म होने के बाद में वो नौकरी की तलाश में जाते हैं, जो कि नौकरी शिपिंग कंपनीज एजेंट्स के थ्रू होती है, उन्हें क्या नहीं करना चाहिए?
गलत हाथ में फंसना नहीं चाहिए, एजेंट के पास नहीं जाना चाहिए। अच्छे आरपीएसएल के पास जाके आपको अच्छी नौकरी बिना पैसे से मिल सकती है। हमेशा एजेंट के पास जाके आप फंस सकते हैं, लेकिन एजेंट गिरी बिल्कुल नहीं जाना चाहिए आप लोग एजेंट के पास। अच्छा आरपीएसएल बिना पैसे से आपको नौकरी देती है।
थैंक यू। गनी भाई, आप यू वांटेड अ सप्लीमेंट्री क्वेश्चन, आपको क्लोजिंग रिमार्क करना था कुछ, अगर समय है सर, अगर हमारे पास 5 मिनट का और कुछ। हाँ, तो गनी भाई आप आपको एक क्लोजिंग रिमार्क करना था आप।
अभी तो काफ़ी चीज़ कही जा चुकी है, और सिंस माननीय मनसुख मंडाविया जी है यहाँ पर, एंड इन हिज टेन्योर व्हेन ही वाज मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट फॉर शिपिंग, हमारे क्लोज, हमारे शिपिंग फ्रेटर्निटी से काफ़ी क्लोज आ गए, वो आ गए और हम भी उनसे ज़्यादा काफ़ी क्लोज हो गए थे सर। और कोविड के दौरान में दुनिया भर के ट्रांसपोर्ट बंद, रेलवे बंद, एयरलाइन बंद, you name it, everything stopped standstill, but it was only and the only passion of the seafarers which drove the ships, समझे, पूरी दुनिया के अंदर, एंड किसी कम नहीं पड़ा कुछ। और अभी ये संकट जो आया है, जो वी हैव ऑलरेडी डिस्कस इट, आई डोंट वांट टू रिपीट इट, बट ये संकट में हमें चाहिए कि सीफेरर को एक आश्वासन मिले कि भाई वो अकेला नहीं है, उसके जो इश्यूज जो हो रहे हैं उसके बारे में, और जैसा हमने पहले भी, वी हैव ऑलरेडी एग्रीड एंड वी हैव डॉक्यूमेंट एक्नॉलेज द रोल ऑफ द इंडियन गवर्नमेंट हैज़ बीन वेरी वेरी specific, effective in getting hundreds and hundreds of our seafarers from in the Gulf of जो फंसे हुए थे। मैं खाली एक 4 लाइन कहूँगा और देन क्लोजिंग मैंने सोचा था कि जब इस्तेमाल करो, दिस इज द योगदान ऑफ द सीफेरर्स, इम्पोर्टेंस ऑफ द सीफेरर हमें ध्यान में नहीं आता है, बट व्हाट द एंड यू ऑल आल्सो फ्यूचर सीफेरर्स, कि जब इस्तेमाल करो रसोई गैस या चूल्हे का ईंधन, या करो स्टार्ट आप स्कूटर या कार का इंजन, तब याद रखो नाविकों का योगदान जो बनाता है आपकी जिंदगी आसान। ये अनसंग हीरो बिहाइंड द सीन काम करता है, परिवार से दूर तूफानों से लड़ता है। इस संकट में हमारा दायित्व नाविकों का रखना ख्याल, बीच समंदर में महसूस न उसे कि वो है अकेला या निढाल। अपना काम अंजाम दे बिना कोई स्ट्रेस, बिना कोई डर, अपना काम अंजाम दे बिना कोई स्ट्रेस, बिना कोई डर, और गर्व से कहे हम है इंडियन सीफेरर, हम है इंडियन सीफेरर। तो ये हमें उसको एक योगदान, एंड आवर गवर्नमेंट एंड द स्टेक होल्डर्स डेफिनेटली डूइंग देयर बिट इन हेल्पिंग आउट द सीफेरर्स। बट जैसा मिलिंद साहब ने बताया, प्लीज एक भी जो सिचुएशन जो भी हुआ है ना, नेगेटिव सिचुएशन, एक भी सिचुएशन में देयर इज कोई जो अप्रूव्ड एग्रीमेंट है उसके अंदर कोई भी सीफेरर फंसा नहीं है। ये सब जो फंसे हुए हैं, ये सब चंडाल चौकड़ी ये ने जो पैसा लेके भेजते हैं, ये सब जहाज़ों के अंदर ही फंसे हुए। बट स्टिल आवर गवर्नमेंट एंड द यूनियंस आर ब्रिंगिंग देम बैक, क्योंकि वो हमारे इंडियन सिटीजन्स हैं, ये सीफेरर। तो वी विल हैव टू एंश्योर कि भाई इसके जाल में फंसो मत, एजेंट गिरी के जाल में फंसो मत। गुड कंपनीज, द affiliates, the unions are signing agreements with more than 60 companies, reputed companies. और पहली बात वो कंपनी से जब भी साइन कर दे, पहली बात ये है कि भाई पैसा नहीं लेना, पैसे के चक्कर में अगर आप फंसाओगे तो वी डोंट वांट टू हैव एन एग्रीमेंट। बट देयर आर 100 ऑफ नॉन स्क्रूपुलस और फी चार्जिंग कंपनीज है, उससे आपको बच के रहना है। फिर ये नहीं कहना कि भाई मैंने 5 लाख दे दिया, मैंने ये दिया, मैं फंस गया। सॉरी, आपके ऊपर भी जिम्मेदारी है कि आप इसमें चंगुल में फंसो नहीं। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू। योर ईयर्स ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस। अब बिल्कुल सर, आपको बिल्कुल 2 मिनट, आप प्लीज बोलिए। बस बच्चों से कह रहा था कि जो आपसे कहा जा रहा है, सतर्क रहिए, बेवकूफ़ी मत कीजिए, और आपको पूरा सहयोग मिलेगा, सरकार का भी और एसोसिएशन का भी। थैंक यू। बोलिए महाराणा सर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। मैं इसलिए बोलना चाहता था, जो अलंग शिप ब्रेकिंग यार्ड है वो साहब के कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में आता है, और साहब मिनिस्टर बनने के बाद हमारे मीटिंग को भी दिल्ली में एक आए थे। अलंग में जो सुधार हुआ है वो डिटेल में मैं नहीं चाहूँगा क्योंकि टाइम नहीं है, उनको भी हमें सुनना है। लेकिन पहले विदाउट ट्रेनिंग अभी कोई एम्प्लॉय अपॉइंट नहीं कर सकते, ये एक अच्छा सुधार है। जो काम कर रहा है उसको प्रोविडेंट फंड और ESIC मैंडेटरी है। जो हॉस्पिटल अभी एक नया बनाया है उसमें शिप ब्रेकिंग वर्कर्स के साथ साथ उसकी फैमिली और आजू बाजू के सब जो विलेज है वो सब विलेजर्स को भी फ्री मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट मिल रहा है। मल्टी स्पेशलिटी हॉस्पिटल है, तो कई सुधार हुए हैं। इम्पोर्टेंटली हम बांग्लादेश से अलग क्या है कि वी हैव अ फैसिलिटी ऑफ जो हजार्डस वेस्ट डिस्पोज करने की जो सुविधा है वो अलंग में है, जो बांग्लादेश में नहीं है। ऐसी कई सुविधा अलंग में है। खाली शिप वर्कर्स की तरफ से हम जब कभी बात करेंगे, DG शिपिंग, गुजरात मैरीटाइम बोर्ड, हमारा एक ही कहना है कि जो अभी सब है उसका प्रॉपर इम्प्लीमेंटेशन होना चाहिए। कुछ चैलेंजेस उसमें हैं, वो हम यूनियन है, डिफाइंड स्टेक होल्डर्स है, एम्प्लॉयर एसोसिएशन है, उनके साथ बातचीत चल रही है, तो हम बात करेंगे उनसे, और कुछ ज़रूरत होगी तो साहब यहाँ है। इतना ही मैं कहना चाहता था उनके सामने। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you very much. Thank you. Since the audience here, we have all youngsters, I'll throw this panel discussion open to youngsters if they have any questions to ask. 2, 3 questions. Yes, please give the mic to the young.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Good evening, all the dignitaries. Sir, I have the question to the captain sitting to the rightest. Sorry, sir, I don't know your name. I have a question. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have a question that we have around 3.5 lakh seafarers, Indian seafarers in the industry, and apart from that, there are, I guess, 1 lakh officers. And in those 1 lakh officers, there are only few numbers of the officers working on a cruise ships, on the passenger vessels. So what are the steps are taken by the Indian government to employ the Indian seafarers on the passenger vessels?
Yeah, I think Captain Rakesh can take that question for the cruise lines, because I am not to this with the cruise lines. But your numbers are not correct anyway. Your figures which you've got a little
Yes,
bit,
I have a little
yeah, it's okay. But having said that, the cruise lines is being taken up by the industry at the moment. We are looking into bringing them into the maritime sector for the officers and the ratings as well. So it is being looked at.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you so much, sir.
So if you look at the government, one of the focus is to develop cruise sector in India. Now, cruise sector is not only for running the cruise ship on the coast. When the cruise ships convert any of the ports to their home ports, then they have a huge business, and it becomes very attractive for them to employ the local people. And that is what government is trying, say a port like Mumbai or Cochin or Goa, to turn them into huge terminal so that major cruise companies can use them as their home port. So a lot of initiatives are being taken to increase our share into the cruise industry as far as seafarers are concerned. Anybody else? One last opportunity. Honorable Minister is waiting. Anybody else? किसी और के पास कोई सवाल है? लड़कियों बच्चों के पास कोई सवाल है? आप लोगों के पास कोई? Okay, I guess none. Thank you, sir. This panel discussion is over, and the panelists will remain seated, and I'll request Honorable NSB Chairman to accompany our Cabinet Minister Shri Mansukh Bhai Mandia to the stage. Now, Juhi.
बहुत बहुत स्वागत। मंच पर अभिनंदन करते हैं माननीय मंत्री जी हमारे बीच अब पहुंच रहे हैं मंच पर, जोरदार तालियों के साथ आइए स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी, ऑनरेबल यूनियन कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर फॉर यूथ अफेयर्स एंड स्पोर्ट्स एंड लेबर एंड एम्प्लॉयमेंट, बहुत बहुत स्वागत करते हैं आज सागर संवाद 2026 में आपका। सर, आप एक ऐसे जन नेता हैं, आपके दूरदर्शी नेतृत्व और गतिशील कार्यशैली ने देश के विकास के अनेक महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्रों को नई दिशा दी है। मैं निवेदन करना चाहूंगी एनएसपी चेयरपर्सन से, सर प्लीज आप स्वागत करें। डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी का बहुत बहुत स्वागत हम करते हैं, एंड दिस इज अ मोमेंट टू एक्सटेंड द वार्मेस्ट वेलकम टू डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी। बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन, आभार और तालियां जोरदार हम सभी की ओर से। प्लीज जॉइन हैंड्स लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। वो क्षण आ चुका है जब हम सुनेंगे डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी को। आज सागर संवाद के इस महत्वपूर्ण मंच पर उनकी गरिमामय उपस्थिति हम सभी के लिए प्रेरणा और उत्साह का विषय है। आपके अनुभव और आपकी विजन से इस संवाद को निश्चित रूप से नई ऊर्जा और नई दिशा मिलेगी। मैं निवेदन करना चाहूंगी सर, प्लीज हम सभी को संबोधित करें, हम सभी का मार्गदर्शन करें। जोरदार तालियों के साथ करतल ध्वनि से पुनः स्वागत करते हैं। बहुत बहुत आभार।
सागर संवाद के मेरे ख्याल से समापन सत्र ही होगा है। उसके बाद समापन सत्र के अवसर पर हमारे बीच में उपस्थित नेशनल शिपिंग बोर्ड के चेयरपर्सन समीर खरे जी, मंच पर उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव, मेरे सामने बैठे हुए थोड़े से स्पोर्ट्स सेक्टर के लीडर और युवा साथी। वैसे तो मैं जब खरे जी मुझे इनवाइटेशन देने के लिए आया और उन्होंने शुरू करा कि हम एक संवाद रखते हैं और आपको इनवाइट करना है, तो मुझे तो बहुत अच्छा लगा। कोई मायके से बुलावा आता है तो बहन को जो भाव होता है, ये भाव उस दिन मेरे मन में हुआ था और मैंने तुरंत ही कहा कि मैं अवश्य आऊँगा, क्योंकि जब यहाँ मेरे सामने बैठे लगभग मेरे परिचित चेहरे हैं, मंच पर बैठे हुए चेहरे भी, ये देवली जी, गनी बनी तो जो यहाँ शेर शायरी आपके सामने करते हैं वैसा ही मेरे साथ करता था। तो दोस्तों, जब मैं यहाँ आने के लिए निकला तब मैंने सोचा था कि क्या डिस्कशन चल रहा है। मेरे ऑफिस के एक बंदे को मैंने भेजा था कि बैठ के सुनते रहना, ताकि मैं उस विषय पर बात रख सकूं। लेकिन जब मेरे सामने 90% युवा बैठे, मैं यूथ अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर भी हूँ, मैं 15 साल सरकार रहा हूँ गुजरात और भारत सरकार में। एज ए गवर्नमेंट मेरा एक लॉन्ग एक्सपीरियंस है, अभी तक कई मंत्रालय में देख चुका हूँ, और उसमें से जो जब मेरे सामने युवा बैठे हैं तो, और आज का विषय भी शिपिंग सेक्टर में, स्पोर्ट्स सेक्टर में लेबर फोर्स एक विषय है। लेबर्स एक ILO ने दिया गया इंटरनेशनल वर्ड्स है, लेकिन हमारे देश में हम किसी को लेबर नहीं मानते हैं। मैं भी वर्कर्स हूँ, यहाँ बैठे हुए लोग भी वर्कर्स हैं, आप भी वर्कर्स हैं। जो काम करने वाले सभी लोग वर्कर्स हैं, हम काम करते हैं। हम ऊपर नीचे की भेदभाव वाली फिलोसॉफी में विश्वास नहीं कर सकते। और इसलिए जब लेबर फोर्स की बात आती है और जब समुद्र की बात आती है, सी फेरर की बात आती है, तब दोस्तों मेरे मन में ये विषय को अलाइन होता है डेवलप्ड कंट्री, विकसित भारत के साथ। कोई भी देश को डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनना है तो उसको पहले अपना इतिहास को देखना होगा। और दुनिया का यही इतिहास है, दुनिया का यही घटनाक्रम है। दुनिया पर उन्होंने ही राज करा है जिन्होंने समुद्र पर राज करा। जब एशियन सभ्यता को हम देखें, सिविलाइजेशन, इंडस सिविलाइजेशन से हम इतिहास देखें तो दुनिया में मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में हमारा नॉलेज सबसे पुराना है। और कहावत है और कथन है ऐसा नहीं, साक्ष्य भी है। आप लोथल में जाए, दुनिया का सबसे पुराना डॉक आज भी कोई जगह पे विद्यमान हो तो ये लोकेशन है लोथल। और इसलिए ही जब मैं शिपिंग मिनिस्टर था तो मैंने सोचा कि उसको हम इतनी रिच मैरीटाइम इतिहास, हमारा हिस्ट्री हमारी इतनी रिच है, हमारा नॉलेज मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में इतना रिच है, दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेंगे, उसको दिखाने के लिए हमें कुछ ऐसा करना चाहिए। जब ये विजन लेके मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के पास गया था तब मोदी जी ने मुझे कहा था कि ऐसा विजन के साथ मेरे पास आओ जो एक्सपीरियंस लर्निंग भी हो, म्यूजियम नहीं, एक्सपीरियंस लर्निंग हो, और हमारी सभ्यता के साथ हमें जुड़े और दुनिया को हम सिखाए। उसमें से मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स लोथल का विचार आया था। 5,000 करोड़ रुपए के खर्च से बन रहा मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स का फेज 1 2027 में इनॉग्रेट हो जाएंगे। और ऐसा म्यूजियम है जो दुनिया को दिखाएगा कि इंडिया, भारत मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में कितना रिच हेरिटेज रखता है। और ये यहां पर जहां आप जाएंगे तो एक्सपीरियंस लर्निंग करेंगे, इस कॉम्प्लेक्स में, इस परिसर में आप जाएंगे तो आप 5,000 साल पुराना व्यक्ति बन जाओगे, आपका वियर्स भी वैसा ही हो जाएगा। आप एक्सपीरियंस करेंगे जब आप वहां जाएंगे तब 5,000 साल पहले कैसी स्ट्रीट थी, कैसे लोग ट्रेड करते थे, कैसे कॉइन चलते थे, उसको वहां आपको यही उपयोग करना होगा। और आप 1-1.5 साल, 1-1.5-2 दिन वहां रहे, 1-2 दिन तक आप 5,000 साल पुराना लाइफ जिएंगे। उस वक्त हम कितनी रिच लाइफ जीते थे। ऐसी ही वहां होटल बनेगी जो 5,000 साल पहले इंडस सिविलाइजेशन के समय में हुआ करती थी। और उनके लिए बहुत डीप डाइव करा था दोस्तों। क्यों? इसलिए करा था कि दुनिया के कई यहां रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट होंगे, दुनिया के लोग यहां रिसर्च करने के लिए आएंगे। और हमारा हर स्टेट उसका रिच मैरीटाइम हिस्ट्री है। हर स्टेट अपनी अपनी एक अपनी हिस्ट्री को वहां दिखाएंगे। इतना एक मैरीटाइम हेरिटेज कॉम्प्लेक्स बना के दुनिया को में संदेश देना चाहते हैं, ये नॉलेज हमारा है। और मुझे ये विषय से ज्यादा परिचय इसलिए हुआ जब मोदी जी राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री हुआ करते थे। तब हमारे गुजरात के कच्छ के मछुआरे, एक कम्युनिटी थी, उसको मालम कम्युनिटी से पहचानते थे। ये मालम कम्युनिटी के पास ये समय में केवल हवा के तरंगों के आधार पर आगे बढ़ते थे, स्टार को देखते हुए आगे बढ़ते थे, हवा कैसे चलती है उसके पर वो आगे बढ़ते थे, हवा अपने समुद्र में उठने वाले तरंगों से वो दिशा तय करते थे, मछली के व्यवहार से वो खतरे को देखते थे। ये नॉलेज इस समय में हमारे पास कितना जोश था, कितना ये नॉलेज रिच था। अब देख सकते हो जब मालम की पोथी का अध्ययन मोदी जी ने उसका ट्रांसलेशन कराया और तब हमें पता चलता, हम तो इतिहास में इतना ही पढ़ा है कि वास्को द गामा हिंदुस्तान आए थे, और वास्को द गामा ने भारत की शोध करी जी? नहीं, वास्को द गामा तो केप ऑफ गुड होप तक आए थे। वहां तक तो हमारे भारतीय समुद्र के मछुआरे या तो भारतीय सीफेरर केप ऑफ गुड होप तक ट्रैवल करते थे। ये मालम लोग उसको एस्कॉर्ट करते हुए भारत ले आए थे। तब तक हम ईस्ट अफ्रीका, ईस्ट कोस्ट, पैसिफिक आइलैंड कंट्री के साथ समुद्री मार्ग से जुड़े थे। आज आप चले जाओ, मैं दार एस सलाम गया था। दार एस सलाम का एक स्ट्रीट का नाम था सलाया स्ट्रीट। सलाया हमारा गुजरात का छोटा सा टाउन, छोटा सा स्पोर्ट सिटी है। ये पोर्ट सिटी का नाम से सलाया स्ट्रीट वहां पड़ा। मस्कती मार्केट, आज मैं अहमदाबाद जाओ, अहमदाबाद में मस्कती मार्केट है। मस्कती मार्केट, मस्कत टू गल्फ ऑफ कैम्बे, टू इनलैंड वाटरवेज, साबरमती रिवर टू अहमदाबाद। एक समय में हमारा ये ट्रेड का रूट था और मस्कत के साथ ये समय में हमारा ट्रेड चलता था, इसलिए मस्कती मार्केट नाम आज भी है। आप जाओ दुबई में ओखा स्ट्रीट मिलेगी। ओखा हमारा सौराष्ट्र में, गुजरात में एक छोटा सा पोर्ट है, उसके नाम से ओखा स्ट्रीट हम दुनिया में। और इसलिए ही ये भारत का नाम, जब हम सभ्य थे, जब हम दुनिया पर विकसित थे और दुनिया में हमारा जलवा था, इसलिए ही कोई देश के नाम से कोई समुद्र का नाम नहीं है। इंडियन ओशियन, आज हिंद महासागर भारत के नाम से, हिंद खंड के नाम से हिंद महासागर का नाम है। दोस्तों, जो समय पर वाटरवेज पर जिन्होंने शासन करा, वेस्ट एशिया की क्राइसिस की बात कर रहे हैं, क्या है क्राइसिस? इस समुद्र वाटरवेज का ही मामला है ना। ये समुद्रीय ट्रेड पर उन्होंने ही राज करा जिन्होंने वाटरवेज पर राज करा। ये वाटरवेज पर हम पहले से ही दुनिया के साथ जुड़े थे और इसलिए वाटरवेज इंडिया टू पैसिफिक आइलैंड, इंडिया टू ईस्ट अफ्रीका से कनेक्ट करते थे। और जब युआन सांग और फाहियांग हिंदुस्तान से गए थे ना, तो इतिहास साक्ष्य है ये भी वाटरवेज से ही रिटर्न चाइना गए थे। इस समय में हिंदुस्तान बहुत सभ्य था। ये सभ्यता हमारा एम्प्लॉयमेंट के साथ जुड़ी थी। दोस्तों, आप जब युवा है ना, आपका भविष्य बहुत उज्जवल है। आप मैरीटाइम सेक्टर में काम करेंगे, मैरीटाइम सेक्टर आपके लिए बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी के रूप में आने वाले दिनों में देखेंगे। जब देश कोविड क्राइसिस में था, उस वक्त में भारत सरकार का हेल्थ मिनिस्टर था। हम सब लोग लॉकडाउन में थे, लेकिन मोदी जी ने हम मंत्रियों को बैठने नहीं दिया था। जब देश लॉकडाउन में थे, लॉकडाउन में उस वक्त देश को हेल्थ की दृष्टि से मैनेज कर रहा था, लेकिन भी मेरी भी दिन में 2-3 घंटे ड्यूटी लगती थी 2047 के लिए, भारत के रोड मैप को तैयार करने के लिए। 2 साल की एक्सरसाइज से 2047 के लिए भारत का रोड मैप बना। रोड मैप भारत को डेवलप्ड कंट्री की दिशा में ले जाता है। जब कोई भी देश डेवलप्ड कंट्री की ओर दिशा में आगे बढ़ते हैं, यहां आप देखते हैं विजन 2030, मैरीटाइम विजन 2030। जब मैं भारत सरकार के स्पोर्ट, शिपिंग एंड वाटरवेज मिनिस्टर था, तब हमने बनाया था। और इसलिए कोई सेक्रेटरी चार्ज लेते थे। मैं 5 साल से भारत सरकार का शिपिंग मिनिस्टर नहीं हूं, लेकिन भी जब सोनवाल साहब मुझे मिलते हैं तो मुझे 2 बात कहते हैं कि मनसुख भाई ये काम यहां पहुंचा है, और मैं भी 2 बात उसको पूछ लेता हूं। कोई भी पोर्ट के चेयरमैन आज भी चार्ज लेते हैं। जरूर नहीं है कि मनसुख मांडविया को कॉलोन करने के लिए आए, लेकिन शिपिंग सेक्टर के साथ मेरा रिश्ता होने से, इस सेक्टर को मैं भली भांति जानते होने से, आज कोई भी सेक्रेटरी चार्ज लेते हैं, पोर्ट के चेयरमैन चार्ज लेते हैं, मुझे जब मिलने आते हैं तब मैं उसको कहता हूं कि बहुत कुछ ज़्यादा आपको रिसर्च करने का, समझने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। आप मैरीटाइम विजन 2030 को देख लेना और ये रास्ते पे आपको आगे बढ़ना है। आप अवश्य भारत के मैरीटाइम सेक्टर को आगे बढ़ा पाओगे, आप बेस्ट काम कर पाओगे। वैसे मोदी जी ने 2047 का विजन तैयार करा है, उसमें मैरीटाइम सेक्टर भी है। और मैरीटाइम सेक्टर, सी फेरर, लेबर फोर्स पार्टिसिपेशन क्या है, नहीं केवल सी फेरर अच्छी बात हो रही थी, आज शिप बिल्डिंग, शिप रिसाइकलिंग, पोर्ट में टेक्नोलॉजी, पोर्ट में टेक्नीशियन, आज क्रूज इंडस्ट्रीज, क्रूज के टर्मिनल हमारे लिए बिजनेस की बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है, हमारे लिए एम्प्लॉयमेंट की बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है। और मोदी जी ने कहा कि मोदी 3 गवर्नमेंट में उसको 3x से आगे बढ़ाना है, यानी कि मोदी 1 और मोदी 2 गवर्नमेंट में जो डेवलपमेंट की, विकास की गति थी उसको 3 टाइम करनी है। जब 3 टाइम करनी है तब आपके लिए अपार अपॉर्चुनिटी ओपन होती है। और इसलिए युवा साथियों, मैं आपको कहना चाहूंगा कि जब एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन ये डेवलपमेंट के साथ जुड़ा हुआ होता है, जैसे डेवलपमेंट होता जाएगा एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन होता जाएगा। और थोड़े ही दिन के पहले मैंने एक प्रेजेंटेशन सरकार को दिया था। ये प्रेजेंटेशन में मैंने बताया कि पिछले 12 साल में देश में 17 करोड़ नए एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन हुए, नई जॉब क्रिएट हुई, नया युवाओं को अवसर मिला। ये युवाओं को अवसर 17 करोड़ मिला, मैं नहीं कहता हूं, ये रिजर्व बैंक कहती है। और रिजर्व बैंक इंटरनेशनल पैरामीटर के अनुरूप डेवलपमेंट के साथ एक मैकिंग मैकेनिज्म से उसका असेसमेंट करती है। 12 साल में 17 करोड़ न्यू जॉब देश में क्रिएट हुई। जॉब कब क्रिएट होती है? डेवलपमेंट होता है, इकोनॉमी आगे बढ़ती है। वर्तमान समय में आप देखिए अमेरिका की इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ 4% बिलो, यूरोप के इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ 2%। इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ मीन्स आपकी देश की इकोनॉमी का कद कैसे बढ़ता है, कैसे ग्रो कर रही है, यानी कि संपत्ति का सर्जन कैसे होता है। चाइना का इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ 4.5%, भारत का इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ 7.5%। दुनिया में सबसे ज्यादा इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ भारत का है। इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ कब होता है दोस्तों? समझने जैसा विषय। आपके जेब में पैसा आता है तो आप परचेज करेंगे, आप परचेज करेंगे तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बढ़ेगा, डिमांड बढ़ेगी, डिमांड बढ़ेगी तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बढ़ेगा, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बढ़ेगा तो एम्प्लॉयमेंट बढ़ेगा। तो जब कोई भी सरकार विजन के साथ काम करती है, सभी अलाइनमेंट को एक साथ में लेके आगे बढ़ती है, तब एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन भी होता है और अपॉर्चुनिटी ओपन भी होती है। जब आपका परचेस पावर कब बढ़ेगा? आपका परचेस पावर तब बढ़ेगा जब आपके जेब में पैसा बचेगा। आपके जेब में पैसा बचेगा कब? तो सरकार आपके जेब से पैसा ना ले ले, क्योंकि आपका 1 लाख सैलरी है। यहां बैठने वाले सभी युवाओं को जब आप वर्क फोर्स में जाएंगे तो आपको मिनिमम ₹1,00,000 नियरेस्ट प्लस माइनस सैलरी आपको मिलनी है। जब आपको 1 लाख रुपया सैलरी मिलेगी तो 12 महीने में 12 लाख होगा, तो 12 महीने में 12 लाख होगा तो पिछले साल तक 3 लाख तक आपको इनकम टैक्स फ्री था। मोदी जी ने उसको कहा कि 12 लाख तक इनकम टैक्स फ्री, यानी कि आपका 12 लाख की इनकम है तो आपको 1 भी रुपया टैक्स नहीं देना है। तो जो 1.5 लाख रुपया आपका टैक्स में चला जाता था, ये टैक्स आपके जेब में बच जाएगा। तो आपके जेब से टैक्स बच जाएगा तो ये पैसे का उपयोग आप परचेज करने के लिए करेंगे। आपके टैक्स की बचत हुई। आपके पर पिछले 12 साल में सरकार ने 1 भी रुपया का टैक्स नहीं बढ़ाया। सामान्यतः जब बजट आता है तो हम देखते हैं कि टैक्स बढ़ा, कितना बढ़ेंगे। 12 साल में 1 भी रुपया का टैक्स नहीं बढ़ाया। लेकिन जब वेट था उसमें 34% तक स्लैब था। वेट पर चार्ज पर चार्ज, ऐसा करके चार्ज लगता था। वेट से जीएसटी आया तो 18% कैप हो गया। जीएसटी से जीएसटी 2 आया तो ज्यादातर 99% 14% तक कैप हो गया। यानी कि आपके टैक्स का पैसा बचा, आपको टैक्स कम देना पड़ा, आपको इनकम टैक्स कम देना पड़ा, लेकिन भी सरकार की इनकम बढ़ी। सरकार की इनकम जब 2014 में भी मैं मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट था, जब मोदी जी पहली बार प्रधानमंत्री बने थे, तो उस वक्त 26 लाख करोड़ का बजट था। ये 26 लाख करोड़ का बजट आज बढ़ के 52 लाख करोड़ हो गया। आजादी से 70 साल के बाद, 73 साल के बाद देश का बजट था 26 लाख करोड़। मैं आज युवा आपके संज्ञान में इसलिए ला रहा हूं कि आपका भविष्य आने वाले दिनों में कैसे उज्जवल होगा, आप उसको मैप कर पाए, इसलिए मैं बता रहा हूं। ये 26 लाख करोड़ का खर्च था, बजट था। बजट कब बना सकते हो? जब सरकार के पास इनकम होगी। तो साहब कहेंगे कि सरकार ने टैक्स तो बढ़ाया नहीं, इनकम टैक्स में तो रिलीफ दिया, लेकिन भी सरकार की इनकम बढ़ी। सरकार की इनकम इसलिए बढ़ी कि सरकार ने ज्यादा पैसा नहीं, कम 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 टैक्स लेना, ज्यादा लोगों से कम टैक्स लेना चालू करा, ज्यादा लोग टैक्स दे, और टैक्स रिजिम को इतना सरल करा कि उसको 4-5% टैक्स देने में वैसे भी किसी को दिक्कत नहीं होती है, लेकिन सरकारी मशीनरी उसको परेशान ना करे, कंप्लाइंस ज्यादा ना हो, तो आसानी से टैक्स आपको देने की सुविधा हो तो लोग 5% टैक्स दे देंगे। तो आज से 2000 साल पहले इस देश में चाणक्य हुआ। चाणक्य ने कहा कि कोई राज्य को समृद्ध राज्य बनना है और ये राज्य को प्रजा से टैक्स कैसे लेना चाहिए। तो चाणक्य ने कहा कि पुष्प होता है, उसमें मध होता है, यानी कि हनी होता है। तो मधुमक्खी हनी बीज उसमें से हनी ले लेती है, लेकिन फूल करमाता नहीं है, और लेकिन भी वो हनी का कलेक्शन कर लेते हैं। वैसे आपको इतना टैक्स लेना चाहिए जो सामने वाले को बर्डन भी ना लगे और आसानी से टैक्स भी दे दे। तो मोदी जी ने यही करा, ज्यादा लोगों से कम कम टैक्स लिया, 52 लाख करोड़ का बजट हो गया। उसमें एक दशक पहले, मैं अभी मूल बात पर आ रहा, एक दशक पहले इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के पीछे 240 करोड़ का खर्च होता था। 2014 में जो मैं ये बजट देखा था, तो 240 करोड़ का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के पीछे बजट था, जिसमें पोर्ट बनेगा, जिसमें एयरपोर्ट बनेगा, जिसमें टर्मिनल बनेगा, जिसमें ड्रेजिंग होगा। ये सब खर्च के पीछे 240 करोड़ रुपया का खर्च होता था। इस साल लास्ट बजट में 12.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया का खर्च इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के पीछे होगा। तो जब 12.5 लाख करोड़ रुपया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के पीछे खर्च होगा, तो अच्छा पोर्ट बनेगा, पोर्ट पर अच्छा मैकेनाइजेशन होगा, देश में शिप बिल्डिंग पॉलिसी आई, शिप रिपेयर पॉलिसी आई, देश में शिप रिसाइकलिंग के लिए पॉलिसी आई। ऐसा कई कार्यक्रम चला ताकि कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर करके ये सब क्षेत्र में एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट हो, देश में कारोबार बढ़े। एक खर्च से एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेशन होगा। जब 12 लाख करोड़ रुपया सरकार जब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के पीछे खर्च करती है, तो कोई व्यक्ति, जब सरकारी बजट का यूज होता है ना, तो ये बजट, ये पैसा एक साल में 6 बार रोटेट होता है। जब कोई मजदूर किसानी से मेहनत करके पैदा करता है तो साल में 3 बार घूमता है। एक व्यापारी ट्रेड करता है तो 4 बार उसका पैसा घूमता है, लेकिन जब सरकार खर्च करती है तो 6 बार घूमता है। ये 6 बार रोटेशन में आता है ताकि इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ देश का बढ़ता है, और जिसकी देश की इकोनॉमी आगे बढ़ती जाती है, ये देश में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बढ़ता जाता है, ये देश में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ता जाता है, और जब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बढ़ता है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वर्क्स बढ़ता है। आज ही मैं कैबिनेट में, आज हमारे रेलवे मंत्री जी नहीं थे तो उनके बिहाफ मुझे विषय रखने का अवसर मिला था, तो कैबिनेट में आज 10,000 करोड़ का रेलवे लाइन का प्रोजेक्ट को मंजूरी करी। तो उसमें लिखा था कि 1 लाख जॉब निर्माण होगी, 1 लाख मेन डेज निर्माण होगा। तो यानी कि प्रत्यक्ष रूप में 20,000 लोगों को काम मिलेगा। 4 साल तक ये प्रोजेक्ट चलेगा, तो 20,000 लोगों को 4 इयर्स तक कंटिन्यूस काम मिलेगा, उसमें टेक्नीशियन को काम मिलेगा, उसमें इंजीनियर को काम मिलेगा, उसमें वर्कर्स को काम मिलेगा, सबको काम मिलेगा। ये इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के पीछे जब आप इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हो उसका आउटपुट है। इसलिए दोस्तों ये सरकार का ये हमेशा स्टैंड रहा है। मुझे भली बात याद है जब मैं शिपिंग मिनिस्टर बना तो स्टेक होल्डर कंसल्टेशन कर रहा था कि मुझे सी फेरर की संख्या बढ़ानी है, और सी फेरर की संख्या बढ़ानी हो तो क्या करें। ये समय में नियरेस्ट 1 लाख हमारे सी फेरर थे, छोटा सा फिलीपाइंस 8 लाख सी फेरर, और हमारा इतना बड़ा देश और 1 लाख सी फेरर, क्या कमी है। एक बार मैं डीजी शिपिंग के यहाँ उसकी एग्जाम चल रही थी, वहां जाके बैठ गया समझने के लिए। मैंने डिटेल समझा क्या गैप है हमारा, परीक्षा कैसे ली जाती है, 1% 2% रिजल्ट क्यों आता है, क्यों ना हम 10-12% रिजल्ट क्यों ना आए, क्या हमारी ट्रेनिंग में क्या बदलाव करना है, प्लेसमेंट के लिए क्या करना चाहिए, क्या गैप है ट्रेनिंग का, क्या डिमांड है। ये तीनों के चारों के बीच में तालमेल करा था। आज जब मैं यहाँ आया तब कागज देख रहा था, मुझे खुशी है केवल सी फेरर 3.5 लाख से अधिक हो चुके हैं, और हमें उसको और आगे बढ़ाना है। केवल सी फेरर नहीं, इस बार देश में शिप बिल्डिंग के लिए बहुत काम हो रहा है, और शिप बिल्डिंग के लिए शिप बिल्डिंग पार्क बनने लगा है। जब शिप बिल्डिंग, दुनिया की कंपनी आज इंडिया में आके शिप बिल्डिंग में इन्वेस्ट करने लगी है, शिप रिपेयर में इन्वेस्ट करने लगे हैं। देश में कंटेनर बिल्डिंग का कारोबार कभी था ही नहीं, और जब कोविड चल रहा था उस वक्त मुझे एक बार अजीत डोभाल जी का कॉल आया कि मंत्री जी कंटेनर की क्राइसिस है, और इतना बड़ा देश 95% कंटेनर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग केवल चाइना में हो, हमें इंडिया में करवाना चाहिए। और उन्होंने मुझे उस उद्देश्य से कहा था कि आप भावनगर से है, और भावनगर में फर्नेस इंडस्ट्रीज है, सिर्फ रिसाइकलिंग इंडस्ट्रीज है, तो वहाँ हम कंटेनर नहीं बना सकते। मैं यहाँ से भावनगर गया और मैं एंटरप्रेन्योर से मिला। मैंने कहा कि आप कंटेनर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग नहीं कर सकते हैं। तो हमारे कई साथी आज शायद यहाँ है भी, हमारे हसमुख भाई, तो वो आगे आए, उन्होंने कहा कि हाँ मैं करूँ। मैं तो बोल के चला गया था, उन्होंने 50-60 करोड़ रुपया उसमें लगा दिया, और बाद में आया कि हमने मैन्युफैक्चरिंग तो कर लिया, मार्केट का क्या। मैं, सोनोवाल जी और रेलवे मंत्री, हम तीनों मंत्री बैठे, और जब हमने कहा कि आप कॉन्कर को 10,000 कंटेनर चाहिए, अब ग्लोबल टेंडर नहीं, देश के हमारे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को अपॉर्चुनिटी दो, तब हमारे अधिकारी लोगों ने कहा था कि साहब हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, लेकिन देश में 10,000 कंटेनर कोई बना नहीं पाएंगे, आज तक किसी ने नहीं बनाया। तो मैं, मेरे ऑफिसर का कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्ड हो इसलिए कहा था कि चलो 4 ऑफिसर की टीम बनाओ, जाओ भावनगर देख के आओ। वो गए, वो कंटेनर यार्ड को देख के आके उसको पहला 10,000 कंटेनर का ऑर्डर मिला था। आज कंटेनर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए पॉलिसी आ रही है। देश में कंटेनर बिल्डिंग करना है, उसको फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट करना है, सिर्फ रिसाइकलिंग को सपोर्ट करना है, ताकि वो यूरोपियन रूल्स रेगुलेशन को कंप्लायंस कर पाए। सिर्फ बिल्डिंग के लिए फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट करना है। ये सब सपोर्ट करने की बात आती है तब सरकार के पास पैसा होना चाहिए, सरकार के पास बजट होना चाहिए। युवा दोस्तों, आज सरकार के पास बजट भी है, सरकार के पास इच्छा शक्ति भी है, सरकार के पास विजन भी है, सरकार के पास दिशा भी है, सरकार के पास गोल भी है। और गोल है 2047 में हमें नहीं केवल मैरीटाइम सेक्टर बट ऑल सेक्टर में देश को डेवलप बनाना है। और ये 20 साल हमारा अमृत काल का समय है। ये अमृत काल में हम देश के हर नागरिक देश के प्रति अपना कर्तव्य का निर्वहन करें, ताकि हम हमारे देश का उज्जवल भविष्य बना सकें। आप अमृत काल के युवा हैं दोस्तों, आपके विचारों का भारत बनाना है। आज जो मेरे जैसे 50 प्लस माइनस के हैं, वो 20 साल के बाद 75 के होंगे। हम तो विकसित भारत को देखेंगे, लेकिन आपको विकसित भारत को जीना है। आप जैसा चाहे वैसा विकसित भारत बने, इसीलिए ही प्रधानमंत्री जी ने विकसित भारत यंग लीडर डायलॉग करा। मैं भारत सरकार का यूथ अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर हूँ। देश में सिलेक्टेड क्विज कंपटीशन से सिलेक्टेड 3000 युवाओं के साथ प्रधानमंत्री जी एक सारे दिन बैठते हैं, उसका आइडियाज लेते हैं कैसे हम विकसित भारत बनाएं। और इस बार का बजट का भाषण निर्मला जी का आपने सुना होगा। उनके भाषण में उन्होंने कहा कि मैं ये बजट मेरे देश के युवाओं ने प्रधानमंत्री जी को विकसित भारत के लिए जो सुझाव दिए हैं, इस सुझाव को शामिल करते हुए, उनके आइडियाज़ को सम्मान करते हुए इस बजट को स्थान देती हो। ये हमारे देश के युवाओं के भविष्य का सिग्निफिकेंट है, महत्व है। दोस्तों, आज का संवाद मेरी दृष्टि से आप लोगों को बहुत उपयोगी होगा। युवाओं को प्रेरणा मिलेगी, उनको अपना भविष्य के फ्यूचर के लिए आपका पाथ सुनिश्चित करने के लिए मार्गदर्शन मिला होगा। जो यहाँ मैरीटाइम सेक्टर से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, प्लेयर है, ट्रेड यूनियन है, उसको भी अपनी बात रखने का अवसर मिला होगा। एक्सपर्ट लोगों के द्वारा उसका समाधान करा होगा। मैं मानता हूँ कि ऐसा संवाद कंटिन्यूस होना चाहिए। मैं समीर खरे जी को अभिनंदन करता हूँ, उन्होंने इस प्लेटफॉर्म आप सबके लिए उपलब्ध कराया। आप सबको मेरी ओर से हार्दिक शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
आपके आशीर्वचनों के लिए, मार्गदर्शन के लिए बहुत बहुत आभार। और हम निवेदन करना चाहेंगे एक ग्रुप फोटोग्राफ जो इस समय को, इस लम्हे को सदा के लिए रोक लेगी। कुछ ऐसे पल होते हैं जो हमें सदा याद रहते हैं। दिस इज अ परफेक्ट मोमेंट फॉर अ पिक्चर अपॉर्चुनिटी विद द ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर joining us here today, the Honorable Union Cabinet Minister for Youth Affairs and Sports and Labour and Employment. डॉक्टर मनसुख मांडविया जी, बहुत बहुत आभार कि इतने व्यस्त शेड्यूल में से भी आपने समय कुछ निकाला और आज सागर संवाद का आप हिस्सा बने। हम सभी की ओर से आपका पुनः धन्यवाद करते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर फॉर जॉइनिंग अस हियर टुडे। I request others to remain seated. कुछ समय के लिए और सभी बैठे रहें। We are about to finish and this will be the valedictory session. Please give us a few more moments. Though it has been a very long day, we started very early at 9:30 almost. We had started some of the other activity and now it is about 6:35 and we're still discussing, interacting, gathering some important takeaways and learning and cross-learning from each other. One of the most illustrious days wherein we were joined by so many dignitaries. The honorable ministers were here. In the morning, we were joined by the Minister of State, Shri Shantanu Thakurji. Then soon, we were joined by Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji. And just now, as we have seen, Dr. Mansukh Mandviya was here with us. सभी लोग बिल्कुल बैठे रहें। Final set of the moments wherein we have the valedictory session. कुछ हमारे NSP members हैं, उनके felicitation हैं. We present the vote of thanks and then the national anthem to wind up the day. So just waiting for some of our NSP board members to return back.
Dear all, I would like to request Vikas ji, member NSB, Girish ji, member NSB, Rakesh ji, member NSB, or Savio sir, member NSB to come on the stage, and Nitin Mukesh ji. उसमें क्या होता है, कभी कभी अपने ही रह जाते हैं, तो अपने लोगों का अभिवादन करना रह गया है, तो थोड़ा उसमें डिले हो गया, पर अभी अपनों संतोष पाटिल साहब एंड मिलिंद साहब किधर है? चलो भाई, घर की बात है, जो बाकी हो आ जाओ आगे। आप लोग की मेहनत है जो आज यहाँ पे पहुंचे, तो बताओ कौन बाकी है भाई।
And also Ms. Sanjam has also not received the appreciation. So you'd request you also to please join in. और तालियां होनी चाहिए सभी की ओर से हमारे सभी मेंबर्स के लिए।
श्रेया, शुभम, त्रिलोचन जी और जो भी एनएसबी के हमारे जो हैं, जरा स्टेज पे आ जाइए।
After the felicitations, we will soon be requesting Executive Chairperson of Indian Register of Shipping, Shri Arun Sharma ji, to propose the vote of thanks, and that will be followed by the national anthem soon after this. Kindly please remain seated. We'll just inform you. I think it was by mistake that it was played. Kindly please rise for the national anthem now.
विनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you very much, everyone. This was wonderful. Sagar Samvad 2026 finally concludes here. बहुत बहुत आभार और हम शुभकामनाएं देते हैं NSP और मिनिस्ट्री को for organizing Sagar Samvad 2026. Thank you very much. I am Juhi Malhotra signing off. Thank you.